get ready to jump into the battleground.
के पास 14 फिनिशर्स आगे बढ़ेंगे नार्सेन क्या वो क्लच करके जा पाएंगे डैमेज बहुत ज्यादा आखिरी खिलाड़ी ये क्लच अबाउट टू गेट ओवर क्या यहाँ पे हो चुका है जी हाँ 1 2 3 बहुत ज्यादा कम है विकेट वो थोड़ा और आगे जाना चाहते हैं मोरोटोप उनको हिट हुआ डैमेज बहुत ज्यादा विकेट उन्होंने एक और खिलाड़ी को डाउन किया पाने
After an iconic performance from Team Seoul on Miramar, the expectations from this group goes even higher. Welcome to realme BGIS Third Grind 2025 Group A Day 3. I'm going to be a host at Castroneck Road. John alongside with me on the panel. It's going to be I Super Johnny. And Johnny, let's be honest, that 38 bomber is something that we still haven't really recovered from, but I would love to see a few more.
Exactly. We would love to see a few more big matches coming in, especially from Seoul. I mean, the fans were waiting for that to happen, and they made it happen. 2 games, 60 points, 68 in the total of 6 games that they played that day, but still, those 2 match 60 points is something that we've not heard of before or seen in front of us. That was legendary.
Day 2 is supposed to be the day of comebacks, and Team Seoul pretty much just proved that right. That game of Sanhok is where they got that chicken dinner, and then instantly after that, Miramar, they completely aced it, dropping 28 eliminations and 38 points in total. That was one of the most iconic performances so far, but that also built a massive record in 2025.
Yeah, that has to be a record-setting performance, as you said, for this year. At least so far, we don't know what the future holds for us, right?
Yeah.
Maybe one of the teams just surpasses them. I mean, it is going to be pretty difficult to pull that off, but you never know. On the other side, still teams competing to get inside of that top 8 bracket. Opportunity is still there. And this group is so intense that even the team on the last position right now at the start of the day does stand a chance of moving forward, breaking into the top 8. And if they manage to hold on till the end of tomorrow, they get to move to the quarterfinals.
There are definitely a lot of teams in this group with a lot of caliber, right?
Yeah.
You've got Revan X-Park, Hero Extreme, Godlike, 8-Bit 2 in the mix, and the names just keep on going on. Yeah. There's so many teams with immense amount of firepower, but still Seoul pulling off a game like that in the toughest lobby. It's something that just is really mind-boggling, because then you look at teams like 8-Bit who are currently struggling in the overall standings, Cincinnati Kids struggling to find that form. At least Revan X-Park is doing much better, right?
Yeah.
What are all these teams fighting for? That's going to be the points distribution on the screen. That's how you're able to get the points inside of the game. The first placing team getting 10 points, the second one getting 6, and it's going to keep on descending downwards, from which 9th till 16th get none. And of course, each finish point will grant you 1 point.
Yeah, and those finish points have turned out to be extremely important for all of these teams. As you mentioned, this is one of the toughest lobbies we have seen so far in realme BGIS The Grind, and of course, that level of difficulty that we saw in the first 2 days, it's just going to get a whole lot higher, and it's going to get more difficult just because the teams have had time to observe, go back, ward review, and they're going to show up with some new strategies. Overall rankings on our screens right now, Seoul leading the charge with 92 points. Versatile aren't too far away themselves.
Exactly, they've been the most consistent, burning torch consistency, if you'd like to call them. But then even Revan X-Park is someone that you cannot really underestimate. It's one of those teams, back-to-back official trophies in their cabinet. But still, before this tournament, the performance was a little bit on that dip. But so far in the grind, things are looking okay.
Yeah, but things are not looking okay from our expectations perspective. When you talk about Likhita Esports, they started off the first day very well, every single game inside of the top 5. K9 Esports as well. I mean, I personally believe this could be one of the top contenders team for the trophy, but so far in realme BGIS The Grind, they are sitting on that 10th position.
Let's be honest, Likhita Esports is pretty much pulling off the God's ring, just trying to scrape the surface, get the bare minimum, getting the average points per game. One single game let loose, that's why Likhita Esports is currently outside of that top 8, but once again, all it takes is that one single big game, and Likhita Esports would directly catapult themselves, maybe even in the top 3. We've got the top 5 players on the screen, pretty much the usual suspects. WitsGod is going to be the one to lead the pack this time with 30 finishes, and then you've got SprayGod from Revan X-Park with 22 finishes.
And of course, a team face-off in front of us. Comparison between Seoul and Hero Extreme. Godlike 64 finishes for Seoul, 53 for Godlike. In terms of knocks, Godlike are way far ahead, but it is that knock to finish conversion that did help Seoul out, and especially all of the third parties that they were able to secure in that game of Miramar. Average finishes per match. Of course, Seoul leading the charge over there, considering they are sitting up top, and of course, 7 points separating the two teams.
48 knocks and 64 finishes. Seoul are absolute thief. They're just stealing elimination points, going for
Yeah.
the third parties, staying in the back lines, collecting those scrappy points on the field, and it's been working out well for them. We've got the schedule 2 for the day on the screen, pretty much the same schedule, nothing really changing over there. But once again, moving back towards the conversation of Seoul, as I mentioned, they are pretty good when it comes to third partying for those fights and collecting those scrappy points, and it's been working out for them.
Exactly. I mean, we saw that in the stats. You mentioned it, and I believe we are going to see something similar today as well as far as the matches are considered. But we have the predictions from all the talents, and of course, again, all 8 of us present inside of the studio, ladies and gentlemen. 8-bit picked by Maisie, Versatile for Rav1. Sparrow has gone with Salty. They have both picked K9. Anki going for 4 Miracle. IC picked Likita Esports. You have gone for Godlike, and my prediction is OG. Can you explain that Godlike prediction?
Look, for Godlike, knowing that now Seoul has pulled off such a massive bomber, Godlike already knows that they've qualified in the top 8. It's not even a question, but it's about making a mark. It's about making a statement to your fans, and I think Godlike today will definitely try to match up at least that caliber level that we saw last time.
Yeah, I mean, we want them to do so as well because it's going to make the competition for the top spot very, very interesting and very intense. But again, that was something iconic. Pulling that off again for everyone, it's going to be difficult. And Godlike, I think they're already doing quite well for themselves, so there is no need to overexert, no need to overdo things. But still, I think if it happens, I'm going to be happy. You're definitely going to be happy. But I want to break down that OG prediction of mine.
Okay.
A lot of aggression coming in from OG. Vizgod, he's been amazing, so I expect OG to step up today.
I mean, look,
Simple as
Vizgod is doing great. AKOP too. Honestly speaking, AKOP can do better. We've seen that man perform in the past. I'm not saying that he's doing bad, but he can do better. He's got a lot of caliber. He's got a lot of potential. Maybe it will take a little bit of time. But for now, it's time for us to toss to a short break. You guys don't go anywhere.
We've got that temperatures hot, but it make way. Came here to slay.
Let's go! P3 Pro takes mobile gaming to the next level. So first was the AI motion control. आपके मूवमेंट्स को गेम के साथ सिंक कर देता है. AI अल्ट्रा टच कंट्रोल आपके फिंगर मूवमेंट्स को ट्रैक करके टच कंट्रोल को लाइटिंग फास्ट और लैग फ्री बना देता है. मतलब बटरी स्मूथ गेम प्ले जो हर गेमर का ड्रीम होता है यार. तो P3 Pro इज द चॉइस.
Before we continue our conversation, a huge thanks to our sponsor, Realme P3 Pro 5G. The device is already launched, starting from $21,999. If you move on towards Flipkart and search for the Realme P3 Pro 5G, you might just stand a chance to win some incredible rewards. And here's the graphic right there on your screen. Just move on towards Flipkart and search for Realme P3 Pro 5G. You will stand a chance to win the device itself and some more incredible prizes.
Exactly. It's an amazing device. We keep talking about the features, right? And even in the promo right now, we learned a few new things about the device itself. Ooh. The AI motion control, the AI ultra touch control, helping you out, bettering your performance, improving your performance in your matches as well. But talking about the matches and talking about performance being improved, Necro. I mean, it is going to be interesting to see how the teams on the latter half of the leaderboard step up. We were talking about OG, right? Vizgod, AKOP doing quite well. Weron being added to the mix every now and then. But I think some pressure within OG needs to be lifted off of Vizgod. Right now, 48% finish contribution for his team. That is too much for a single man to have.
Now, let's not forget, a lot of these teams are trying new stuff out, right? And I'm pretty sure it's pretty much the same thing with OG as well. We did see Veron in the playing floor, as you mentioned, considering I think he's on a bit of that back step. So it makes a lot of sense that, currently one man is the only one with a lot of that pressure. Vizgod is the only one consistently performing. But it's not just OG on the struggling side of the spectrum. It's even Metal Esports. It's quite a great lineup, but still Metal Esports, with those struggles, it's really concerning to me.
I agree with you. It is a big struggle for Metal Esports, but again, we do believe in the man, the myth, the legend, Prince OG over there. So hopefully they're going to try to bounce back today. But on the other side of things, Reckoning Esports. Now, this is also another name that we need to talk about because things are looking kind of shaky from the perspective of Reckoning Esports, right behind Metal Esports in terms of the overall rankings. And we expected a lot more from this team, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, Reckoning Esports, the young blood that we like to call them, the aggression is something that's sort of missing from the side of Reckoning Esports, but maybe they will sort of dial back in the game. It's the day 3 already, a final chance for them to make a comeback, but there's a clear line in the overall standings now. The bottom 3 teams, they're a bit too separated from the pack. If they do not perform in the first 3 games itself, then maybe they will lose that chance to be in the top 8.
100% agree with that. I think the goal for the bottom 3 today should be to get as close to a 100-point mark as possible.
Exactly.
If they can make it happen, I think qualification is going to be easy. And from what we have noticed with the last 3 groups that have been concluded, D, C, and B, the cutoff is always going to be between 135 and 145. Yesterday was the highest cutoff we have seen in realme BGIS, the grind group B, the cutoff falling to 144. That was the highest.
Exactly. Now, speaking of the cutoff, right, at the end of the day, it is really going to be depending on the group itself as well, right? Group A, there's someone with a lot of that caliber, with a lot of potential. I think the cutoff in this group either can be super low or can be really high, because the points will be distributed equally pretty much on the board. But you know what, Johnny? Enough of the speculations. Let's just directly move on towards the game 1 of Erangel.
In this particular group, there is no prediction, no speculation. Anything can happen, anything can go wrong, anything can go right for these teams. The action is going to be intense. That's all we can say. Ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Game number 1 off. Day number 3 for Group A. Match 13 overall. The map of Erangel on our screens and the flight path leading extremely towards the eastern side of the map. Starting east of Yasnaya Poliana and ending towards the military base.
Ooh, this plain flat path, once again, tilted a little bit to the right side. If the teams do want to move in towards left, Georgia Pole, it seems like it's going to be out of contention, including Quarry and Primorx. Now, if the teams do still want to move in towards those areas, then the only way is going to be through pit stop.
Well, let's see. That pit stop can be a big threat, can be the cause of casualty of a few players, but early drop clashes, you know it, I know it, it's going to happen, Necro. Yasnaya Poliana, are we going to see Revenant X-Park take that drop and take the fight against the players of Phoenix Esports? That has happened in the past quite a lot, but, oh, I believe they have gone for a switch-up.
Yeah, exactly. Revenant X-Park moving in towards North, realizing the fact that Phoenix Esports has been hammering them over and over again in Yasnaya Poliana. That's why this time we're seeing a bit of that switcheroo in the drop location, which is quite a mature option.
It is a mature option, but it's the grind.
I know, right? Revenant X-Park, come on. This is going to be the best possible way you can showcase your firepower and your dominance. And speaking about showcasing your dominance, OG, they've already started to show their dominance against Seoul.
And they kick things off with the first knock being secured with a knife stab. Mania extremely low, even though he has a shotgun to work with. OG the upper hand. Can they find the second? Atanki with a pistol. And he defeats a man wielding a shotgun. What is going on? Orangutan monkey business. Well, it's turning up a profit for now. Somme distracted also falls, and Mania, the IGL, is going to be the last man alive for Team Seoul. Has a nade in his hands. If it is lobbed perfectly, can secure a double knock for himself, but I don't think OG are going to let him do that.
Yeah.
They're spread out all over the place. Switches over to the pump action shotgun, but OG on the hunt, and Mania, I think it is time to take an exit, time to take a bow. Will he be able to find a knock at least? I don't think so. Gets shot in the back, and it's over.
Seoul wasn't even able to find a single knock against OG. That's a flawless squad wipe right there. What a drop fight we've seen. And the fact that OG actually went for that, it's quite a gutsy move as well.
It
But
is
for
a
Seoul,
gutsy move.
this is going to be a big spanner in the works, considering they had to win in the sales at the end of last time that they played.
Yeah.
And now that OG's taken that win in the sales away from Seoul, this is going to be a tough pill to swallow.
On top of that, look at that skin. Just a gravestone, tombstone
Yeah.
on top of that vehicle, because that was a fight, I believe. They were forced into, they want to control the smaller compounds, get that vehicle, and then rotate out of there. But this has been happening to Team Seoul ever since the start of this group's journey. They've been getting picked on by OG quite a lot.
They're not even in the top 8 performance of Erangel. And that is really mind-boggling.
Yeah.
Seoul is one of those teams to have quite a balanced approach to the game. They have been pretty much great on every single map they've stepped in. But the fact that they're not even in the top 8 performers of Erangel, that's pretty much concerning. But you know what? Considering it's just the grind phase and we know what Seoul is capable of, it's a team driven heavily by momentum.
Yeah.
And right now, still in my opinion, they do have a little bit of that. Considering game 1 done and dusted, it's okay.
It's the history of the players, it's the history of the team that gives us a lot of hope. And our expectations are always going to be there, but here's a replay. Look at this, man. The slice and dice coming from AKOP. And of course, the first pick confirmed within just about a minute and a half of...
Oh no, shots missed.
Atanki.
He whiffed 3 shots with that shotgun right there. That's gotta hurt.
Yeah.
It's gotta sting. Honestly, for Seoul, that pump shotgun right there should have hit. That could have been the glimmer of hope of them winning the fight. That could have been a big major difference maker, considering he was the only one with a shotgun in his hands right next to Manya.
Manya also had a pump action shotgun, but 2 players with shotguns and they still lose out on those duels. But anyways, we'll come back to that in a bit. It seems like Reckoning Esports Necro today, they start things off on a different note. A drop fight, not a drop fight, a rotation fight happening against the players of 4AM. The first pick has been found by Reckoning Esports, although the trade comes through. Viper knocked out. Kyoya jumping with the S12K, damage dished out, and the knock secured as well. Reckoning off to a great start in this match.
A change in the pace from a lot of teams, and I'm loving that. But look at who's here to join the party. 4 aggressive men. The remaining 2 players, they really do want to go for the revenge, maybe. But now I see them just backing away from this fray. I guess they would love to play for the placement points, and 4AM is one of those teams that is currently all the way at the bottom in the overall standings.
Yeah.
So they need those points. As I mentioned at the start of the day, there's a clear line between the bottom 3 and the rest of the overall standings. And if the bottom 3 want to bounce back, the first 3 games is all they've got.
Hey, at least for now, Reckoning Esports, they end up surviving. And as you were talking about 4AM, Reckoning Esports not too far away from 4 aggressive man in the overall leaderboard. Talking about this position towards prison, I was just about to say, godlike towards the east, about 200 meters away from where Reckoning Esports are, so potential for a clash happening is there. You see them in the distance, and I believe Admino, he has spotted out those moving vehicles.
He indeed has. And he also heard a lot of those gunshots, right? Considering just a fight was commenced over there in that same area. But for now, it's going to be silence all throughout the board. Revenant Spark switching up their drop location too, not going towards Yasna Poliana this time. Was a bit of a shocker too. And honestly, even a shocker for the players of Phoenix Esports, right? Both the teams with such major egos, and still one of them decides to drop it. It's a good thing for the longer run, but maybe for the fans, not so much.
Agreed. I believe, but in order for the team to lift the trophy, this is the ideal call. Just practice different strategies, practice different ways of playing the game. But 4AM dodged the fight against Reckoning somehow. Only 2 players lost, but now they run into the arms of 4M. And the knock comes through as the nade connects. Beard Baba, he finds the opening. The second man is right there as well, so I believe the odds of 4AM surviving in this game, Necro, are going to be next to none.
Yeah, but he backs away though. Which is understandable too, considering he's the only man left alive. And he's got no meds too, by the way.
Yeah, and look at that helmet and armor combination as well.
Yeah.
Level 1 helmet, level 2 armor.
Half broken West.
No ammo. Just 30 rounds in the bag, 30 in the mag for that Scarel.
Now he's just going to keep his head down and try and play for the survival. That's going to be the simple tactic. He's going to try to pull off, squeezing as many points as possible. That's going to be placement points mostly. But if he is able to find a few scrappy elimination points, that's going to be the extra cherry on top of the cake. Team Tamala's on the screen. A bit of that split on the screen. You can see it. Maxi and the boys in the back. You've got Mr. IGL leading the pack and scouting the areas. Team Tamala so far doing decent in the overall standings. But honestly, looking at their performance and the graph, things are still pretty concerning. The grind is not the phase where you're supposed to perform. It's a phase where you're supposed to sustain. And Team Tamalas, they're doing a decent job sustaining, but we still want to see those glimmers of hope that can give us a bit more of understanding what the future performance can look like.
Very true. Although them walking into a cluster will not make things easy, and especially with 8-bit spotting Team Tamila's out. Necro, there's Versatile closing in from the northern side as well, so if they stop to take a fight, they're going to be digging themselves a pretty deep ditch, and it is going to be difficult to get out of it.
Indeed. The next zone popped up a while ago, Johnny. And once again, already majority, or you can say a chunk of the teams are already inside of the circle. So it's looking all good in the hood. Versatile on the screen, a team that's currently on the second spot in the overall standings. One of the most consistent performers. Samraj and the boys, they pack a lot of punch, but at the same time, they know how to hold it back as well. They're pretty good at playing defense too.
Yeah, and because of that, we have seen a lot of consistency from Versatile. Although shots fired in their direction, Samraj does get away without taking any damage upon himself. Safe haven found, but here come the contenders. Necro, without wasting a single breath, it seems like TWOB, they want to pounce on the players of Versatile. And Samraj, this time with Aqua right next to him, wants to see if they can scout out the position or maybe just push the oncoming threat away. Versatile, alright, they just want to charge forward, a counter-aggression towards TWOB. Shots fired, some connections found, and amidst the midst of chaos, they do not want to stop. Damage dished out to Yashu. He still does manage to fall back. A quick reset for TWOB.
It's a bad fight though for TWOB too. And that's why they back away from it. 8-bit right next to him as well. Too many teams in the nearby vicinity, nowhere to go. TWOB, at least they've found themselves a bit of that compound to play with, so it's looking okay for now. As we've got 8-bit on the screen. Ash and Oaze, these two big brains, they need to calculate and they need to start making better decisions. 8-bit's currently outside of that top 8. Not looking too good in the overall standings on the 12th spot. 8-bit needs nuclear performance. But maybe this game can be it. 8-bit's playstyle's always been super defensive. They don't like to go aggressive in the game. And hopefully that defense works out in Erangel.
We can always be hopeful. But as we have learned in the last group, hope can be a dangerous thing. Although, quite a peaceful game apart from that first conflict between Soul and OG. And of course, 4 AM getting picked off mid-rotation down to the last man, who is still somehow managed to stay alive. A miracle is going to be needed for them to make a break inside of the top 5. As soon as I say that, Versatile S-Power, he spots out the last surviving player for the side of 4 AM. The pick comes through, the finish secured.
It's got to blow. 4 aggressive men, they desperately needed this game too. 1 game's already done out of the 3 that we're speaking of. And now they've got 2 more games to go to try and prove their mark. But hold on to that thought, OG, they find themselves in a bit of that trouble against the players of K9 Esports. And knowing the fact that K9 is someone that loves aggression, that loves chaos, they're not going to be the one to back away from the fight, but even OG's punishing K9.
Yeah, the trade comes through. And for now, it is a 3v3, but the knock... Oh, does it get confirmed? Yes, it does. Omega, with that nade, does find the frag for his team. Atanki also knocked out. Slug, he's trying to chase after AKA, who does manage to get away and put some distance between him and the lads from K9 Esport. The third party from Likita, a little too much for OG to deal with. Goblin on the flank, building up the pressure, and K9, through all of those smokes, do find a trade against the players of Likita Esports. So K9 have readjusted themselves quite nicely in this firefight. They are going to be able to secure the finish as well. Preemptive fire on towards those vehicles just in case someone was still hiding in there.
Yeah, an impressive knock though from Omega. Instantly giving a haircut to Omega.
The spam was great.
Yeah, it was. Goblin never saw those bullets coming. And look at Omega constantly just barraging those bullets. Spamming away on those vehicles, making sure that TWOB is feeling that threat. K9 Esports, they were dropped down to 3-man squad, but still, they're the one to apply the pressure against the 4-man squad. Omega opening the fray up against Likitha Esports as he managed to give the haircut to Goblin. And now look at K9 Esports once again back on the defense.
Yeah, they can't really be too aggressive over here, considering I think they are aware that TWOB has the high ground of the hill. So if they just step out into the open willy-nilly, forcing a fight, what happened to OG a few moments ago is going to happen to them. Likitha Esports, Goblin brought back, not a single player lost yet. They are going to choose to back off completely, disengage, reset, and look for points somewhere else on this map. Although the circle is still favoring them, Necro. They are smack center of the zone, with 4M quite close. Reckoning closing in from the east, and west is going to be put under threat by CK.
4 Miracles in the smack center. They seem a bit safe for now, but you never know. Maybe there's going to be too many teams clashing on that same compound. And that's when they can probably sense that panic. TWOB on top of that potato hill, things looking quite good. And Dandy, K9 Esports too, next to him. And knowing how K9 Esports is, they're not going to be thinking twice before making any sort of pounce. They directly will make that push. And the odds of them coming out on top are also quite high, considering they've got players like Slug, Ninja Boy, and Beast. So yeah, everyone packs a lot of punch. K9 Esports, they're just a raw powerhouse.
But look at that. Godlike quite close to the players of Reckoning Esports, Gravity and Funk. The two IGLs spotting out the threat that they could have walked in potentially. And now with this information, who engages first is going to be the big question over here. Milestone completed for Likitha Esports as they secure 50 finishes in this tournament so far. But for Godlike, not good news that Revenant X-Spark has chosen to cross the Nova Ripnoi Bridge right now, and they are looking to secure a big game for themselves. The hovercraft, extremely tanky, we keep talking about it. Admino gets taken out. Jonathan and Sim still surviving.
Oh my God!
He finds two for his team once again, making the big moves, making the big plays. Godlike barely on the verge of survival, but Sarang says no from the back, and Godlike are going to be completely wiped from this match. 4 finishes from Revenant for a Revenant X-Pac, but the third party is going to be a swift one. Sarang on the run as Phoenix Esports show up out of nowhere. Not any HP remaining, well, barely any in fact, and finally gets shut down. The man from Revenant X-Pac, the last survivor, also gets taken out.
Simp almost flipped the odds. He almost made it happen once again. He's an absolute clutch meister. Especially when he was taken down to just 1 HP. I thought he stunned for it, but then he still strikes another man down with the DBS. Simp is always someone that rises back up from the ashes. Incredible player. Phoenix Esports on the screen. And looking at what's going on right now, Phoenix Esports, they themselves realize that now it's time to play things a little bit more passive. Maybe let the lobby breathe. And then we can try and patch a few things up. And speaking of patching, that's what Aimbot is doing, repairing his vehicle.
I mean, it is important as well, but Phoenix, the timing of that third party was very impressive. Just perfect. 2 finishes off of that, but K9 Esports, let's talk about them. Finally, after Likitha Esports abandoned that compound fight, K9 were given some freedom to move out, and they've chosen to fight TWOB for the control of the Potato Hill. It is not going to be easy though. Stage 4 of the match, Necro, coming to an end. And Stage 5 takes us, well, to where the players of Likitha Esports are. Potato Hill still the prime position because of that high ground advantage that it gives you.
Yeah, a bit of a curveball though. And K9 Esports finding themselves in a good spot too. But all they need to do is win a fight against TWOB and they will be in the prime spot. In the prime contention. That's the only one single team that's possessing a big threat. But as soon as I say so in Phoenix Esports, they line up on that same vicinity. And now K9 Esports, they've got a major threat to worry about in the name of Phoenix Esports. And already a few shots taken from Slug. And what a knock that was! Tracing on point from the man.
Well, that tracing was just perfect, but K9, I don't think they are going to go too far from here. Slug, the last survivor for the side of K9 Esports, on the run, trying to save his life, trying to see if they can get a few survival points, if not the finishes, because only one finish on the board for K9 Esports so far in this game. And even if they get taken out early, they won't get any placement points. Omega somehow managed to survive behind the players of Phoenix. So much damage dished out by TWOB. But after the reset, Phoenix back off.
Omega is in the smack center, still knocked out, but as soon as I say so, he gets confirmed. TWOB, in my opinion, they should have made the push as soon as they heard those gunshots. Third partying at that right instance could have given the advantage to TWOB, but instead, they were playing too much of that defense. And too much of anything is a big problem. TWOB, though, still on offense against the players of 8-Bit. As always, gets knocked out. I like a bit of that piece of aggression that we're seeing from TWOB, but even that gets shut down from a third party. Cincinnati Kids having a line of sight at the top of the hill. TWOB, they've got too much to worry about, but that nade's gonna deal the damage and seal the deal against 8-Bit.
Hey man, boom goes the dynamite, and 8-Bit along with it. TWOB, the world of battle, bringing in the heat in this game. 2 eliminations on the board already. And Phoenix Esports, they could be the next target. Right up front, they have the information. And Khanna, look at him, just hiding behind that rock, and Buggy stalking them. That's a very, very impressive way to just observe what Phoenix Esports are going to be up to. Medal, they are looking to get aggressive, moving in from the southeastern edge of the circle. Team Tamilas up front, Legit with that nade. Does he find the connection? It looks good, but no. Misses the gap of the shack. Team Tamilas on the other side. For them, it should be easy to line up the utility, although it does fall a bit short, to be honest.
Fox just walked into that Molotov. The man just lit himself up. But he's okay for now. Team Tamilas constantly tossing out the smokes, trying to keep themselves shrouded. And know this, that Team Tamilas, they're surrounded by too many foes at this point. Survival seems next to impossible unless they pull off a miraculous play against Metal Esports and somehow find the opener. Then that would definitely have a chance to flip the odds. The utilities are constantly being tossed from both the sides, but Team Tamilas, they're running out of resources. Another nade tossed in towards Legit. It's just going to do some bare minimum damage, not enough to get the knock.
Yeah,
and Legit once again backs away. Metal Esports, they've got every single person from their force alive.
But they need to be careful as well, because Reckoning on that flank have a high ground advantage from where they will have a line of fire to pick off the players, the individuals from the side of Metal Esports. Nade lined up again, and this time it looks good. And there's the opener. Sarvit with a big play does make sure that Team Tamilas are going to be down to their last man. Maxi finished off instantly. Although the point was stolen, Necro, it went to a different squad. And Fox OP, he's going to stay hidden inside of that shack now. A 1v4 awaits him on the other side.
Even though that point got stolen, it's okay for Metal Esports. They were just looking for a breakthrough, that's it. And that one single elimination found them that breakthrough. They found them that threshold. And now they're going to try to make sure that they topple it over. Hold on to that thought, though. VXT making a pounce against 4 Miracle Esports. And Equinox making some miraculous work happen, as he's already found the first strike. Versatile, for a moment, they were with the disadvantage. But as soon as I say so, the disadvantage still continues as 4 Miracles, they wipe them out.
Yeah, Versatile over there, too much pressure. Last man left alive. And he got distracted for a few seconds, but Cincinnati Kids up against Likita Esports. They found the opener, they find the frags as well. But from the distance, Viper causing a lot of trouble as he chooses to strike down these individuals. 2 players knocked out. The revives are going to come through. Cincinnati Kids in a much safer position, and they've broken into the top 7 of this match. Reckoning, well, they are going to be the ones facing the Reckoning this time. Likita Esports still with the upper hand, literally the upper hand in this fight. All they have to do is somehow avoid the line of fire against Metal. This door, it's going to blow off soon. But Reckoning Esports, it seems like too much pressure. As Phoenix, they found the opener, and Reckoning Esports are down to their last player. One man knocked out. No recovery for him. The last man is still playing that Eastern Edge.
Phoenix Esports, there we go. The first opener. And that's going to be opening up a lot of opportunities for Phoenix Esports now. TWOB, they've been ruling the hilltop for the longest of the times. And Phoenix Esports has been trying their best to break through that hilltop. And finally, they found the opener. Superman as well, taking down Super Low. The Molotov to follow it up. Can it find the knock? That's the question. And eventually even Superman gets knocked out. But even Phoenix Esports, they're facing that wrath. They're taking too much damage upon themselves. There's a few third parties as well. That's coming in the mix.
But still, Phoenix, they've done quite well for themselves. Necro, 8 eliminations on the board. And the nade is going to be close to Anonymous. Some damage dished out, but not enough for the knock. The Molotov takes Yashu by surprise. He's going to be forced into the backlines. And look at that beautiful wall of smokes laid out by Phoenix Esports. It gives them so much map control of this fight. But Superman in the backlines, he's going to constantly ping his teammates and give the information away, making it easier for Yashu and the rest of the players from TWOB to line up their utils. The nades, just making sure that these Phoenixes are going to be burned alive down to their last man, Fury. And he can't really walk up to secure that finish point for himself. His teammate in front, aimbot knocked out. Can Phoenix recover? It is going to be difficult, but with how he has crawled back so far, I think they should be able to get the revive.
Phoenix always rises up from the dead. It always rises up from the ashes. But maybe this time he will be put to sleep. Phoenix Esports taken out of the competition, but they've still managed to get 8 finishes and 5th spots. That's a decent amount of points for Phoenix Esports. That's still going to achieve that bare minimum that they need in the overall standings. But TWOB, what a game it's been so far. They needed to perform, and when the SWAT's on the neck, they're performing.
The only thing I'm concerned about is finishes. They need a few more. Look at the Esports on the other side. It seems like back to the form from day one, breaking into the top 4 with 6 eliminations to their name. And this is how they were able to get to the #1 position in the overall leaderboard on day 1 itself. Cincinnati Kids, a team still in recovery, started the day on the 8th position in the overall leaderboard. And this time, with this match, they will push themselves further deep inside of those rankings. The only team that can contest them and can ruin their day, it is going to be the side of Medal Esports or TWOB because of the high ground advantage that they have. But Sarvit from Medal dropped extremely low, still surviving, still driving around, scouting for information. But Thunder, he sees all 4 individuals from Cincinnati Kids in front of him. And this information is going to be relayed to the rest of the team. Look at Medal reposition themselves for this fight.
While all the teams were busy duking it out against each other, Cincinnati Kids was keeping themselves anonymous and keeping their numbers intact. Medal Esports pretty much doing the same thing. The only problem we saw was in the name of Team Tamalas, but even that was dealt with without any problems. And now Cincinnati Kids, the biggest thorn in the way for Medal Esports' achievement. And Cincinnati Kids, backs against the wall. Wall of death starting to close up. The next zone's going to pop right on top of the place. Look at the Esports. A little bit of that zone also favoring Medal Esports, so that means CK. And now it's time to move. They will need to leave this comfort zone, move out in the open, and that's when Medal Esports will have the striking advantage.
They will have the striking advantage, but they need to strike hard in that one fight itself. Just 2 finishes on the board for now for Medal Esports. And of course, 19 seconds, 18 seconds remain before this stage starts to collapse. The teams forced into the open, but Cincinnati Kids, Necro, they found the opener, all thanks to Aditya. Legit knocked out, and Medal. This is time wasted. This is resources wasted. Cincinnati Kids, they need to close in as quickly as possible, constantly dishing out damage upon Thunder and Sarvit. And Sarvit just gives up on that nade and straight up looks for a firefight. Thunder with the trade, Aditya knocked and finished, and Cincinnati Kids, even though they kick things off in a great manner, the reset for Medal comes through, and Cincinnati Kids are the ones getting toyed with now.
Exactly, all the remaining players just grouped up behind that one single rock. And speaking of the rock, even Flock is making that push. He's tossing out a few utilities on the way. Flashbangs as well being thrown from Metal Esports, but the connection through the smoke is on point. And Sarpin, this man seems unstoppable. The smoke can block the line of sight, but not the bullets. And that's what Metal Esports is taking the advantage of, constantly spamming away against the players of CK. And CK cannot do anything because they never see those bullets coming.
But look at this, Necro. The third party comes through, Prince knocked out, and look at the Esports, even though they found the opening, they will be left to chase those scraps 3 versus 2 as TWOB make the pounce. Hector, he's still alive. Viper knocked out, but Hector's HP, it's just a magic pixel and he's hiding in the car. But with the explosions going off around him, Hector also gets finished off. And then there were 2 Team 7 players alive. Medal with all 4, technically all 4, because Prince was knocked out. He's been brought back into the game just now. And TWOB with 3 players left. Superman, Yashu, and Anonymous. And Necro, as you said, TWOB, they needed a big game. They needed a big match, lots of finishes. And this chicken dinner, if it goes in their hands, it is going to be a massive, massive recovery. A big climb on the overall leaderboard.
Before this game, TWOB was on the 16th, at the bottom of the overall standings. And after this game, it's got to be a catapult. Depending on how many points they've gathered from this one single game, it can really affect their confidence in the overall standings. And the same thing can be said for Metal Esports too.
Yes.
They're not doing too hot either. They're on the 12th spot, so even they desperately need the points. But TWOB just needs them a little bit more.
Well, both the teams need them, and TWOB, as you mentioned, desperation comes through. Superman with those perfect nades, and Yashu with one more lob towards Thunder. This Thunder, it's not going to get converted into lightning, and well, TWOB, the strike is going to be a swift one as Metal Esports are going to be wiped out, all 4 of them in a matter of seconds, and TWOB, they walk away with a very impressive chicken. Man, that was very unpredictable with how this game concluded. It was unpredictable, but in the end, it was a fight. And well, I just had a time of my life watching that.
That was such a systematic fight in the end by TWOB.
Yeah.
Such a systematic wipe, such a clinical wipe. Those knocks being found with the utilities and then moving on and taking down the third man as well. Even the third knock was almost found by that nade, but he pretty much pulled out the M416 and domed him down in the end. But still, Metal Esports, they never saw this coming.
Exactly. No one saw it coming, man. Because those first 2 knocks, alright, I get it. The player that was playing the rooftop, easier to knock out, but that nade going through that tiny gap, plus from behind the smoke as well, was what was most impressive. But then again, a few moments ago, they did the same thing to Likita Esports.
Likita Esports, that's a whole different story. They were just staying in the Smack Center, not even doing anything. They were pretty much feeling lazy, and they still somehow got those placement points. It's like Likita Esports, even when they don't want to be consistent, they're still consistent.
Hey man, but another turning point. And this story for this group, it's going to get more intense because as we were talking about it during the game as well, Metal Esports was in the bottom 4. TWOB was dead last.
Exactly. Where was this TWOB in the first 2 days? It feels like they've got a lot of those strategies still hidden in their sleeves, and probably as the time keeps on passing by, maybe TWOB, they're going to pull them out one by one. And right now in this game of Erangel, we saw one of them being pulled out.
Hey man, time will grab you by the wrist and direct you where to go eventually. So let's see. This is going to be interesting to see how the rest of the day turns out, because this game, it wasn't just about the bounce backs. We saw a few teams at the top taking a tumble as well. That's going to make things a little bit more interesting at the top of the leaderboard. I mean, you talk about Seoul, one of the first teams to get wiped out. And Cincinnati Kids, they had an opportunity to strike over there.
Exactly my point.
They hesitated so much.
They found the opening knock as well against Legit, but they still did not make the pounce.
Yeah.
I don't understand why that hesitation was there from CK. I do understand there was a lot of that damage being put against you by Thunder, but still, it was one of those moments that you needed to make the push happen no matter what. But CK still, that hesitancy was there, and that's why Metal Esports, they got that recovery done. As soon as Legit was back upon his feet, you saw Thunder was doing too much damage.
Yeah, I think they have like 12 or 13 eliminations, TWOB, in this game.
like that.
And of course, the MVP of the game, Yashu, very impressive with the util. this time around. 6 finishes on the board.
Wow.
1159 damage dished out. That is impressive from a single individual.
Yeah, the man was definitely dealing a lot of damage, and I'm pretty sure even he found a lot of knocks as well. Considering TWB had the hilltop, which makes a lot of sense, that's why the damage numbers are high, because they pretty much had the line of sight on the entire playing field, and they were probably taking a lot of shots too. You've also got Anonymous with 5 finishes, and Aimbot from Phoenix Esports with 3 Superman as well from TWB. Pretty much the entire lineup is over here, just one single man missing.
Yeah, just one single man missing, and I don't think he's going to care about it. TWB overall done exceptionally well for themselves in this particular matchup. Alright, that is 14 finishes on these 3 players. So, again, impressive, very impressive. But looking at the match summary itself, 12 grenade finishes, and I wonder how many happened in those final fights. 230 smokes used. With where the circle was going, to be honest, that is a little too many.
That's a lot of smokes, and I think so all thanks to TWB once again.
Yeah.
That line of sight from the hilltop, constantly taking shots against the teams, and the other teams, the only way they could keep themselves safe was through the smokes.
And it was that Phoenix Esports fight as well. It was the K9 Esports fight as well. The wall of smokes laid out for extra bit of cover, but let's see, point standing. TWB 24 points, dropping a big one on everyone, in fact, in this matchup. Likita Esports on second with 12. Metal Esports did quite well as well. 11 points. Phoenix Esports, and another consistent performance coming in. Phoenix was already in the top 6, and I think this just pushes them further deep.
Yeah, that's a massive game right there from TWB, and Likita Esports too getting 12 points. We all saw Likita Esports was not doing anything. They were just in this mag center. The remaining 2 players were just lying prone, and they still somehow found themselves in the top 3. It's hard for me to believe, but let's move on towards the overall standings. Yeah, we do see the latter half of the board of the point standings as well. A few known names on the latter half of the board. The first game not really going their way, but maybe the second game will. We've got the overall standings on the screen. Versatile now taking over Seoul and pretty much keeping themselves on the first spot. You've also got Likita Esports on the third.
Yeah, and it is going to be interesting to see how this Versatile versus Seoul competition is going to go. Revenant X-Park inside of the top 5. This game, again, could have been better, but Revenant X-Park, we know they like to start off slow and then make the pounce later on in the day. Cincinnati Kids, now that is a drop. So their performance boost, I think that might happen in the upcoming Miramar or maybe on the matches of Sanhok. But the leap that has been made by TWB, 58 points now. They started the day with 34, and our calculations were make sure you get as close to 100. So I think if they can get themselves to 70 or 80 points by the end of the day, it is all good.
My calculation just was get out of that bottom 3. Simple. The bottom 3 was a major line. It was a major cutoff between the remaining of the lobby. And now that TWB has finally broken through that bottom 3, even Reckoning Esports is now super close to be that top 8. So anything can happen now. The bottom 2 teams still a bit far away. If those teams still somehow manage to step things up a bit more, especially for Miracle Esports, not that far back as well. They just need 11 or 12 points in the upcoming game, and even they can break out of that bottom era.
Yeah, it's not going to be too difficult. All they need to do is just reset themselves, focus on the upcoming match. And the competition still goes on, though. Things are getting more and more intense for Group A, ladies and gentlemen. And that was just game number 1 of the day. We still have 5 more matches lined up. Coming up is going to be the map of Miramar after this very short break.
We've got that temperatures high, but it make way. We came here to slay, slay. Let's go.
Let's go! P3 Pro takes mobile gaming to the next level. So first was the AI motion control. आपके मूवमेंट्स को गेम के साथ सिंक कर देता है. AI अल्ट्रा टच कंट्रोल आपके फिंगर मूवमेंट्स को ट्रैक करके टच कंट्रोल को लाइटिंग फास्ट और लैग फ्री बना देता है. मतलब बटरी स्मूथ गेम प्ले जो हर गेमर का ड्रीम होता है यार. तो P3 Pro is the choice.
सो नीरज, फ्लाइट पाथ देख के आपकी लैंडिंग स्ट्रेटेजी क्या होगी? बस सही एंगल, राइट ग्रिप, और फिर इसको फेंकना नहीं आता, ओके, फाइनल सर्कल, 20 बंदे बचे हैं, क्या करोगे? प्रेशर नहीं लेता मैं सर, जेवलिन में दिमाग को ठंडा रखना पड़ता है। और फिर इसको फेंकना नहीं आता यार। नहीं आता। क्लोज रेंज में आपका फेवरेट वेपन कौन सा है? सबसे स्ट्रेटजी और टाइमिंग का खेल है सर, जेवलिन की तरह। अरे मेरा मतलब गन्स, M416 ग्रेनेड फेंक देंगे सर, सब फेंक देंगे। यार इसको सच में फेंकना नहीं आता।
नहीं आता।
अच्छा ये लो, नेट स्पैम करके दिखाओ। वाओ, इसको फेंकना नहीं आता, मगर इसको नेट फेंकना आता है यार।
आता है।
नीरज तो फेंकने में पास हो गया। आप भी BGMI खेलो और रश करो और चिकन डिनर। यार तुम तो फेंकने में चैंपियन निकले। चैंपियन नहीं सर, कॉन्करर। ओ यस।
Welcome back after the break, ladies and gentlemen, to the realme BGIS 2025. The grind almost coming to an end. Last group about to perform for the last 2 days. They have played their first match of the second last day, the penultimate day of competition in the grind. The Super Johnny joined by Salty. I was about to call you Johnny again because apparently there are two of me now. And yeah, you're still wearing my pants.
I'm still wearing your pants, but this time at the top is mine. But never mind, it's all right. We are gonna keep on sharing the clothes, but as of now, it seems like the space that is on towards the lower half of the points table, that is being shared by a couple of these top dogs, Metal Esports and TWOB.
Yeah.
What happened in that game? That was fabulous.
Yeah, that was fabulous indeed, and we are seeing them swap positions now in the overall leaderboard amongst other teams. But ladies and gentlemen, if you guys are looking to swap your device, and by that I mean getting a new one, check out the Realme P3 Pro 5G. Ladies and gentlemen, the segment's best performance phone starting from 21,999. Go on to Flipkart, search for the Realme P3 Pro 5G, and of course there's a giveaway contest Necro is telling us about that is being run by Crafton India Esports. You can check that out as well, and amazing features in this device. We see them in the promo, the AI motion control, the AI ultra touch control as well, that helps you play a little bit better. Of course, you're going to need to practice on every single device that you get. That is how you get better as well. But talking about practice, it seems like they've been practicing their utilities, and by that I mean TWOB.
What a wonderful control that was on the northern part of the circle,
Yes.
right? I mean, there were so many teams, especially the likes of Phoenix Esports, the likes of Revenant X-Park, the likes of Godlike, and a lot more. But TWOB, through all the competition, maintaining that position, maintaining the composure, it's very unlikely of TWOB, isn't it?
It is very unlikely of them, but when you bring up that godlike Revenant X-Spark conflict that happened, man, that was very awkward, although it was very quick. That is what I like about it. Both of them getting taken out. And I do not understand why Revenant X-Spark went and just charged in the faces of godlike over there, because both of them knew that Reckoning Esports had the flank from the start. They were waiting for an opportunity to strike. And as soon as these two teams collided, both of them were able to take out bodies from each other's side. An instantaneous third party, Phoenix Esports, they show up. They're like, all right, we want a few points for ourselves as well. And they just find the last frag onto Sarang.
I feel like Phoenix Esports has been the most opportunistic out of the rest
Yes,
of
that
the
is
teams
true.
inside of this lobby. They always look for the opportunity and their position to strike. But coming back to Revenant, X-Park and Godlike, I personally feel like that was one for the highlight reels. That was one for all of these teams. But ladies and gentlemen, of course, the next match is going to be fun.
As you said, Salty, the next match in front of us, the map of Miramar, is where we are headed next, ladies and gentlemen. This time, the trajectory of the plane starting from the central western edge, just west of La Driela, and it's going to go all the way towards the northeastern quadrant, Campo Militar.
This flight path is actually a pretty big pain for majority of the teams who want to go towards the south. Talk about Minas del Sur, talk about Chumacera, Lostliness, a little hard. To be honest, Chumacera, you can still glide your way towards it, but if you want to go towards Minas del Sur, Partona, or possibly even Impala, you will have to do majority of the gliding. The map standings, if you look at that, Team Seoul, they've been absolutely brilliant, especially that historic performance that we saw. And I want to see if that can be repeated once again, especially after their first match debacle, Johnny.
Yeah.
What do you think?
I mean, there's still opportunity to recover, right? 5 more matches left, man. And a grand total of 11 if you include the 6 from tomorrow. So, I believe nothing, even in the overall leaderboard, is set in stone right now, especially after what happened to Seoul in that previous game. But anyways, let's talk about this. Is the fight for Picado still going to take place? That is the first thing that I want to see. It seems like a simple no would suffice, because Likita Esports is the only team heading for Picado. Medal with a 4-man widespread drop in the middle of absolutely nowhere.
Picado fight will be there, but I believe that is going to take some time. But San Martin is where I want to have my focus on, because Revenant X-Park versus Phoenix, always the first battle on Miramar if these two teams are in the same vicinity. Not a lot of weaponry on either of those sides. Look at that, Phoenix Esports chasing them with 2 shotguns. And I'm not really sure if the pump action is going to be enough. The nade on Sarang. Johnny, it is being equipped. They want to raise the alarm horns. The war horns have been raised. But it's just about finding the right contact at the right time.
Sarang does not want Phoenix Esports to see anything. Lobs a smoke at his feet and just runs back. Oh, Shadow with the Thompson. It should be easy to find this knock as well at this distance. It's just perfect for him. But Venom, nade being cooked. Lobs it towards Shadow, jumps out the window at the right time. Sarang with an off angle and the pump action shotgun. Venom, it's going to be down to him to find the opener for the side of Phoenix. From the side of Revenant, Sarang needs to be the playmaker. Venom just closes the door in his face and goes back. Oh man, both these teams just fighting for control of the building, and they have split it between themselves of sort. Revenant X-Park taking the ground floor, and Phoenix Esports is taking the higher floors of this triple story.
This is an advantage for Revenant X-Park, to be honest, because now they will have the option of falling back if they do want to. Phoenix Esports, on the other side, they are trapped on the higher ends of this building so far.
But you know why this is happening, right? Revenant X-Park, I think a call was made that, hey, we are going to get wiped out early anyways, so might as well just go for a fight against Phoenix.
Wow.
Right? There was no difference in going towards Novorepnoy or Yasnaya. They went to Yasnaya in day number 1. Erangel got wiped out instantly in the previous game. They got away with a few extra picks.
Yeah, sure, but then we do remember what happened on the next game of Miramar, right? The 1v4 by Shadow. You kind of have forgotten about that. It seems like the scoreline between Phoenix and Revenant X-Park has been 1-1 so far. I still believe that this fight is going to take some taking. There is no backing off, for sure. What I mean by disengaging from the fight is to try and take better position.
Yeah.
Maybe. Or maybe also try and gather some better weaponry.
But look at what is happening between K9 and 4 AM as well. 2 players overlapping. There it is. Omega on top of the hill, and Dreams just running down below. Dreams is not having any dreams about this. Omega hasn't moved an inch. He's waiting there. AKM all ready. Just tracking the movement of Dreams. 3, 2, 1. There's the knock. And the finish. 4 AM. They gotta get more aggressive than that, man.
K9 has been so quick on their feet, to be honest. Finding high grounds on the map of Miramar has always been a challenge for majority of the teams, but this team seems to do it so effortlessly. Find those positions and holding them till you find your first pick. And of course, that was the first pick of the game, ladies and gentlemen. K9 Esports, especially with Omega. But this position and the formation that K9 have adopted is definitely a little surprising, isn't it?
More than the frag, I mean, along with the frag, it was a delivery of that Mini 14. That's the best weapon to use from this height, man. Oh, what an upgrade, right? The other one was a pump action shotgun that he just dropped. Now has a Mini 14 to work with. Omega is going to be happy right now for the next few minutes at least. Plus, they have the control of the center of the circle as well.
I do doubt if 4 AM are actually going to go after Omega, because the information was relayed that there is just one guy on this hilltop and the rest of the players who are nowhere near. There might be a convergence coming in from the rest of the players of 4AM, but we'll have to wait for that to find out. But my heart is still beating. There was a fight going on in San Martin. There was a fight that was brewing up in Picardo. What has been going on over there?
Well, the Picardo fight, I don't think anyone is going to challenge Likita Esports today, because their trend usually has been that if they do well, if they do decent in game number 1, they're going to do decent in all the other matches. So game number 1, that top 4 finish, yeah, day 1, that's what happened. 5 games, they were in the top 5 consistently with a minimum of 4 finishes in those matches. Day number 2, they weren't able to break into the top 5 even a single time. So do well in one game, do well in all games. Do bad in the first game, and the whole day just bombs. On the other side, Phoenix and Revenant X-Pac, I think those two teams are just too used to each other. It's like being in a toxic relationship where your lovers are just constantly trying to gaslight you.
Oh.
And in this time, well, they are trying to light each other with probably Molotovs at this point, just flush out the players from the cover they are hiding in. But Medal Sarvit, in this Ridge rotation, we've seen it happen before, but what we've not seen is Godlike be this close to them.
Yeah, I mean, coming back to that, Johnny, I know you were talking about from personal experience. I'm not going to go over there.
What do you mean from personal experience? My life is going well.
For now, yeah, recovery. That is
Yeah.
what we call
Yeah.
comeback.
A comeback.
Day 2, clear comebacks.
In the overall leaderboard of life. 2025, just like Destro, is going to be my year as well.
Well, we'll find out. The odd year, of course, starting well for you, but for a hero extreme godlike, the first match did not really go that well. Revenant X-Pac converging upon them from all directions. Simp was still the man, and this man has to be given so much credit because I believe the latter half of last year he was fighting for his spot in the squad. He was constantly being benched between Zap and other players, but this man finally found his footing, and especially inside of realme BGIS, he certainly made his presence felt.
I don't know why they benched him in the first place after what happened in Pro Series 2024.
Yeah.
One of the big reasons for Godlike being where they were in the overall leaderboard was Simp and his individual shenanigans, man, in those fights. He's still impressive, still holds the same form. We have a few of our colleagues with us. I want to know if they agree. Yeah, should not have been benched.
Not an
amazing
X.
player.
Amazing player, amazing guy over there. But again, right, Sarang's presence not felt in that position. Phoenix Esports coming into third party. A lot of situations were happening, especially on the Northern Frontier. Last game was spicy. I want this game to be spicier as well. Today, I believe there's going to be a lot of upsets in the entirety of the overall standings. But talk about this fight. 8-bit versus Team Soul. And look at this. Mani, as a matter of fact,
This is what happened when the last time Soul dropped a big bomb in this game of Miramar. Man, this was something else. And of course, it all began with that 8-bit clash where Soul almost lost everything. Going forward, wiping out Phoenix, even though Phoenix were the ones who kicked things off in a brilliant manner. But in this particular match, that playing for, and especially that Hunter-Somme combo was what they were banking on. But guess what? It was the IGL Manya who took the stand for his team, the best performing player in this game, and of course, the best performance we have seen in Miramar ever. But hey, what is this? Finally, I think opening found Phoenix versus Revenant X-Pac, and Revenant X-Pac, well, they erupt Phoenix Esports, and they light them ablaze. 3 players knocked and finished, and it's a 1v4 for Aimbot. Well, you know, he's going to have to connect every single shot of this pump-action shotgun right on the heads of the players of Revenant X-Pac if he wants to find those frags. Only 5 rounds in that magazine and 4 players in front of him. So mathematically, he can pull it off, but realistically, I don't think so, buddy.
Mathematically, 1.25 bullets per player is what he can expend over there. But talking about X-Pac, I believe that this is a typical example of choking your opposition to death. It did not give them any position, and now Aimbot, of course, being absolutely stuck in this position. Look at the way Revenant X-Pac have set up all their trades, where they're playing respect. They know, as a matter of fact, that there might be a clutch situation, there might be a 1v4, but still, they're not taking the risk. Beautiful stuff, and of course, it was Spray God from the side of Revenant X-Pac with the 3 eliminations. Joker coming up with 1. The fight of San Martin, Spray God has accepted. It can go either way. This time, it goes in the favor of Revenant X Park. Last match revenge kind of has been claimed, isn't it?
Yeah, revenge for the previous Miramar, but again, on Miramar, Revenant X Park generally end up winning against Phoenix Esports every single time. As you said, I want them to win on Erangel as well, because that is the first game and the last game of every single competitive day. And I understand Revenant X Park, they have a lot of experience in themselves, so they know how to mentally reset, but it is difficult to just start off the day by getting wiped out every single time. Although on the other side, Versatile up against Godlike, and it is Godlike who start things off with that opening knock on the Versatile. They do end up picking up that knock player, which was S-Power. The rescue is there, but the hunt from Godlike is there as well. The chase is on, and S-Power is going to be the first casualty of this fight.
Look at Hero Extreme Godlike on the run, on their tails. And I love this heat from Godlike as well, right? They know, as a matter of fact, it's been a battle that has been going on for a while. Versatile constantly causing them problems. We also saw on the map of Erangel as well, Versatile and Godlike have had this engagement for a while. So it is a rivalry which has been brewing up and might be one of the rivalries that we have to watch out for in this new age. Godlike, lovely position for them inside of the circle, can also try and gatekeep the likes of Versatile Esports. But look at the influx coming in from Reckoning as well as Likita Esports as well, right? I believe Godlike, in the kind of position they are, there might be a lot of frags brewing up for them. But talk about K9, talk about Orangutan. It seems like Ninja Boy hunting for information, does get the positioning of a couple of players, but he has none of his comrades with him. On the other side, it's Likita versus Team Soul, and Viper is looking to open things up. New gun versus new gun. It's Hunters up next. Nades equipped on either side. Johnny, who's going to find first contact? Only time's going to tell.
Well, time will tell, and it is just a few more seconds before the inevitable happens. And there it is. Some kick things off. The first knock coming in for Soul, but Likita Esports instantaneously find the trade as well as Knuckle gets knocked and finished off. The Molotov burning Some alive, but he barely survives with the pixel, and the follow-up nade not connecting could be a big blunder for Likita Esports. Point blank range, and he finds the knock, but the trade will be there, of course. 2 versus 2. Manya pushing forward. Viper shotgun ready at the door, wants to take the IGL of Soul out, but it's not going to be easy. Now the readjustment. Hunters, they are indoors. Hunter hiding in the corner. The stun comes through, although both of them were blinded. And Viper, a big mistakes as he steps in front of that door. The angle found by the players of Soul. Although from the back lines, where do these guys come from? It is Godlike looking to third party. They want a few finishes for themselves as well.
The trifecta of possibly the biggest teams in the competition so far. Hero Extreme Godlike look to converge upon Soul at this matter, and the timing is dire perfect. Neo, of course, did find the opportunity to go outside of the sight lines and the fight lines as well, trying to keep himself alive, but needs to care for his back lines. Instantly after utilizing a couple of throwables, it seems like Godlike, they've taken the backseat.
Salty, look at the radar. There's someone else just stalking
K9.
What is happening over here. K9, Slug was the one who was closed in on this position, but he can't really do much or get involved in it at all. Neo, nade lobbed out again, looking to cause trouble for the players of Soul. Versatile show up. They found the opening of that door, so they have an angle to put pressure on the lads of Soul who are going to be stuck indoors. Man, how many teams are there? Soul, Likita Esports, Versatile, Godlike, K9 for some reason are still split up. Those two individuals, and both of them playing different positions. K9 is off to some interesting shenanigans.
They always do that. They always go in for those massive splits. But why I love this decision-making from Hero Extreme Godlike is the fact you mentioned it perfectly. There are so many teams in the vicinity. I believe that had they involved themselves into the fight, there would have been a third party nonetheless. But now look at this. Shot from K9 Esports. One of their players, Ninja Boy, was trying to do something. But of course, Shadow coming in from the flank with the vehicle runner was perfect.
You know what happened over there? He scoped in, and because of the scope, his tunnel
Yes.
vision, he wasn't able to see that buggy move out. And by that buggy, I mean this beautiful, beautiful Formula 1 skin over here. So Ninja Boy was tunnel vision on that one player, did not see the vehicle cross in from the left. And then it was a hilarious, hilarious knock. Slug also getting finished off. So Revenant X-Park do find that extra point, but before going, Ninja Boy did make things a little bit easier for TWOB over here, as the pressure and the readjustment that is required from Revenant X-Park, it is there, but also along with it, a little bit of panic, because the positioning they would ideally want against TWOB, it is going to be compromised, so they're going to be forced to move out. Reckoning Esport down assist knocked out into the open. Oh, this is so difficult to look at, man.
And to be honest, quite comfortably easy pickings for Hero Extreme Godlike. But where the rest of the players of Reckoning is going to be my question, because if they do hold positions and angles, I believe this is such an open terrain, there will be opportunity. Look at that. Viper was there. I really believe that Gravity is in position as well. Yes, they are. No shots being fired. Godlike still running around like it's an absolute open park. Finally, shots come in, and Godlike, I believe, they're also once again going to pull through.
They make his teammates watch him bleed to his inevitable demise. Godlike is just brutal. Reckoning Esports, though, how do they react to this? I think they are inside the edge of the circle, so no incentive to force a fight against the players of Godlike as of yet. Although a little bit of development over there, TWOB versus Soul situation, as Manya did get knocked and did get finished off by one of the players from the side of TWOB. And I believe Soul, they're going to be down to the last player. Yes, they are. Versatile versus Godlike. Action still continues with Medal in the distance, waiting to see what happens on top of this hill.
This is such cutthroat competition, Johnny. Look at that. Versatile on 93, Godlike on 90 points. In fact, majority of the 6 teams within 5 points. I love the drama that is unfolding in front of us. But for Hero Extreme Godlike to try and push up to that #1 spot, I believe Reckoning Esports will be one of their praise. And as of now, Simp being caught in that position. Reckoning find the opportunity and they strike right on the money.
The one time we praise him is the one time he's the first man to go down from the side of Godlike. Simp, the first casualty, and Reckoning Esports are going to be happy with the fact that they have brought this entire collision down to a 3v3. But as you were talking about it, the top 9 teams, Salty, are separated by just 11 points between Soul and Team Tamilas. So there is an opportunity for Team Tamilas to take #1 away from Team Soul if they can have a big game right now. But here we have it, Revenant X-Park, a little bit of blunder in the face of OG. And as I said in the last game, the monkey business is turning up a profit this time.
For sure, but to be honest, Revenant X-Park never really had good positioning this entirety of this game so far. Once again, choking themselves to death, trying to force out this fight against Orangutan, whose compound it was under control. Cincinnati Kids also coming in from the backlines can cause problems for them. Look at this. This entire fight, of course, brewing up in the southwestern part of the circle itself. Flock trying to find a nice little ridge for cover, but it seems like both Cincinnati Kids and Orangutan, they're going to struggle their way inside the circle as a couple of gatekeepers are already in position. On the other side, look at that. Versatile Aquanox has actually been brought down, so I believe Godlike, they've opened things up, Johnny.
Yeah, and Reckoning Esports are quite close to them, so that will be a bigger problem for Versatile to deal with than Godlike. But OG versus Cincinnati Kids fight to control the southwestern edge of the circle, and OG, they have a very strong momentum for themselves right now.
Yeah.
Cincinnati Kids on the other side, not really the aggressive bunch in this lobby. They like to play for safety, they like to play for survival. It is the extreme late stages when they usually like to fight it out amongst whoever is surviving and usually go for the easy pickings. But this time, shots taken, damage dished out to Atanki from the side of OG, and OG though get distracted as they find the opening against the side of 4 aggressive man. But which team do they push for? And well, Wizgod, you got to drive better than that. That just completely slows the momentum of the push down.
It's completely fine, Johnny. He has been wielding the reins of Orangutan. 48% finished contribution on that. Let's talk about Hero Extreme Godlike. Jonathan has been run over. Raiden in position. That was an entry and a half. Versatile. They were so brilliant. Numbers disadvantage, but still a heroic entry into this fight. And of course, a shutdown against one of the best teams inside the competition.
Man, they ran into a bear trap over there, but the entry, as you said, it was heroic. And the trap just gets destroyed in a matter of seconds, but Pro needs to be careful over here. It's a 1v1 against AKOP, and we all know it's not a 1v1, it's a 3v1. So OG, they were the ones who ran into a trap. AKOP shotgun at the ready, finds the knock, but the finish conversion, as soon as it comes through, he over-aggresses for that point, and Eggy with that punish. So just a small little mistake resulting in OG getting taken out earlier than they would want to. 10 teams still alive in this matchup, 29 players still there. But 4 AM, do they have time for reset? Yes, they do. They are inside the circle, and TWOB isn't going to push without thinking, are they?
TWB knows that they have a bigger objective in mind, and that is to try and resurrect their position on the overall standings. The first map, of course, going their way. This man as well. They do not want to give it away, and they know 4 AM, they've got the hard covers, they've got the positioning as well. But it almost feels like a domino effect, Johnny, the way teams are trying to come in inside of the circle. Revenant X-Park pushing on Orangutan, Orangutan falling. Orangutan pushing against 4 AM, 4 AM falling. And I believe that this trend is going to continue on that western part of the circle. On the other side, of course, Metal Esports. They have a lovely little quadrant for themselves. And the only piece of problem that they have to face, the only one standing in their way, is going to be Versatile, Somraj and Raiden.
But let's see on the team standings from the 3rd to the 7th, all teams wiped out. Door wide open for Cincinnati Kids to take a big leap inside of that top 8 bracket. And of course, Team Tamilas as well, who are on the 9th position. Look at the replay. Jonathan, he found the opening. Somraj right next to him, but the entry for Raiden. And of course, the exit from that buggy. Quick readjustment to the shotgun and the shot connection as well. Everything done to perfection. Every single micro detail of how the execution of Godlike was supposed to happen, taken care of by Somraj and Raiden. But these two individuals, from here on out, the game is going to be extremely difficult for them. Surrounded from every single direction. Raiden, look at him. His position compromised. Medal up front for M in the backlines along with Reckoning Esports. So these two teams need to settle their differences ASAP. And I believe that nade, in fact the triple nade, to put the pressure on the players of 4M, but it is going to be Dragon breathing fire. Kyoya knocked out, Viper pushed behind those vehicles, and Gravity with his high ground needs to take out Reaper. He fails to do so, and the run over is going to be there. Reckoning Esports fumbling the fight, fumbling the ball, and 4 Miracle Esports pulling off a miracle in this one.
Do you know one of the reasons why Reckoning fumbled this fight?
Yeah.
It was Team 8-Bit's presence on the right-hand side. Viper had to distract himself, try and smoke out on the other side. That resulted in 4M giving the opening. But now look at this, Team Tamilas. They have actually suffered an opening against 8-Bit. Mafia's nade takes down Max COP, and Fox OP, of course, in position. But he needs to take care of Soul as well as 8-Bit simultaneously. Not in position, does have the shotgun, but his comrades, they have fallen, and he knows it's an opportunity to go in for a clutch. The shotgun, of course, connects. The first one found. Rico also going in for a revive. Team Tamila slowly and steadily, of course, resurrecting back into this fight. It's going to be Mafia who holds the reins of Team 8-Bit as of now. They have control over the ground floor of this. Nade does connect. I believe Team Tamilas might even be finished off, and I believe they have been. Yes, they have been.
Yeah, Team Tamilas forced to an early exit. No placement points from that one. They will still be 9th in the overall leaderboard after the performance of this game is done, I believe. But look at this. 8-Bit looking to recover. Last 2 individuals left alive, and Mafia has been very impressive in this game of Miramar so far. 5 finishes for this one man. But can he do the heavy lifting till the very end? That is going to be the question. And the answer is, of course, going to be quite exciting. But Stage 6 coming to an end.
You talked about heavy lifting. Look at their positioning. 8-Bit, they're still having the only compounds inside of the circle under their control that there exists. So majority of the fight that comes to them, I believe they will have a nice little positioning to take. But talk about 4 a.m., this team also needs to find their footing, also needs to find a way to get back on the overall standings. Prelio on that 16th position, now currently will be facing the brunt of both Cincinnati Kids and the Blue Zone, Johnny.
Yeah, and it's not going to be easy to survive. Cincinnati Kids, they wait for opportunities like this when they get to see those isolated individuals, but Wizard, he's been set ablaze. Still alive though, with 50% HP, a stun in his face for no reason. But the push comes through. Cincinnati Kids moving in. They're looking for that finish, looking for that point for themselves. And Wizard, he will have to pull a rabbit out of a hat to survive over here. The stun on the other side of the rock, returning the favor to the players of Cincinnati Kids, blinding them for a few seconds. But as he tries to fall back towards his teammate, he feels the pressure, he feels the heat of the lead just going through his body, and Cincinnati Kids, they find the frag for themselves. 3 finishes on the board as they break into the top 6 of this game.
Why would you show your back to your opposition after such a well-timed stun?
Fear, my friend.
Fear in their hearts, Wizard, knowing exceptionally well that there was no one to back him up, especially after his comrade had fallen. But CK, this is an amazing opportunity for them as Juicy finds the connection against Metal Esports. The opening is there, but I believe Metal Esports, they have a rather good positioning inside of the circle, so I believe Cincinnati Kids will hesitate to go in for the push. Still trying to find their way inside of the circle. Meanwhile, multiple teams taking shot at them. This is not comfortable for Juicy and his lads, but now they actually go in, Johnny. This is a fight that's going to break open.
Yeah, they have already broken open this fight, my friend. 2 knocks on the board, and Legend and Sarvit, they have no HP to work with, but Sarvit still finds the trade, and the second to follow up, and the third. Oh my goodness, Metal Esports, give them a medal for these clutches. They make it happen again. 9 finishes from this game, and the recovery that we wanted to see is there for Metal as well. Today is going to be an incredible day for this team. The first 2 games, amazing performances. The recovery also comes through. 3 players still alive. Legend with a DBS as they go up against 4 Miracle. Prince, no! Prone in an open position like that, and the punish form for Miracle is perfect. So first, Metal with the clutch, and now it is 4 Miracles. 9 finishes on the board for 4 Miracle as well. And this is going to be the only team that has numbers now towards the end game scenario. 8-Bit is there with just 2 players. Soul Hunters? How is he still alive? He's broken into the top 1. Raiden! My god! This piece of grass can shoot! It had a shotgun! It found a frag! And that is going to be the exit for Versatile. Top 3, here we go.
Took out a page out of Choker's playbook out there.
Yeah.
Raiden in that grass, in that bush. Absolutely brilliant. But now you mention it. Dare you call them outliers as 4M still make their presence felt. Dragon OP in position. 8-Bit. They fall. The nade was equipped in his hand. Always finds a connection. Mafia himself has 7 eliminations on board, and it's going to be a showdown right now. 8-Bit versus Soul. A 1v2. Hunters who survived for so long has an opportunity to shine. Has an opportunity for a chicken dinner, Johnny.
This game is over. 8-Bit, they have had the momentum for so long, but Hunters, we've seen him do this before, and this is the reason why he was brought to Team Soul. Mafia away is moving in, and Mafia with that vehicle is just scouting for information. Hunters is waiting for the angle, sees Oasis in the backlines, choose to pull the trigger, brought down to a 1v1. That AUG is the game changer over here. Nade exchange, he lobs it towards Oasis to find that extra finish point for his team. But Mafia, is he going to try and go for a revive? If he does, he's going to fall into a trap. Hunters closes in the distance. He knows where Mafia is. The nade is going to be lobbed out, but the vehicle goes flying. And the shotgun duel, it ensues. The shot connection and the clutch chicken dinner coming in for Soul again on the map of Miramar. How do they make it happen every single time?
I have no clue, and I have no clue how Hunters maintain his calm and composure. What a play it was. Find the connection on the first player. It's still decent for a player of the stature of Hunters. You expect him to find the connection. The nade on towards Mafia just blew open his covers. As a player behind cover, as someone in Mafia's shoes, how will you ever predict that's going to happen, right? And what do you do in that situation? Absolutely nothing. You give up.
I mean, you give up, but to be fair, Mafia got a lot of opportunities to over there, man. So again, as you said, how would you expect that you will be behind cover, the nade drops in your feet, and you still survive? The vehicle went flying from his face. And then it was like Hunters just looking him in the eye and asking a question like, who is going to protect you now from me?
I believe it was all about confidence on that lad. I mean, it's always been the trademark, the headlines. That this man does not fear at all. And even in that 1v2 situation, look at the way he's backing himself, right? He could have sat behind, waited for 8-bit to actually find him, come close to him and take those secured shots. No, he actually goes after them. And I feel like that is the mentality switch, I believe, which gave the chicken dinner. And oh my word, because imagine this. Soul had lost 2 players against a fight against Likhita Esports. Godlike had come in from the third party. Mania had fallen a wee while later. Hunters was the only one surviving, and he survived all the way through.
I was surprised he was still alive, by the way, because you read my mind. I was just about to point that Likhita Esports fight that Soul took very early in the game. That was like the second fight of this match, by the way. And still, he stayed alive till the very end, waited for an opportunity to strike, and that the perfect moment with those 2 finishes. 15 points grabbed from this game.
Well, my word, you've got to be kidding me. This game was absolute cinema, right? We expected this. I knew it as soon as he was hiding in the bush. Raiden is going to do a phenomenal job. But this was, I believe, not the best play that he pulled out.
This is a lesson about personal space, man.
Well, talk about personal space. Godlike was given none by Raiden himself.
Oh yeah, I mean, Raiden was definitely bringing in the lightning and I mean, just combating all of these mortals in this map, right?
Yeah.
So, impressive performance coming in from a lot of these individuals, but the man who was most impressive was Mafia from 8-bit. 7 finishes on the board, 684 damage dished out. And 8-bit also lost 2 players very early in the game, by the way.
And I believe that today was the day. In fact, this map was for outliers. Look at the names on this list, right? You've got Mafia with 7 eliminations coming in from, I believe, the bottom 8. Yes, the bottom 8. Legit again for Metal Esports, just holding the torch, taking them forward. Even for Miracles, as a matter of fact, today has been absolutely brilliant for them. Boko and Pro, both of them on that list for 4 AM. And then, of course, finally you've got Hunters. But then the impact of this man, chicken dinner plus 3 eliminations does not matter. So many points secured for Soul.
Yeah, I mean, so many points. We thought they were going to get out with like 4, or all just for the finishes they had at that Likhita Esports fight. Because ideally, that is what happens when you lose 2 players, 3 players that early inside the game. But look at this, man. 15 points for Soul, 14 for 8-bit, 4 Miracle as well. Big shout out to 4 Miracle Esports. Now that is a recovery and a half. And I think they were feeling left out. They were like, already medal that well. TWOB did well. Reckoning is doing. Why are we still in the back line? So they make it happen. Metal Esports, amazing consistency being displayed today. I am happy with this performance from Metal. But what is happening to our heavy hitters, you know? OG, 4 finishes in the last game, 4 finishes in this one. I think they just want to win 1 fight and dip out.
I mean, true that. And apart from that, I feel like for OG, it's mainly been BizGod who is carrying the shots. Look at the overall standings. So Soul, they maintain their position, 107 points for this team. Versatile on 100. You've got Revenant X-Spark who are still maintaining their position, 94 points on the 3rd position. But Likhita, consistency. Cincinnati Kids, consistency. Phoenix Esports do not really care about the world about position points. You give them finish points, they're going to take all about it. And look at Orangutan, just 18 position points, Johnny. But touching about 90 total points. It's been brilliant.
Man, it has been brilliant.
Highest number of finishes, by the way.
Yes, 88. That is what I was coming towards. That OG, while they might not be surviving in the late game stages, one thing is for sure, that first fight of the match till now has always gone, not always, but majority of the times has been converted by OG. They're very good at those early 4v4s, but they got to get better in those late game rotations as well. So I think that would be the ideal thing that maybe OG is going to put on display once we reach the main event. But for now, this is enough. This can help them qualify. If they get a few more eliminations every single time, you know how Destro made it happen, like early stages, they were like, for the first 2 days, they just had 8 placement points, and yet they had 50 plus finishes. OG is heading down the same path, so they will be in the top 8 no matter what.
I believe BizGod is firing on all cylinders, right? If AKOP joins the fray, Orangutan will be set. But now they are definitely at the edge. But ladies and gentlemen, we are on the edge of our seats as well because the matches are absolutely exhilarating. We'll be back after a very short break. Don't go anywhere.
We've got that temperatures high, but it make way. We came here to slay. Let's go.
Let's go. P3 Pro takes mobile gaming to the next level. So first was the AI motion control. आपके मूवमेंट्स को गेम के साथ सिंक कर देता है. AI अल्ट्रा टच कंट्रोल आपके फिंगर मूवमेंट्स को ट्रैक करके टच कंट्रोल को लाइटिंग फास्ट और लैग फ्री बना देता है. मतलब बटरी स्मूथ गेम प्ले जो हर गेमर का ड्रीम होता है यार. तो P3 Pro is the choice.
Grind to survive, it's a state of mind. Legendary drive, eyes on the prize. I feel the gears turn, never hesitate. No stopping King Kong, beast is awake. I'm knocking down the walls, pounding at the gates. My hustle don't sleep, let me demonstrate. Got iron in the fire and I want more. I intend to win the battles, yes, in the war. I'm the champ, I'm the champion, I'm the champ, I'm the champion. Boss beast, Taiwan master. I'm the champ, I'm the champion.
What a day it is to witness the game of BGMI, ladies and gentlemen. And it seems like today it is the day of storylines. A small change on the panel. Mr. IC is back after a break. But I believe you are not disappointed after witnessing the games that have just unfolded in front of us. So many storylines to talk about. But first of all, I want to ask you, how are you doing?
To be honest, I'm feeling good. And at the same time, I'm just mad that I wasn't casting such a good game so far in these past few days. And to be honest, that game just now was just so many surprises, to be honest. And to see Seoul coming back into this game, you know, they got a major run with 28 finishes before that. And guess what? No one thought Seoul was going to win that. And yeah, sure, Hunters. Yeah, okay, great. Can they keep this up? That's going to be my question, though.
I believe they will be, because I believe they've got the players, they've got the caliber as well. But talking about caliber, ladies and gentlemen, I believe that for players, they also need a good partner. And for a gamer, their best partner is their device. And we've got one which is absolutely brilliant. Budget-friendly, that is the Realme P3 Pro 5G. Starts at only 21,999. All you've got to do is go on to Flipkart, search for Realme P3 Pro 5G, and you're going to find yourself maybe a chance to win this device for free. But if not, there is also a giveaway which is going on Crafton India Esports and their socials. So make sure you fill the form and you might win stand a chance. And I believe that IC and me, we have been talking about a heist about which one of these devices we should get for ourselves.
I don't need no heist. I already have one.
Oh.
Somewhere. Anyways.
Well, talk about the rich man.
Anyways, back towards the story here. I think the biggest selling point that I really want to talk about is the fact that every single team here is trying to fight for their spots in top 8. That's one. Number two would be, by far, Group A right now is the most competitive out of all the groups in terms of the points they are trying to break past the top 8. Because as of yet, in the overall standings between top 1 and top 8, almost anyone can be toppled out at this point.
Hey, I want to disagree on that fact for a little while, because Group B yesterday gave us heart attacks, man. Yesterday was a day where we could not figure out which one of these teams will actually be inside the top 8. So both Group B and Group A living up to the hype. But like you mentioned, I believe that Group A is the most technical. They've been the most amount of rivalries, the biggest storylines you talk about, right? Versatile versus Godlike, that fight where Raiden just slipped out of his buggy and then flips back, shoots his shotgun against Punk. That was brilliant. The fact that he hid himself inside of the bush and then took down a couple of those players, that was brilliant as well. But I want to know your favorite moment, because I know this man was standing behind the scenes while me and Johnny were casting, and he was being so animated and so agitated. What was your favorite moment throughout the game?
My favorite moment was that how the heck did Seoul survive all the way to there? Because think about this, right? The storyline was Seoul fought with Likita. Likita lost. Okay, great. Seoul got third party by Godlike. Great. Godlike left. VXT came over and a third party got solo in that building. And it's like, oh, okay, Soul should be done for. And then out of nowhere, we saw major fights between Godlike and VST. We saw major fights between TWOB and the rest. We saw a lot of interesting factors. And then out of nowhere, Soul comes in. I'm like, huh, guess what? There's 2 more teams left. Oh, wait, there's 1 more team left. Oh, it's 2v1. And then Hunters proceeds to win his 1v1 with only 1 player. And then proceeds to take the chicken. I'm like, Soul has pretty much had the highest amount of points in Miramar thus far, I think, out of all the groups. Just by that game itself.
No, I mean, before that game, Seoul had the highest number of points, and with this chicken dinner, I think they are even going to set up the standard. So Miramar has suddenly become their home turf all of a sudden. But now we are preparing for the map of Sanhok, of course, and the storyline is completely different. There are different teams, and I believe we are expecting another drop clash for Team Seoul. We've always been talking about K9 versus Seoul. That has always been happening on the Camp Alpha Islands. I want to know your thoughts. Do you think it's going to happen once again?
I don't think they should. I don't think they should actually have a clash right now, especially when Seoul is on a roll. And so far in Sanhok, every single team struggles in Sanhok thus far. We don't have a very dominant team yet.
Okay.
That's my opinion. And I feel like when it comes to tactical-wise, tactical is there, but it comes down to firepower.
Well, we'll find out who actually gets this map of Sanhok, ladies and gentlemen. Like I said, the drama is unfolding. And of course, Group A, it's been a blockbuster. Let's go to Sanhok and find out.
Well, it's back to the hardest map in the game thus far by my predictions. It is going to be a 4x4 map. It is going to be Sanhok, and the teams are starting things off with the southeast quadrant all the way towards the northwest of Camp Alpha. And speaking of which, Salty, you did mention that we might see a potential clash up towards Alpha Island himself, with Seoul making a little bit of run for it. But as of yet, we do see VXT going for a little bit of a big split right here, with Raiden going onto his tracks, Aqueducts all the way to Kampong, and the rest of his teams, S-Power and Somraj, a little bit split off. So they are going to be regrouping later on. Not sure if this is advisable, but seems like they do have a very, very good read on where the rest of the teams have been dropping on Sanhok so far, and they are taking advantage of all these empty spaces.
Majority of the teams, they do prefer to not go in that location, and Somraj, ever since he started playing on the map of Sanhok, he loves to go on these wide splits onto the southern part of the map. We talked about the clash. The clash is here. K9 is struggling. 3 players down. It's just one. The man, the IGL, he is up against Hunters, and he puts an end. Seoul, they win another one. A win on Miramar and a win on the first fight. This is what we called for. This is what we get delivered, I see.
That's got to be the fastest wipe I've ever seen in the history of BGMI. In barely even, 1 minute in the game, boom! Entire team just got completely eliminated. And guess what? Hunters was the one that got the chicken dinner previous round. And this is also Hunter, the one that actually got the 2 finishes to clean up K9. And it's back to the lobby for K9 Esports. But Seoul is got to have a huge morale booster after this. But despite all this, guess who's lurking around them? It's Revenant X-Park as well, looking to try and join up with this fight.
I don't understand this split, to be honest, coming in from Revenant X-Park. Usually they try and focus themselves on that region of Hathin. They've always tried to come around and try and wrap Team Seoul from all directions. And it seems like with this drop, they might just be able to do that. This is going to be exciting because these two teams, they are fighting for that #1 spot, extremely close against each other as well. Revenant X-Park on 94, Team Seoul on 111. And of course, the defending champions of BGIS. Will they be able to take down one of the fan-favorite teams is going to be my question.
I think I was expecting a little bit more stat checks and ego checks coming in, but I wasn't expecting Revenant X-Park to actually come, well, considering that they do look around at it. But up on screen right now, we do see Phoenix X-Park finding a couple of stragglers. That's going to be Kyria being picked off from apart. Gravity is looking to try and set up stop to kind of save his members, but Phoenix Esports, Venom, is going to try to oppress this. Gravity goes for the pickup. Venom's out and open. He doesn't have a lot of utils to work with. Doesn't have first aids as well. And the rest of Phoenix Esports nowhere to be found. And he needs to call in for the cavalries as Gravity still trying to figure out where is a good spot to try and pick him up, because he doesn't really spot out the members coming from Phoenix as of yet. Seems like Gravity is going to pick up another car once more, trying to double down on this defense. Meanwhile, another fight. Cincinnati Kids also in the vicinity. May have scouted out members coming from VXT. Ninju being picked off. He's going to be picked up, apparently. It's going to be safe. Reset coming from CK.
I mean, Reset coming in, but it seems like 2 different fights are happening at two different locations, reckoning up against Phoenix Esports on towards a different territory. That has been the case for a while right now. Phoenix Esports are dropping in. They know, as a matter of fact, they will go in for those finishes. But
Oh boy.
I believe this is where the problem lies. This is where the biggest storyline is going to be drawn. Soul, they do not have the loot. They do not have the utility. They do not have the kit as well. No helmet on Knuckle. No healings as well available. And in their foothills, there is a Revenant X-Spark who's just lurking around, lingering and waiting for the opportunity to pounce. Now, this will be a third party and a half, because if the circle does shift, which it does, I believe they will be able to gatekeep them, I see.
I really hate what I'm seeing. It's so dirty of Revenant X-Spark, but it's also really smart if you think about it. Knowing for a fact that, like you said as well, Soul and also K9 has been duking it out for the longest time. What Revenant X-Spark did was, instead of going for the usual Hatin spot, they looted all the outskirts of where the temple was going to be dropping off. And as you can see, the moment Soul finished up the fight, they tried to loot up the surroundings. It was all completely looted out by Revenant X-Spark. Because of this, they are starved all the way to the top. And they have no option but to go down and go for a hit-to-hit. In this case, it's wasting so much of their time to a point that eventually Soul will not be able to make it to the later stage of the game. This is going to hurt their overall positioning if they don't get out of this alive.
And I also believe that Soul has actually been locked out of that territory as well, out of that high ground. Every single exit strategy has been marked, and Revenant X-Spark place themselves very strategically in those exit points, knowing that as soon as these players pop off in front of their crosshairs, the triggers are going to be pulled. Of course, we're going to wait for that till it happens. But the circle, of course, I believe is going to force the likes of Revenant as well as Soul to try and move out of that location extremely quick. So we might not have to wait for a while before that fight begins.
Yeah, it eventually will happen. But again, like I said as well, it's dirty yet smart at the same time. Of course, let's talk a little bit more on the rest of the teams right now. Of course, the teams that is the furthest away from the zone right now is going to be Cincinnati Kids as well as For Miracle down towards the south side. But we do see a little bit of finish fate with Revenant X-Spark losing Joker on the sides. Manya is able to get another finish there. So that's going to be 5 finishes for Soul. And surprise, surprise, for some reason, they were able to find Joker just clinging on by on the cliffs. A little bit of mistakes, so that's going to be a little bit of resources heading towards Manya's vicinity. But Revenant X-Spark seems like they've taken a little bit too long. They are just going to give up position right now.
Oh, no.
So, no, actually not. They're actually going to try and commit into this even more. But Nako needs to be a little bit careful. No helmets, no meds, no whatsoever. And one wrong jump, or in this case, one wrong fall, will lead to their deaths right now. Same can be said for Salmei as well. Oh boy. Not looking good for Soul.
Yeah, especially after that knock and the finish against Joker as well. Revenant X-Spark, they do decide to disengage from this fight. Just falling back to their territory, falling back to the positions where they will be able to enter the circle with ease, wants to keep their numbers advantage, because I believe a lot of fights have been brewing out around, and on the map of Sanhok, you will not be able to survive with just 2 players or 1.
Boy, the hesitation from Revenant X-Spark is going to hurt them as well. They had the right idea, but the timing's a little bit off. And guess what? The disengage comes through. But guess who walked past them? It's going to be Likita Esports that walks past towards Cam Alpha. And they are going to be trailing by to actually cross the next roadside. So I don't think Likita Esports know that Revenant X-Spark is not carded, but they are going to take the safe approach here to try and drive off across the ocean. And this is the only spot where you can drive across the ocean, which is so weird. But for some reason, players have been very, very smart, and they have tested this game for a lot of time. So eventually, you need to know the pathway by now. And they will be able to cross the safety. 8-bit did scout a little bit of rotations, but aside from that, nothing major yet, because onto his Cam Alpha. Look at this. Next phase of the zone, it is going to shift onto his Paradise and Tatbok. Oh boy. Not sure how Revenant X-Spark and Soul is going to make it out to this.
I mean, the entry point is quite simple. For Soul especially, they also have their 4 players alive, and that is kudos to them, to be honest, because a drop clash against K9, a third party against Revenant X-Spark, they still managed to retain entirety of their firepower. That is brilliant. Now, talking about the injection point, they've got the bridge available as well, and now you mentioned as well, where Tatmok and Khao completely open. In fact, the entirety of the northern part of the circle is quite open for pickings for Soul as well, so I'm just waiting. When does the migration come through? And for Revenant X-Spark, it seems like to try and target against Soul, that has resulted them kind of starve for utility and starve for resources. We saw they did not have majority of their helmets, majority of their healing utility as well. So they will have to loot up a little more, try and tank that blue zone damage. On the other side,
Yeah,
this
generally,
is...
like now that you actually mentioned it as
Yeah.
well, generally I'm curious, are they going to take the ocean pathway to drop towards Cow as well, considering the fact that not many teams will opt to take that long rotation, but it does guarantee you some safety net in terms of positioning. But of course, you are going to lose out a lot of mats and also maybe vehicles as well as you arrive on those Gao, unless you find a way to, you know, park your vehicles on the boat, which we often see teams in Erangel kind of do it. But so far in BGMI, especially in the realme BGIS, we haven't seen that coming yet. There is a lot of speculation, but nothing major yet. Meanwhile, Metal Esports was one of the top contenders from the previous map. They are here to actually push themselves in towards the top 8 as well, because as we are in the current point standing, they are in 10th place. And they do scout out members coming from Reckoning Esports, which is a little bit of an unfortunate demise here, as they do have the angles coming from Reckoning Esports, whereas Metal is stuck in a very awkward spot. They have 2 men down. It's only Legit and Thunder left. This is not a great start for them, especially when the zone being in the center of it all.
Yeah.
They're not going to be able to do too much until the rest of the world joins in this fight.
Yeah, honestly, I personally feel like Metal Esports, yes, their comeback has been cut short. They were consistent on the map of Erangel. They were consistent on the map of Miramar as well. On the map of Sanhok, they needed another performance, and I believe their trail of about 30 points, which they are trailing from the top, would have been covered. But now that you mentioned 2 of their players have been taken down, Legit and Thunder will have a lot of responsibilities. Talking about that, I believe Legit has been absolutely phenomenal lately. Last game, he had 6 frags on himself. Thunder, in the first 2 days, he was the only man from Metal Esports who was taking all of those responsibilities, who was the man in charge of those firing lines and waiting for these 2 players to actually pop off. Now, look at the migration coming in.
My God, look at this migration. I did not expect this, but most of the major teams are starting to realize that, hey, when it is the circle heading to the north side, right at the edge, not many teams will prioritize hold it because they want to get a center-eccentric zone. But in this case, VXT is rotating towards that direction. We do see Hero Extreme got like from the east side trying to rotate to the north as well. And so is the only team that just doesn't want to head north yet. But I wouldn't be surprised after this shift, teams may rush towards Tatmok based on this circle. But again, I might be wrong. The circle hasn't reshifted yet. Paradise is still right in the middle, but seems like it is going to head towards the north as well. And VXT has got the good read as well. And guess what? They know for a fact that everywhere from the north side, inside the next phase of the zone, is completely empty. And they have the best spots to choose where they want to take their fights from then on.
While VXT, they actually have the best part of the circle. I'm a little concerned for the team still inside of the blue. Look at that. Cincinnati Kids, you've got 4 Miracles as well. For 4 Miracles, I don't see that injection point. They will have to fight their way through. And not just them, even Revenant X-Spark for that matter. They're still through their loot on the Alpha Islands, yet to cross on over. And I believe Team Soul, they've had the right deadlock as well. Right at the edge of the circle, right at the edge of the blue, in fact, as of now. And once they spot these teams trying to cross on over, I believe the firing lines are going to be open, I see. Yeah. And that is where majority of the entertainment lies.
Well,
for League of the Esports though, what is your thought about this team so far? Because ever so consistent on the map of Erangel, on the map of Miramar, on Sanhok, expecting them to go all guns blazing.
Well, what I think right now, based on the zone, Likita Esports has one of the decent spots that they can actually hold on in that quadrant inside the zone. But the question here is, the reason why the fight hasn't broken out is that at least more than half, okay, not more than half now, it was like 4 to 5 teams still outside the zone, still rotating in, and most of these teams are going to have the biggest struggle. So they send up hunters to actually, you know, set up as a safety net in case there was people waiting by, but it seems like there's not really a lot of people, but they are going to set a little bit of pit stops and hope that there's some gunfire in front of them, and they're going to take advantage to actually push through. In this case, no gunshots yet in stage 3, which is kind of surprising, to be honest. I was expecting more gunshots by now, especially how small the circle is.
You talking about gunshots, it seems like Orangutan, they might be facing a couple. I mean, still going in for the northern rotation out inside from the blue itself. But I believe this rotation might just be cut short because TWOB, they are rotating in pairs, they're rotating in duos. But what is Team Revenant X-Park planning? They're still inside of the Camp Alpha Islands, haven't really
boy.
moved an inch. Finally, they get themselves kitted up with all the resources, with all the weaponry that they want. But now their rotation is going to be extremely difficult because a lot of distance to travel. Look at that, 1,300 meters.
This is not looking good for them at all. Like 40 seconds left, stage 3, it is gonna hurt. X-Spray is the only closest on 3 mats. And I'm not really sure how they're gonna make a run for it as well, because it seems like it might be just done for them. But let's see how, if their calculation is spot on or not, because they have to make a quick dash all the way inside the zone. And I think only Spray God is going to be the only one that survives out of this demise, unless something happens. Because as of yet, gunshots coming in from Hero Extreme Godlike, they are split off. They do see a couple members from Orangutan, aka OP, getting knocked. And that's going to be the confirmation as well. And just like that, Wiz got forced to be out in the open. He's going to be A-okay. But they will lose one member. Hero Extreme Godlike is also going to be expecting a little bit more company. Meanwhile, Cincinnati Kids, they do find a knock opening onto his TWOB. They are going to go for the rush as well. Flock going for the push, and they do find the push, and that's going to be TWOB wiped. In this case, they lose 2 members. They have 1 more left alive, strangling by. Not sure where exactly he is, but he's still driving around. He's got no cover, and he also gets taken out as well as Juicy finds the last member of TWOB. That's going to be a very, very good run from them. Meanwhile, another fight as well on the east side for Miracle, pushing in onto his Hero Extreme Godlike.
Hero Extreme Godlike, an opportunity for them to once again come back bouncing. For Miracles, for them to try and get back on the overall standings. This is a very important fight, but I believe Hero Extreme Godlike, they're looking for the flank. They're actually looking for the disengagement because they have always focused today to try and go for the rotations. A similar pattern that we observed on the map of Miramar as well. They could have actually charged in for the third party against Seoul, but they did not do that. They prioritized the circle, and once again, it seems like Punk's call is there. Guys, do not go in for the fights. We are going to get those finishes either way. We'll have to focus on the circle. Gonna get picked up. Jonathan, he will go on his merry run, and as of now, it seems like CK also is gonna just wait behind and watch.
Oh, that's really smart coming from Hero Extreme Godlike. They're using the ladder strategy in making sure that no man gets left behind. But the question here is, they realize that the zone is a little bit out of their bounds as well. They have one guy already inside, but the question here is, can they buy enough time to get into safety and then push everyone aside? Because as soon as I say this, Sim gets picked off, and Phoenix is going to be the one to try and close things out. They're not in position to fight yet for Hero Extreme Godlike, and it's up to Jonathan to try and stall them back. And they get the opening knock right now. Punk is able to find a knock onto his Fury and try and scare him off, and Molotovs comes in as well as Phoenix. They're taking some serious fire, and Jonathan goes in for pressure once more, taps onto Venom, but it is going to be another pick once more. And just like that, Phoenix, they lose out on their aggression, and Autu and Aimbot has to disengage from this fight, and Jonathan manages to pick up Sim for now, but just like that, Phoenix, they will be at a stalemate as Jonathan still trying his best to try and stall in for this push. Aimbot tries to go for the push as well, but Jonathan goes for the flank. They will lose Sim, but Jonathan still survives this, holds down the fort, and they get the reset once more. And Phoenix tries to go in for the push out in the open, and guess what? He gets wiped as well as Hero Extreme Godlike holds down the fort, gets the reset, and wipes the floor with Phoenix.
5 finishes for Hero Extreme Godlike, and that was a performance and a half. Their talisman, of course, Jonathan holding the fort the way he's supposed to, reviving Simp on the way, but also taking down every single push that comes along their way. But do they have the opportunity to celebrate is going to be my question, because so many teams try and migrate inside the circle. Not a lot of space been given out. Look at that for Versatile, though. This time, they will be the ones who will face the brunt of 4 Miracles, who've been extremely consistent, by the way, I see. So far, it's a Reaper. I can see in the backlines as well as Dragon OP, their position has been marked, and Aquanox has an opportunity to try and gatekeep. On the other side, what is this rotation? Revenant X-Park out of nowhere. They found themselves a shack, and they are well inside the circle. In fact, it is going to be Reckoning Esports, I believe, who is yet to spot out the position. Needs being cooked in from Spray. One connection, and it might be down and out for Reckoning.
Okay, I'm surprised. How are they still alive? That's a little bit of a surprise there. But at the same time, Cincinnati Kids, they do find a little bit of rotation down towards Paradise. They are scaring a couple members here. Meanwhile, 8-Bit, out of nowhere, they get finished off as well. So they will be eliminated at 11th place of this game. So no position points for them. Meanwhile, the rest of the world still fighting. We do see Likita Esports opening with a big bang as well. Nakul also and his Hunters as they get completely wiped off with one major nade. And here comes the push from Neo. And so, not going to be able to do too much. They do get shot from another place, but Likita Esports, with one fell swoop, gets 3 in the bag, and there is only 1 member left from the side of Seoul that still survives, and that's going to be Manya. And Manya is nowhere to be found. He is going to be lurking around as a snake, but Likita Esports was able to hold down the Western Shore just like that.
The golden boy of BGMI, Goblin, against his previous team. Just beautiful over there. 4 finishes on this lad. Team Soul, they've only got 1 player left. And Manya in the middle of nowhere. Look at the minimap I see. There are so many teams, so many enemies lurking all around him. It's going to be extremely hard for him to maintain that position. 4 AM out of nowhere, they've got the central part of the circle and they've also got the high grounds. Look at that. From Versatile, I believe they've got amazing sightlines against Likita Esports as well. Those players have been marked. I believe that should be a death trap that 4 AM can lay down upon, and this will be an amazing opportunity. Currently, they're sitting bottom of the overall standings, and this is one chance for them to try and resurrect back. VXT also trying to make their mini moves, but it seems like Pro has actually been knocked down.
Well, speaking of knocking out right now, Revenant Expert is taking fire onto his Reckoning Esports outside the zone. And Reckoning Esports is in a pickle because they're also being pinned by Likita Esports, who's looking to try and third party this. Goblin, he does see a little bit of edge here. He's going to try and lob the nade over the signboard of the Paradise, but unfortunately doesn't seem to connect at all. But he's going to try and clean house. Manya finally getting scouted out by Likita, so that's going to be Seoul bowing out on 9th place as Likita Esports makes a bounce back once more. They have 7 finishes. They're looking for the 8th one. In this case, Dion gets tagged up a little bit. He made a little bit of footsteps, but I don't think Likita hurt him. But the Molotov actually hits him as well. Okay, it looks like a hit, but Dion is going to fire back as well. Viper getting clipped out down to his last HP. He gets the knock in. Great start for Dion, but he's drawn too much aggression. Revenant Expert just got him pinned in a small little pixel spray gun. Almost taking down his life, but the circle coming in. Dion, he doesn't have much time left. He gets the first 8 off, but can he get out? The zone is going to come in. He's going to be running out and open as well.
As soon as he moves out, I believe they
Wait,
are
what?
Wait,
Revenant Expert? They just got wiped. How?
Look at that. The finish feed, of course, reads it right. Punk, of course, with that connection finds on Saran, but we did not get to see how on earth did that happen. That was just 1 out of the 3 finishes which Godlike picked up. This is absolutely amazing, but now currently I'm actually more concerned about Dionysus because his life was in danger as soon as he moved out. 4 AM though, their position is being charged, their position is being challenged. Look at that Esports Goblin currently is on the hunt, and this man has no fear whatsoever. What? He turns around, takes down Dreams over there. It's absolutely amazing. 6 finishes on this lad, and the golden boy of BGMI. He's showing what he's called at, and now 4 AM, their defensive fortress. Their challenge in this game to make a comeback and a bounce back has been shut down. 1 by Likita, 2nd by Godlike Esports.
Oh my goodness, the fight continues. Every major team is eyeing for that chicken dinner. And right now, Hero Extreme Godlike, they may have won that fight. But guess what? The zone is coming in. They have to make a run for it as well. Goblin being on form right now, and Likita Esports is the closest to the next phase of the zone. And guess what? We're down to his 4 teams. Jonathan so low. He needs a reset as well. But look at this. The zone is not favoring Hero Extreme Godlike at all. They have 2 players. Likita going for a major head-to-head fight. Sim going to be pushing out forward, but they don't seem to see any beans at all. While Likita are going to be shooting across the road. And guess what? They found Dion. That's going to be reckoning out as well. Down towards the final 3 teams. 4v4, v2. And Likita has to clean out Godlike, and the zone favors Likita Esports once more. Goblin with the nade, he looks good. He drops really low, and they get wiped off, and that's going to be Likita Esports cleaning out Hero Extreme Godlike. The final 2 teams now, 4 versus 4. Likita Esports versus Cincinnati Kids. Juicy getting knocked, Viper as well, 3v3, and guess what? They find another one, and Cincinnati Kids, they are in a lot of trouble, and another nade as well as Likita Esports finds the last member. Block stuck in the tree. He's the last guy, and just like that, the zone keeps him apart, and that's going to be Likita Esports taking the chicken dinner for today in the map of Sanhok.
Brilliant stuff, man, over there by Likita Esports. A bounce back which everyone expected, and I believe Likita has been one of the most consistent teams when it actually comes to the map of Sanhok. They were always brilliant before the start of this game. They had 44 points from the map of Sanhok. This one, another addition. Of course, being started by Goblin, but the rest of the players also followed up. Beautiful positioning as well, and beautiful rotations from Hector to find that central spot, but you needed a lot of firepower to actually attract that much hotness and that much aggression from every single team, and Goblin was just out in the open, shooting against every single team, and that man had no fear whatsoever.
You know, I was watching Goblin streaming yesterday. He was on his live, taking a little bit chill pill. He was practicing a little bit of flicks in there. But that moment, he was looking down, and he flicked on point and got that finish. That was just nuts. That was really
Against Dreams,
insane
right?
reaction. Yeah, that was some sick reaction. Like, at that point, I knew, like, you know what? You're on form. Everybody's on form. This is a winning moment for you guys. And they just carried on. I was like, okay, great. You know, this is the Likita I kind of like right now.
Everyone likes him, to be honest, and especially against Godlike. For Godlike, I believe this was the match for redemption. Jonathan again played beautifully well. We saw the fight against Phoenix Esports, how beautifully he held down the fort, reviving Sim, but also handling down all the aggression that was coming in against them. Yeah, the chicken dinner was there, I believe, with 2 men surviving. There could have been a moment where Likita could have been exterminated, but the nades and the airstrikes that you see, it feels like Likita is a complete package when it actually comes to firefights, especially in the map of Sanhok. But ladies and gentlemen, the highlights are going to be in front of your screens, and relive the action once again.
To be honest, I'm more curious on how Revenant X-Power was able to survive towards that shack, and then
how were they taken out is my biggest question.
That's also a point as well. Like, how did they make there, and then how did they just get one fell swoop wiped out? Because that fight right there was a little bit awkward as well. But yeah, this is one of the moments where Likita was able to hold out the fort. Goblin, yeah, this sick juke, and then flicking onto the Spore Miracle was just insane. Like there was no comeback. There's just no answer to that at all.
Yeah, true that. Even Sim, as a matter of fact, had his moment to shine, but I mean, you can't do anything in that airstrike, right? Likita Esports had so much positioning against Cincinnati Kids. Now, this is a fight which definitely got me extremely confused, because with 4 men, while Likita was actually distracted against Godlike, I expected CK to actually get better positioning, but they were still stuck behind that blue zone. They were still stuck in that small little pocket of space. And of course, talking about the MVP, it has to be none other than Goblin. 7 eliminations on this lap, 4 assists and 1 headshot. Almost 1,000 points of damage. It was a one-way traffic for Likita Esports, led by Goblin, but it was just one match, and I want to see this lad be in form in every single game, to be honest.
Right, like it feels like today itself, Likita Esports is just on fire. This is the team that we've known them for as well. Like day one, you know, they were very consistent, playing a little bit low-key, but this game itself was just absolute domination coming from them as well. Goblin 7 finishes, Neo with 5 finishes. It was just a near perfect game coming from Likita Esports. We also see Flock starting to step up as well. Cincinnati Kids was one of the teams that we did not expect them to do too well, especially from day one. No one actually predicted them to actually make it this far, but we have been by far the most consistent team alongside Likita when it comes to placing themselves in top 8.
CK, consistent kids, to be
I know,
honest.
right?
That is
it is a good thing.
That is exactly what they have been doing so far. But talking about the match summary, ladies and gentlemen, 8 grenade eliminations on the map of Sanhok. A majority of them possibly came in from Likita as well. And also between the fight between Godlike as well as Phoenix Esports. On a lot of screens. No surprises over there. But 10,000 points of HP being healed on the map of Sanhok, that is surprising. Yes, of course, ICB did not get to see the answer of your question, Revenant Expert. How were they extinguished? But the point standings, Likita, 26 points acquired, Godlike, 15 points acquired, and Cincinnati Kids, they've been on a roll so far. They are inside the top 5 already, and they're being ever so consistent. 13 points once again, versatile, kind of finding their footing inside of this match, and of course, Soul in that initial fight against K9. They have been the biggest problem for K9 Esports, I feel.
Yeah, I think Soul is just a little bit of a... I'm not sure if it's an ego check or what, but at the same time, Soul, as of yet, even if you lose out in this few matches, you're still going to be somewhere in the top 8 as of now. But for the side of K9 Esports, they have to really buck up now, because they can't afford to lose points considering the fact that they are nowhere close to the top 8 as well. Or in this case, they're somewhere out there, but again, as the matches start to dwindle down, they are going to lose out in opportunities to qualify for the quarterfinals. In this case, Group A is looking to qualify for that. But meanwhile, let's take a look at the overall standings. Likita Esports right now at the top of the top, overtaking Seoul in the 2nd place. Versatile on 3rd place. Cincinnati Kids 4th place. Hero Extreme Godlike on 5th place. Revenant Xbox pushes down to 6th place. Phoenix Esports on 7th. And Orangutan on 8th place. So Oh boy, this is getting a little bit too close, to be honest.
Extremely challenging group, to be honest. I believe the most challenging group, and a match can change so much. The second half, of course, where majority of the storylines have been popping off. Metal Esports just bouncing back in the competition, but still 20 points away from touching triple digit. And as soon as you touch triple digits, I believe you are back in the competition. 8-bit, of course, with that brilliant performance in the map of Miramar, could not really keep their run. K9 Esports, I feel sorry for these lads because they were brilliant. They were rather decent, honestly, in the first week. But now, I believe it's either Soul or it's either 8-bit, which is coming in, shutting them down every single time. And no matter how much effort Slug and Ninja Boy have been trying to, keep their ship afloat, they have been failing every single time.
I think in this scenario, because we are in the halfway point left, basically 3 matches for today and 6 matches for tomorrow, that means Team Tamilas, K9, and also 8-bit, it's now or never if they want to stand a chance to push towards top 8. Because if today they don't do well, chances for tomorrow is nearly impossible for them.
Well, talking about chances for tomorrow, we still have an entire half, ladies and gentlemen, lined up for you guys. Don't go anywhere. We're going to be coming back after a short break.
We've got that temperatures high, but it make way. We came here to slay. Let's go.
Let's go! P3 Pro takes mobile gaming to the next level. So first was the AI motion control. आपके मूवमेंट्स को गेम के साथ सिंक कर देता है. AI अल्ट्रा टच कंट्रोल आपके फिंगर मूवमेंट्स को ट्रैक करके टच कंट्रोल को लाइटिंग फास्ट और लैग फ्री बना देता है. मतलब बटरी स्मूथ गेम प्ले जो हर गेमर का ड्रीम होता है यार. तो P3 Pro is the choice.
भाई ये देख नया फोन.
इसका पंप देख रहा है, पंप. उसके कट्स देख,
एकदम प्लेटिनियम प्रो मैक्स.
बकवास है. अरे वो छोड़, इसकी बैटरी लाइफ इतनी लंबी है ना कि तू चार्जर भी भूल जाएगा.
क्या फेंकता है तू? बकवास है.
ओ प्लीज, इसके कैमरा में ना इनबिल्ट स्नैप फिल्टर्स है. क्या ग्लो अप आने वाला है यार.
ग्लो आने वाला है. ड्रामा क्वीन. बकवास है. अच्छा तुम लोग के फोन में BGMI है क्या? फोन में नहीं है BGMI, तो फोन नहीं डब्बा है ये. जल्दी से BGMI डाउनलोड करो और अपने फोन को अपग्रेड करो.
अब तो इसको भी अपग्रेड करना पड़ेगा.
हाँ तो गाने के बोले, तेरे वास्ते में कर लूं अपने स्क्वाड से फाइट.
कब तक हम ऐसे डिफेंसिव खेलते रहेंगे?
तू नूब नहीं है.
नूब नहीं?
टाइम आ गया है, सीधा उनकी स्क्वाड पे स्लैम करेंगे. नेक्स्ट शॉट! हेडशॉट! हेडशॉट!
तेरे वास्ते में कर लूं अपने स्क्वाड से फाइट. तेरे साथ मुझे करनी है कैंपिंग ऑल नाइट. डे हो या नाइट, इंडिया करे फाइट. डे हो या नाइट, इंडिया करे फाइट.
मैं नूब नहीं हूँ. मैं नूब नहीं हूँ पापा. नूब नहीं हूँ.
मेरा बेटा नूब नहीं है.
तेरी आंखें M416 ग्लेशियर का हथियार बेबी. हो गया दिल के आर पार बेबी.
TPP पे जा. FPP. TPP. FPP.
मैं नूब नहीं हूँ.
एक काम कर, TPP पे जा.
कौन? लूंड्री ना सर. विनर चिकन डिनर.
कौन कहता है इंडिया फन को सीरियसली नहीं लेता है?
Welcome back to the realme BGIS 2025, the grind stages. You guys are currently watching the English broadcast. This is Group A, day number 3, and we have seen 3 matches thus far. My name is ICBB12. Joining me is Necro as we take you through the commentaries for today. We've seen one game of Sanhok, and Likita Esports has been very dominant in today's game thus far. A little bit consistency issue, but they still gotten themselves a chicken. And alongside with them is going to be Hero Extreme Godlike, who shares a top 2 finish with them, and also Cincinnati Kids. Necro, what do you think about that match?
Now look, Cincinnati Kids, yes, they're super consistent, but still we're not seeing that poppy play from them, right? They're just trying to play for the consistency. It's been working out for them, and in my opinion, as long as that playstyle's working out, that's all that matters. But something that's going to help you with that playstyle is also going to be the realme P3 Pro 5G. The device is already launched on Flipkart starting from $21,999. If you move on towards Flipkart and search for the realme P3 Pro 5G, you might just stand a chance to win some incredible rewards.
Yeah, but at the same time as well, like, I think in the video as well, Jonathan was actually mentioning as well, the AI control sensitivity tracking system gives you the smoother gameplay. To be honest, I really like that as well because I've never had a phone. I'm sorry, my current phone doesn't give me that, but you know what, it's about time I'm going to upgrade myself for realme P3 Pro 5G, to be honest.
Exactly, man. This device comes in with a lot of features, and one of them is also that glow-in-the-dark design.
Oh, yeah.
The device looks absolutely beautiful, so I'd recommend you guys to move on towards Flipkart and check it out. But once again, moving back towards the conversation, right? Likita Esports, a massive performance from that previous game, directly catapulting themselves on the first spot, and we're also seeing a lot of improvement from the side of Metal Esports too.
Yeah, I think when it comes to improvement, Metal Esports is in a situation where they were doing okay in first 2 days, but right now they are in the cut-off stages where if they don't step up, it's going to be a little bit of trouble here. But guess what? We do see a little bit of a substitution here. Kyoya is going to be subbed out from the side of Reckoning Esports, and we are going to have their sub in, and that is going to be, I don't know how to pronounce that, man.
That's Shoop.
Shoop. Going to be joining in. Do you think this well, considering the fact that Reckoning Esports is struggling, I think they need to make it count right now.
Yeah, so it's understandable that they're bringing in a little bit of that substitution, trying new stuff out as well. Reckoning Esports, understandably, pretty much struggling in the overall standings, but Shub is playing for the first time in this playing four.
Yeah.
So this is going to be a tough pill to swallow for Reckoning Esports in general, and even for a Shub to just be there out of nowhere at the last moment, and now the sword's going to be on his head to perform. His head's pretty much going to be on the swivel the whole time.
Agreed.
Imagine the amount of pressure. We've got another substitution, and that's going to be Dreams taking a backseat and K47 back in the playing four. Now, K47 really does bring in that experience.
Well, this is where pinch servers are going to be very, very important, right? The playmakers, or in this case, what I mean by a pinch server is basically like when things are down towards the most important moments, you need this guy to actually perform. In this case, so far, Seoul has by far the most successful subs thus far in the entire BGIS in 2025 for real BGIS. And personally, I feel like right now is the best time for them. Like, if they don't start scoring points right now, especially for 4 AM and also the other team, things are going to go south for them.
Exactly. Things are going to go south for a lot of teams. For Miracle, as you mentioned, if they do not perform, even for them, even TWLB, the game one was great, but after that, we're seeing that inconsistency hit them once again. Will those questions be answered? Well, let's find out in the upcoming game. As the plane's going to hit the sky, starting all the way from Hatay towards down south, that's going to be Camp Charlie. Now I see once again this plane fly path, it's pretty much going to be balanced to all the teams.
Well, based on this flight path, it seems similar to the previous one. Only difference is it's in reverse, and that's going to be from the northwest heading to the southeast. But the question here is, are we going to see that rivalry between Seoul as well as K9 Esports? Because we, I think Salty predicted it right from the get-go, but this time I'm going to see the rinse and repeat because Revenant X-Park, they were expecting company from this time, but seems to me Revenant X-Park is going to be going towards Hatin. They are going to be setting up for ambushes for Seoul, but K9, nowhere to be found. Looks like they have given up their drop spot on towards Seoul.
Yeah, they've given up, realizing the fact that they're getting absolutely rolled on by Seoul every single time. So trying new stuff out, K9 Esports once again going for that split drop location that they've been going for. Honestly, this drop location comes in with a lot of risk too, but for K9 Esports, at the end of the day, they just want to survive till the final few moments, maybe get another big game in their hands so that they can catapult themselves directly in the top 8 as well.
Yeah, I'm curious to see where K9 is going to be going as well. It seems like they are dropping around the outskirts of Paradise. And guess what? They might be in the vicinity of Team Tamilan. In this case, Rico does have the Vector, is running away around. Ninja Boy with the S12K. He does have that 1 pump potential, but in terms of range-wise, Rico choosing to go for those mid-range fights is going to give him a little bit of a beneficial spot. But the question here is, he doesn't have those helmets, so he's got to make those shot count.
And luckily enough for Rico, he's also found that extended magazine for the SMG, so Vector now can be viable for up close and personal quarters. And knowing the fact that Rico is also getting pounced on, eventually Rico is trying his best to fight back. But here comes Omega from the off angle and shuts down Rico. And now the entirety of Team Tumulus, once again, they've got no other option than to evade the tracks and back away.
That's got to be the coolest save ever. Like the Wild Wild West riding a horse into the night. The knight in shining armor comes in with the UMP casually just spraying his way through. And Rico just couldn't really do too much about that situation. So Team Tumulus wasn't expecting company. They will pay the price for it. So a little bit of small victories for K9 Esports, and these will get the first pick of the day for this match. But all things considered, it is not over yet for Team Tumulus nor K9 Esports as of now.
I see. Put your attention towards the circle, and it's forming towards the Camp Alpha Island. Now we all know the odds of Seoul having the chicken dinner are more than anyone else, because every single time when the circle is formed right on top of Camp Alpha Island, Seoul has been the one to snatch away the chicken dinner.
Well, that's the thing about Seoul, right? Like, Seoul has dominated Miramar so far in all the entire Group A stages. And now, having no company from K9 Esports and Revenant X-Pac completely dodging the bullets with them in the previous match, we saw a little bit of stat check between all these three teams. And Seoul is, right now, at the top of the food chain based on this performance. I'm curious to see, are they going to be able to hold down the fort against everybody else? And like you said as well, any time the circle reaches the Camp Alpha, whoever who's on top of that place usually has the highest percentage in taking the whole game.
Exactly.
Themselves.
And if you remember, even on day 2, Seoul got that first chicken dinner on Sanhok, and then they had the momentum to move on towards Miramar and absolutely shred the lobby. So Seoul pretty much is one of the strongest when it comes to this map if the circle's going to be forming on top of the Camp Alpha Island. And right now for Seoul, it seems like the stars are aligned.
Yeah, I really want to see Nakul and Salmi kind of step up a little bit here. Today is all just Hunter stepping up big time in all these 3 games.
Yeah.
But, of course, Hero Extreme Godlike, Jonathan also stepping in big time in the previous round as well. Hero Extreme Godlike was 2nd place. They had Jonathan clutching out a lot of big fights here in order to survive towards the later stage game. Now, besides that, guess what? 8-Bit is going to be the ones that gatekeep them. Alright, let's have those raid dot. They don't really have those range, but look at this. They've got a lot of first aid kits. It seems like Hero Extreme Godlike doesn't seem to be able to find an angle. They might consider rotating away while 8-Bit just holds down the fort down south here in this try section. But as soon as I say about the try section, guess what? Jonathan from afar with the 3x gets the first knock in.
So this fight does not really make a lot of sense, considering we're not going to be able to see any sort of confirmations, but it's just about burning through the enemy meds and sort of making your presence known on the lobby. And that's what Hero Extreme Godlike is doing. They're instilling a little bit of that fear in the hearts of 8-Bit. As Mafia was knocked out, once again, he's back up on his feet, so 8-Bit just burning through a bit of that med, which is completely okay. It's still the early stages. They can anyways restock up without any problems.
Yeah, I'm really surprised considering like Jonathan didn't even have a helmet, but he was able to just ego check that just because he outscopes them. But at the same time, you know, when you've got good scopes this early in the game, sure, why not, right? But
yeah.
And again, he's Jonathan for a reason, you know. But nevertheless, so they are already setting up shop onto the top as well. They've set up a couple of gas pipes. I don't think they're gonna be looking for explosions, right? But okay, looks like we've got some.
Oh no!
To see. Team Tumulus, oh boy, this is not looking good. They're trying to swim, and guess what? They got spotted out by Xbox. That's gonna be Sarang looking down to hold down the fort. You're gonna be able to pick him up in the water. You know, do you remember once upon a time where if you get knocked in the water, it's gonna be a full finish?
Exactly. And honestly, those are sort of like the fun times as well, because the risk factor was pretty much next to none.
Well, the risk factor was literally the highest possible. If you get knocked, it's over for you, man. But
exactly. Room for error was next to none. The risk was a lot as well. But at the same time, teams would move in the water with the mentality of you cannot do anything. That's our last option. But right now, you do have a lot of those options to make it out alive. And for now, Red Spark is constantly taking shots against Team Tumulus, and it really does seem like for them to get out of this entire tricky spot, it's going to be impossible.
Yeah, it might be as well. Sarang just emptying his entire clip from that fight. But, of course, he did find another knock in that fight. Meanwhile, on screen, we do see K9 Esports causing menace towards TWOB. They've lost one member. B's getting taken out as well. And guess what? Omega, he is going to look for a little bit more of flush, but he's getting shot by Anonymous, and he's going to get full finish as well, potentially. Ninja Boy trying to refract his fight. He's going for his prody, but he made the mistake. And now TWOB is the one that comes up on top.
The only reason why Omega got knocked out over there was because he had no helmet. And one single shot from the shotgun to the head instantly knocked him out in that range. For K9 Esports, a little bit of that blunder really did play a massive role for their debacle. And now K9 Esports just looking to back away from the fight, considering Slug is the only man left alive. But knowing Slug is not someone who would want to back away, but eventually Yashu connects all the shots and traces down Slug to his grave.
Mistakes were made by Slug. Like, he was the guy that's holding down the fort, but he could not get that trade-off right from the get-go. And because of this, Yashu is going to be the ones that saves the day for TWOB for now. So that is going to be the reset coming in. Fortunately for them, they do have a little bit of space and time to work with. So that's going to be 3 men alive from the side of TWOB. But the circle, look at this. It is going to shift in towards the Alpha Island even further. They are at the sites of boot camp, so they are the furthest away as well. So it is going to be a long journey for them. Meanwhile, on screen, we do see a split coming from Orangutan. And guess what? This is not even an Alpha Island yet. They do scout remnants of Hero Extreme Godlike. But what's going on here in the sea? Seems like for Miracle, they have lost their boat down towards the west side. Seems like there are a lot of boats rotation so far.
Oh no, look at the Esports with the advantage now. They're like the fishermen, just shooting at the fishes. They're not fishing because they want to eat. Instead, they are fishing because they just want to get rid of them. Right now, the fish is definitely struggling. They will need to try and get back up.
How do you spot that, man? That's insane.
Yeah, he's got a 4X. He's able to spot a few pixels, so just taking shots against those. And honestly, the players cannot be underwater for too long. They need to be back up to get some sort of a breather. If they are constantly underwater, they will start to suffocate. So time's taken for 4 Miracles.
Well, for 4 Miracles, they can take a little bit chill pill, fortunately for them. Hopefully, you know, Likitas Esports and Revenant Ace doesn't really see them. But seems like I'm going to be in for a Wild Wild West right now. Mafia dropped off the horse. He is going to try and commit to this fight. And guess what? Mafia finds a little bit of opening. Likitas in a little bit of trouble, but Viper was able to hold down the fort. Wise gets taken out instead. And now, Viper pinned on the sides. Mafia still stuck inside the house for now. The nades flush him out. He's going to reposition, but Viper, he's getting shot from afar as well. Another nade comes in. Can he find the opening pick? He doesn't. Mafia running for his dear life. He's going to call in Cavalry to try and help him out. But Viper, he somehow finds the shot through the windows while he's hopping. He gets the knock in, and he's somehow alive. And now here comes the big flag. And just like that, Viper finds 3. Likita Esports is able to clutch it out. 8-bit gets wiped off.
The man woke up on the right side of the bed tonight. That's what's happened. Viper, some of the shots were so lucky that, unfortunately for the opponents, they did not even stand a chance to fight back. You gotta feel bad for 8-bit.
That is so unfortunate. Like, the shot was a jumping shot through the window, just barely graces him and takes him out.
He wasn't even aiming at the person, but he still somehow found that knock. So it's quite unfortunate. But hold on to that thought. Hero Extreme Godlike spotting out a few foes in the open. Elimination point instantly confirmed, and thanks to Punk. Hero Extreme Godlike getting that 1 elimination point, but now here comes the real trouble, and that's going to be crossing the open field, crossing that water to make it on the Camp Alpha Island.
Oh boy, Hero Extreme Godlike, they know for a fact they are in a little bit tough spot. They have to hold down the fort before this next push. Meanwhile, Orangutan slowly sneakingly by, but guess what? Right in front of them is going to be VXT. They've heard the buggy, and VXT may look to try and punish this for now. But down towards the ridge, they still have a little bit of small edge, but it's only 1 bridge. And whoever goes first is going to get taken out. And as of yet, VXT, they know something's about to happen. Let's see how the zone closes in. Is it going to go to south, or is it going to push up north? Or is it going to be on top of the mountain here? Where is it going to be? But as soon as I say this, VXT, they do find an opening on towards Orangutan, so that's going to be 1 down, but the circle shifts onto his Camp Alpha directly, so you can see the panics are about to happen as Orangutan going to be trying to force some sort of catch onto his VXT. But apparently they won't be able to find any at all. They've lost Aru for now. And AK, OP looking for the big flank to try and catch onto his VXT. VXT already scattering the way to try and get the confirmation or maybe even rotate away. But seems like decisions has been made. They want to finish off this fight first from the side of VXT. AK, OP looking for the big flank.
Yeah, he's moving out in the open. And taking down a team like VXT is going to be a tough pill to swallow. But still, he might just be biting on something that he cannot really chew. Versatile, picking off the opponent slowly and steadily as Viscott's going to be the one to find his own maker. And Versatile, after getting that first elimination against the OGs, they instantly back away, which is going to be a wiser option. We also did see a map a while ago, and there are so many teams outside of the blue. Phoenix Esports, Cincinnati Kids, TWOB, Versatile as well. Oh man, it's not looking too good. Count by File and 2 starting to stack up with a lot of teams, so breaching it now gets even tougher.
This is a rough circle. This is really rough circle. Group A has to be a little bit careful. AK, he did see Somrush lurking by, but I don't think he wants to risk his opportunity. He knows for a fact that Aqueduct is still in front of him as well. So he's going to try and stalk him properly. Atanki going to be holding down the fort as well. Orangutan, he knows for a fact that they are split off. But guess what? AK finally opens up the shot. He finds Aqueduct. He is going to get the knock in. And Somrush going for the flank. He drops Somrush down pretty low as the circle is about to engulf them. They get a couple trades in, but AK is a little bit so low. He goes for the FPP and he gets the shot in, but in the same time, he got shot from the zone as well. Atanki looking for a couple fights on Cincinnati Kids. The third party from CK was the one that ruined the moment for Orangutan. And Atanki, last man standing for Orangutan. He will get flushed out as well with the flank push coming in from Cincinnati Kids. But look at this. The heavy fires from S-Power from Versatile will not let them off the hook. As Versatile is in little bit of trouble from the zone as well. Everyone is stuck on the southern side. And S-Power says, you know what? We are going to go for the push. Flock going to make a run for it as well. S-Power looking for that confirmation. Can't see to find anyone at all. Flock already dipped out of there. He saw the remnants of the buggy. And that's going to be a small victory for Versatile as they finish off all these confirmations as they are about to leave for the zone as of yet.
A lot of teams outside of the circle taking too much damage and burning through the meds as well. They're going to need those resources inside of the circle considering there's too many teams on the defense waiting to hold off anyone that tries to make in the outliers. And VXT, they're going to find themselves a bit of that smooth sailing, but still a man from TWOB can put the spanner in the works. VXT, they've got no lay of the land inside of the circle. They do not know what's going on there. Even that's a major question for them. And probably we're going to see a bit of that clash from Cincinnati Kids and VXT. Flock is still there out in the blue and eventually gets eliminated from the game too by the play zone itself.
Oh boy, that's a little bit sad as well. Even the hit overlay saying undefined. So that just means they are taken out by the zone. Same can be said for Remnant X-Proc. Spray got out of open as well. But look at this, Knuckle. He sees the perfect angles on the members from Reckoning. He doesn't want to take this chance. He is going to try and hold down the fort for now. He gets this information. But right now, it's not worth to tell everyone he's there. But for some reason, Phoenix finds a little bit of a small bunker to hold down to try and wait this out before this next phase of the zone. But fortunately for them, they do have a little bit of room to actually rotate in for stage 5, stage 6. But the circle is going to hurt a little bit much.
It will. Hero Extreme Godlike as well. They need to make it inside of the circle, but hold on. Soul from the top is taking shots against Phoenix, and they are not going to be able to stay alive at all. Even Reckoning Esports underneath was constantly taking shots against him, but now Soul knows there's someone directly underneath them, and these nades might just do a bit of that chip damage. Not enough, though. They're not close enough. Another nade tossed in towards that same direction, chipping out that damage. Reckoning Esports, too much threat on top of their heads. How can they evade the tracks of Soul? That's my question.
Oh, they have to leave as well. Reckoning Esports finally getting shot away. Nakol finds the opening. That's going to be one knock. Nakol waited for the longest of time before he opened fire. He will get one. Viper going to be stuck out in the open. That's going to be an easy pick for Manya as well. There's no way he survived it. But the spray comes in. Manya does have a lot of ammunition to work with. And just like that, Viper will be able to hold out for now, but he is stuck in one of the worst possible positions. But if he's able to sneak under in Nicole, maybe, just maybe, he finds a little room with. Unless he gets a knock here, and yes, he does! And that's the opening for him to rotate away. Oh boy, close call for Viper. But Reckoning Esports still has a little bit of a breathing room to kind of hold out now.
Unfortunate for Manya. And the fact that Manya got knocked out from Soul, how to get the revival onto him, that's the question. Hunters is closing on up towards Manya, so that's going to be a successful revive. But still, that means sacrificing a good position inside of the circle. Pulling off this revive might just require a lot of patience and time, but do Soul have that? That's my question. Hunters is still going for this rescue operation, and it's going to stick that revive. So Manya will be back up on his feet, but soon enough, even the Wall of Death is going to start to move. 30 more seconds on the clock, and that will be activated for Miracle Esports against Likitha Esports' Hector as he's knocked out. Likitha Esports, their IGL is currently begging for mercy. Can they save the day for the men?
Yeah, it's going to be tough, but for Miracle, they were in the ocean for the longest time. They were pinned by Likita for some reason. They are able to sneak by in as of yet. And guess what? They're able to mess up Likita Esports, and the only one left alive inside Camp Alpha is actually Goblin. And Beard Baba going to be forced to hug the fences, and Goblin has no other options now. He's all by himself. He's going to be the last man standing. He's going to be forced to rat his way through for the team. Meanwhile, Hero Extreme Godlike, they're able to hold down the south side. They found a little vehicles. They are going to try and push down. But guess what? They might be in the crosshairs of Soul. And fortunately for them, Soul does not have the angles yet, except for Nakul. In terms of firing is quite right. So Godlike, they are going to push in towards Camp Alpha instead. Nakul still thinking if he should take those shots, but what should I say? I don't think it's worth the risk. Does get a little bit nice tags in, but I don't think they can get the knock in. Goblin, however, finds members coming from Likita Esports. He's made his self-presence known to the world inside Camp Alpha for now.
Soul from the top, it's raining down death and destruction. Anything they spot moving, they're taking shots against that. Metal Esports, they're now facing the brunt of the Wall of Death. Where to go? That's the question in the books of Metal Esports, as Prince is now fighting against the odds, fighting against Likitha Esports. Goblin is the only man putting the spanner in the works, trying to delay the push from Metal, but eventually still the man pushes himself in the boundaries. A little bit of that cover to work with, but Prince was not able to stand the wrath of Soul, as Knuckle from the top was able to eliminate him, but still that elimination gets stolen by Goblin.
Nicely done coming from Goblin. Oh no, as soon as I say it, I Caster's Curse, man. Nako was able to find him proning out in the open. Gets a easy elimination, but Likita Esports, they will bow out in 9th place. Good attempt there coming from Goblin, despite being on form. But Soul, they still have the high ground. They are on top of the mountain, but seems like they will have to concede that high ground, while the rest of the teams are going to be looking for that circle. Sarvit going to be bleeding out the zone as well. That's going to be 7 teams well, not 7 teams. They will bow out at 7th place, but 6 teams left in the game. And Revenant Xbox is alive. Jonathan also still alive from Hero Extreme Godlike. They do see Soul Esports. Manya looking to take the fight to them as well. And guess what? Manya is going to be the gatekeepers. And Jonathan was able to catch a glimpse of that.
Yeah, a little glimmer is all the man needs. And Jonathan right now focusing against the players of 4 aggressive men.
And guess what? Joker, Revenant Xbox, they were the gatekeepers of the north. They're down towards only Joker left, and he's smack in the middle of everyone inside the zone. Will we see a Joker play? Or in this case, no one knows he's there yet. He is in a very obvious position. Meanwhile, Sam, they find an opening. That's going to be Hunters getting knocked as well as Salme. Sam finds 2 out in the open with a red dot on top of that. What a shot at. And now Manya is going to be the next one as well. Another nade comes in. Nako goes for a return fire. Sim almost losing his life. He's dropping down pretty low. But eventually Nako was able to find him on the knock. And now Jonathan looking to try and save his compadre. But Sim has no cover whatsoever from Nako's crossfire. And he's going to go down. Jonathan pinned against the wall as well. Yeah. And here he comes. Admino will fall as well. Nako being one of the biggest nuisance in this game. Right on top of the mountain, with no way down, but he's going to make it count. Jonathan will bleed out to the zone, and we are down towards the final 4 teams.
Exactly, Hero Extreme Godlike, just like that. But then you blink it, and you miss it. The entirety of the team is out. And now you've got the final 4 standing. One of them is going to be Team Soul themselves. 4 aggressive men, all the players on the board. As Revenant X Park, he's the only man standing for the banner. And he's constantly trying to bring in a lot of that hurt against the foes. Considering, looking at the next zone, he's still got a bit of that piece of land to play with. K47 catching a lot of hurt. 4 aggressive men. They're slowly and steadily falling prey. Knuckle from the top. The man's got the drone view, and he's just raining down hellfire. No matter who steps out in the open, they're not going to be able to survive the wrath of Knuckle, and he's constantly punishing every single player that stands out in the open.
Oh boy, they're 2 alive, and guess what? It comes down towards a 1v1v1 situation. And Knuckle is all the way on top, and guess what? He finds another one once more. So we're down towards the final 3 team. Joker, he's stuck inside the shack, and the circle is going to be pushing them as well. Knuckle is so far away from team, but guess what? Manya gets scouted out. It is going to be a 1 versus 1 situation. And Joker looking to make the Joker play once more. It's going to be a 1 versus 1 versus 1. Joker versus Viper versus Knuckle. Joker inside the compound. He needs to push in the next phase of zone. Viper right at the edge. Knuckle on top of it all. They have no way down. And guess what? Joker finds Viper! But the zone is pushing him. He needs to find the opening ping and he gets it! And now it's up to Knuckle. But Knuckle will be the one that takes him out instead. Oh boy. That is so unfortunate for Joker. But it is going to be Soul that takes the chicken instead.
I called it the moment I saw the circle on Camp Alpha Island. I knew it's going to be Soul to get the chicken dinner, and that's what pretty much happened. Soul is so clinical when it comes to playing around that Camp Alpha terrain. They're familiar with each and every single nook and cranny, and they know how the other teams play as well. Soul is really good at coming up with counter strategies.
Oh boy, that was so unfortunate for Joker, but again, Knuckle held down the mountain for the longest of time. Like, every single team had to bow down to Knuckle because of how he took advantage of the height of that mountain. And it's just a little bit unfortunate. Even in the final moment, reckoning, that last guy, he was the last guy surviving because he was holding down his fort down underneath with Knuckle. He had so much protection from Knuckle.
Yeah, 2 chicken dinners today as well. Soul's dominance is clearly something that you cannot really ignore, right? Knuckle doing so great from the top. Manya as well underneath was trying his best to get a lot done. Unfortunately for Sama, he got knocked out in the back right next to Hunter Stew, and all thanks to Hero Extreme Godlike. And I really feel bad for Godlike too, considering they needed to move out in the open. And honestly, when you've got a man on the height, you can't really do anything, man. It's just really tough to shoot him down.
Yeah, at the same time, when Hero Extreme Godlike arrived towards Alpha, after hearing a couple gunshots by Ligitas Esports, which is Goblin alone, and also Meadow Esports trying to push in, they had to clear off the compound once more, even knowing that it was kind of a little bit empty, because of that small little timing window, which resulted in them just taking more time than needed to actually prep for this fight, just resulted in them just losing out that fight. And of course, Manya as well, pushing down to apply pressure. That was really, really smart on how Soul understood positioning and how to apply pressure with people, like a chess piece.
I felt a little bit skeptical about Knuckle in the end, considering the zone was underneath the hilltop, and seeing that the other players were slowly and steadily making a move towards the circle. But still, Knuckle, considering he had the high ground advantage, he could pretty much just sense the entire field, he could pretty much see the entire field, he was still able to strike down the players. But if it really would have came down to playing the circle, Knuckle would have been done for. There was no way for the man to drop down and survive that drop.
I think it came down to just decision making, right? Knuckle understood his win condition. All he needed to do was just wait for somebody to make a mistake. And before denying Joker that win was that he actually destroyed Joker's vehicle right beside the jack, popping the tires before actually going for the pick. So that made Joker in a position where it was so difficult to play this fight. But yeah, again, this was a fight between both what? 4 AM was in a situation where they didn't really know what to do. Like, Joker was pinning them, we've got Knuckle on the top also pinning him as well, and it just came down to a 1 versus 1 versus 1, which in this case I felt like if Joker were given a little bit more time, he might have done something about this.
Yeah, he could have done something about that, but unfortunately for Joker, he also ran out of those smokes. So he did not really have a lot of those visual blockades in the first place. Utilities were not exactly there in the backpack, so he could not really do a lot. He needed to move out in the open, and Knuckle automatically had the high ground advantage. So he was constantly just peeking out and taking those shots. So you got to feel bad for Knuckle and even for the man in the front, but Knuckle still somehow pulled it off in the end. The MVP as well, it's going to be Knuckle from Team Soul with 7 finishes. And the survival time of 21:39, and damage dealt is going to be 969.
Well, nice. But at the same time, Knuckle, you know, he played his role really well as one of the biggest ballers, right? I think when it comes to roles like what Knuckle did, the only other player that really stood out for me is Legit from Meadow, that really played really well in the Battle of Miramar. But so far in Day 3, Day 4, Meadow Esports hasn't been able to do that at all, which is something that I'm a little bit worried for them. But of course, you have to give credit where credit is due. Knuckle played really well. Viper as well from the side of RGB played really well despite having one of the earliest exit for his rest of his teammates. But for him to survive for the top 2, top 3 finish was very, very impressive. That gives them a decent amount of placement points from the side of Reckoning Esports.
And that's the crazy part, right? Reckoning Esports, they desperately need those points considering they're currently in the bottom 2 in the overall standings. And honestly, none of us saw this coming. Reckoning Esports, such a glorified banner in the bottom 2 of the overall standings. It's an absolute living nightmare that Reckoning Esports is living with. But hey, they got to do something about that situation. Point standings on the screen. Soul with that chicken dinner getting 18 points. Revenant Spark with 13. You've also got Reckoning Esports with 10 points. We're not really seeing that vacuum. We're not really seeing that nuclear performance in this game.
Well, these are pretty much the teams who originated from Alpha, right? X-Spark and Soul, they were the team that originated from there. X-Spark fell a little bit short, but Joker was able to somehow salvage it. It was a top 2 finish, which was huge. But the second half here, I'm a little bit worried for K9 Esports right now, because if they want to try and make a run towards top 8, it's gotta start somewhere eventually, because they gave up their drop position against Seoul, but they still didn't do too much. And even for Team Dominance as well, 8-bit, these are the teams that really needs those points to make it to top 8. But all things considered, Seoul overtakes the number 1 spot. They will be number 1, sharing it with Ligita Esports with only 2 points difference right now.
Yeah, speaking of K9 Esports once again, right? K9 Esports, their stubbornness is something that's keeping them outside of the top 8. Simple. They like to play things aggressive, and that's why they are taking things super aggressive inside of the game. But in my opinion, it's also realizing the fact that knowing when to go aggressive and when not to go aggressive. Especially for K9 Esports, their head's on the swivel right now. You cannot be going aggressive when you know the pressure's right on top of you. So K9 Esports, they need to bring in a bit of that variation of playstyle, maybe bring in that defensive nature too.
Yeah, it comes down to just timings, right? And as of yet, K9 is in a situation where they haven't really found their positions for Sanhok himself, and because of that, it is starting to hurt them as well. And considering that now, that's pretty much over for Sanhok today, but they still have 2 more games they need to fix for tomorrow for Sanhok in general. And right now, the biggest worries is actually Sanhok for K9 Esports.
But that's the crazy part about K9 Esports, though. It's K9 Esports. That is one of the most insane teams in the lobby. They can pull off a comeback anytime. All it takes is one massive game. You saw Aiku Seoul pulling off a 28 bomber. K9 Esports is someone even that can make that happen. So it's not even a question. They've got players with so much caliber, with so much potential, with so much firepower. K9 Esports, in my opinion, they can make a comeback.
Well, 2 more games for them to actually find out as well, because 2 more games is a do or die situation for some of these teams. I'm curious to see, are they going to do it? But for now, we're going to be taking a very, very short break. See you guys after this.
Temperatures high, but it make way. Came here to slay,
Let's go! P3 Pro takes mobile gaming to the next level. So first was the AI motion control. आपके मूवमेंट्स को गेम के साथ सिंक कर देता है. AI अल्ट्रा टच कंट्रोल आपके फिंगर मूवमेंट्स को ट्रैक करके टच कंट्रोल को लाइटिंग फास्ट और लैग फ्री बना देता है. मतलब बटरी स्मूथ गेम प्ले जो हर गेमर का ड्रीम होता है यार. तो P3 Pro is the choice.
Let's go!
कर क्या रहा है ये? सर लगता है अपना ब्रो वाव मोड में खेल रहा है.
सो नीरज, स्लाइड पाथ देख के आपकी लैंडिंग स्ट्रेटेजी क्या होगी? बस सही एंगल, राइट ग्रिप, फोकस, और फिर इसको फेंकना नहीं आता। ओके, फाइनल सर्कल, 20 बंदे बचे हैं, क्या करोगे? प्रेशर नहीं लेता मैं सर, जेवलिन में दिमाग को ठंडा रखना पड़ता है। और फिर इसको फेंकना नहीं आता यार। नहीं आता। क्लोज रेंज में आपका फेवरेट वेपन कौन सा है? सबसे स्ट्रेटेजी और टाइमिंग का खेल है सर, जेवलिन की तरह। अरे मेरा मतलब गन्स, M416 ग्रेनेड फेंक देंगे सर, सब फेंक देंगे। यार इसको सच में फेंकना नहीं आता। नहीं आता। अच्छा ये लो, नेट स्पैम करके दिखाओ। वाओ, इसको फेंकना नहीं आता, मगर इसको नेट फेंकना आता है यार। आता है। नीरज तो फेंकने में पास हो गया। आप भी BGMI खेलो और रश करो और चिकन डिनर। यार तुम तो फेंकने में चैंपियन निकले। चैंपियन नहीं सर, कॉन्करर। Oh yes.
Welcome back after that short break. And Salty, I heard you were enjoying your time with this realme P3 Pro 5G.
I mean, yeah, I just had to put it back because, of course, we had to come back on a test segment.
Yeah.
But to be honest, gaming on this device is absolutely brilliant. So I took Jonathan's advice. I was on my way to go into some TDM and stuff. The touch on this is absolutely smooth, especially since it's AI powered, and of course, since it's so budget friendly, I believe I'm gonna get one for myself as well.
Now that you're really speaking positives about this device, I need to tell the audience as well. This device is already launched on Flipkart and starting from 21,999. Move on towards Flipkart, search for the Realme P3 Pro 5G. You might just stand a chance to win some incredible rewards. But once again, moving back towards the conversation that we're having, right? You pretty much were sitting in the back lines looking at that previous game. And we all know when the circle's going to be on the top of the Camp Alpha Island, it has to be a soul game. And once again, they pretty much pull that off.
Absolutely right. And I love the fact that it's different players picking responsibilities at different stages of the day. You look at Hunters, he took responsibility on the map of Miramar. This time it was Knuckle, the only player who was surviving, but how beautifully he did it. Now you mentioned one very important thing. The circle at the end moves out of the hilltop, and for a second I thought that, wait, is it going to be Joker who's going to pull it out?
Exactly.
But Knuckle being so proactive over there, he did not jump in all the way through. He used the little ridges that are there on the hillside and found a way to station himself, and I believe that is what Joker got confused.
All of that is fine, but here's another part. Joker did not have enough utility. Simple. He did not have a lot of smokes. If he would have had more smokes, then maybe he could have created that smoke pathway, try and confuse Knuckle up a little bit where he's going to be peeking from. Then maybe Joker could have had a better chance at least taking down the opponent. But considering Joker was way too exposed out in the open, not a lot could have been done in that scenario. So, unfortunately for Joker, not able to pull that chicken dinner off, but at least a decent stance in the game.
Absolutely. And you know what? Especially when it's Joker in the final phase of the game, I know he's going to pull something out. I mean, that 1v7, everyone remembers about that. And every single time, he's the one who is in a situation where he's supposed to clutch out for the chicken dinner. Even if it's not a chicken dinner, he will get finishes on board. He will get positioning on board as much as he can possibly can. But like you said, no resources, no utility, nothing can be said about it, can we?
Exactly, man. I mean, especially the circle as well. Playing with the minds of the IGLs, playing with the minds of the teams, and off the rip, it was just a major advantage in the hands of Seoul, right? Team Tumulus, they were getting caught out in the open, in the middle of the seas. So many players were taking shots against him. Gotta feel bad for that team as well. Then even 4 Miracles were out in the open, and Revenant Spark was the one taking shots against them constantly. Even Likutha Esports tried to take a little bit of that dig, but unfortunately, not a lot could have been done. 4 Miracles still somehow, surprisingly, they made it out alive from the shorelines.
I feel like, especially when it's a Camp Alpha circle, like you mentioned also during the cast, not a lot of teams can actually make it, because you look how many teams, how many strong teams have their home grounds over there, right? It's K9. Of course, there's a battle initially that goes on, but apart from that, if they do manage to survive, then it's K9.
Yeah.
There's Soul, there's Revenant X-Spark. How do you manage to find space in the tiny island?
Understand this, K9 Esports in the previous game did not go towards the Camp Alpha Island. They went for their split drop location towards Boot Camp and Paradise Resort. It clearly did not really work out, considering K9 Esports, they've got those hotheads. Every single time they like to move in towards a fight, and they usually get taken down, because that's what's been happening at least today's day. So K9 Esports, in my opinion, they need to find a little bit of that variation in the strategy, bring in that calm, cool nature too, maybe try and play for the placement points a bit as well. Because K9 Esports, I understand the overall standing still pretty fragile. One single big game can make a big difference, but you never know, man. The other teams, they can start creating that difference if you're not getting points.
Honestly speaking, I believe that Omega needs to figure out different strategy. Now, this Temple battle, the Camp Alpha battle that we've been looking for a while, it has always been going in favor of Team Soul for a while, ever since the days. Now, you remember the days when these assaulters, right, Beast, Slug and Ninja Boy, they were back in the days when they were playing for Global Esports, right? Even those days, they were not winning their fight. So I believe even the split drop, the second drop location that you talked about, the split drop on towards boot camp, even that is not working out. Go back to the drawing board, possibly figure out a new strategy, because Sanhok is now going to be played on all frontiers and you have to figure out a solution to this problem.
I know a solution. Instead of drop clashing Soul, drop clash Revan X-Park towards Hot 10. What do you think?
I'm not really a big fan of that because, you know what? I believe Team Soul, yes, they are great at those drop clash situations, but I believe, especially when it comes to drop clash situations, Revenant X-Park is possibly the most kitted up team out there inside of the lobby.
Are you kidding me?
They were always going against Phoenix Esports.
No.
They're always going against some other team, and they are well suited for situations like that. I believe that. That is my opinion.
Salty, listen to me, man. I think you're living in a delusional world. Well, speaking of K9 Esports, this team is really tough to beat in a proper 4-on-4 fight. The only reason they are getting taken down to Seoul is because they do not have proper weaponry to defend themselves, and at the end of the day, it's all about luck in those drop clashes. But for now, let's move on towards this game of Miramar.
Game of Miramar, the penultimate game of the day, and we start off really well, especially the flight path, of course, extremely pleasant for majority of our teams out there. It does start off from the lands of Campo Militar, goes towards La Drudera, and you know it, as a matter of fact, it does cut the map in kind of two equal halves. If you want to move towards El Pozo, you will be able to do that. If you want to move towards Los Leones, you will be able to do that. A couple of the regions I believe which will be left alienated will be Impala and Puerto Parasio, but nothing really much happens there. The points of conversation, Necro, especially in the early stages of the map of Miramar, has always been that San Martin fight, and I believe that is going to be happening once again. Phoenix Esports versus Revenant X-Park.
Oh man, I mean, looking at the played flight path, one thing is for sure, that Reckoning Esports, they've got a drop location served on a silver platter. Same thing can be said for the players of Hero Extreme Godlike, but there's a major split that's going on, right? You see Simp and Jonathan dropping right next to each other, while Punk and Admino, they're moving towards truck stops. So this split might just not work out that well if we see a bit of that disconnect. Even K9 Esports towards Hacienda del Patron. You've got Phoenix Esports as well towards San Martin. Things looking okay over there, but I'm still searching for a few clashes. And speaking of clash, we've got one on the screen.
Absolutely, it's always been the case, Revenant X-Park versus Phoenix Esports, and this has been the compound where majority of the fights do tend to happen. But I believe currently Revenant X-Park, they are outnumbered at this point. Aimbot does have the VSS, not the ideal weaponry to actually go in for the fight, but he actually managed to land the shot.
Exactly, the first knock is there. And Phoenix Esports, with that, they've also found the advantage inside of the fight. A while ago, Salty, you were saying Revenant X-Park, they're pretty kitted up when you speak of the 4-on-4 fights, but let's see now. Can they really make a comeback from this 4-on-4 fight against the players of Phoenix Esports? It's crazy how my statement is proven right after that.
Come on, man. It was just the Miramar right before this where Revenant X-Park won against Phoenix Esports. You can't be proven right on just the basis of one match. I understand Revenant X-Park, they're constantly being chased by these lads, and it's been a problematic situation for them. Look at them now. No healing utilities, no helmets whatsoever. Spray does have the double barrel, but I do not believe that's going to be enough. Phoenix Esports, they come in hot, they come in heavy, and they strike down. But Joker is still there, manages to find a knock, goes in for the second one, needs to fall back, but once again, helmets, vest completely extinguished, and no heals whatsoever.
Yeah, he's got barely any sort of HP as well, and now Joker's trying to pull off a few parkour moves. But while shooting that AKM, he also gives his position away. Just like that, Phoenix Esports, a flawless wipe against Revenant X-Park. And Salty, in my opinion, Revenant X-Park, they're sort of inconsistent when it comes to the 4-on-4 fights.
Yeah.
Now, I do understand they're a solid team. Nothing taken away from that. They're incredibly good. But in my opinion, they're incredibly good in those mid-game fights.
Yeah, true that.
Off the rip, Revenant Spark really does fumble up, and we've seen a lot of those examples in the past as well. If you remember the Erangel drop clash towards Yasna Poliana, they were always getting thwarted by the players of Phoenix Esports.
True that, it does happen quite a lot. And it seems like as long as they cannot figure out a solution to this, they will struggle, especially. I believe it is the inconsistency that matters, right? You always want to be consistent in your games, and it seems like Phoenix Esports have taken a strong stand against Revenant Esports that they're not going to let that happen. How do you find a solution? I believe the first Myanmar that we witnessed was a really good example. Just try and take a step back, try and delay the fight as long as possible. Get yourself the weaponry, get yourself the helmet and the vests, and try and corner down the players of Phoenix Esports, but that did not happen this time. Phoenix were absolutely prepared, and a great start to this map of Miramar.
Exactly. K9 Esports once again looking to straight up head dive into a fight as well. They're in the smack center of the next zone. A few teams starting to stack up against him. Team Tumula's on the screen as well towards Los Leones. They've got a few foes around them by the name of Cincinnati Kids. And Cincinnati Kids, there's a bit of that disconnect between the players themselves, so it will be an interesting fight if it does brew up. Solo on the screen, 2 chicken dinners so far. Probably looking to convert a third one. And maybe looking to drop another 28 bomb.
A 28 bomb. Man, that's too much of an ask. That was historic.
It was. I understand it's 1 in a million sort of a moment, but if they've done it once, they can probably replicate it again.
Of course. And Soul, of course. Right, Hunters is in form, Knuckle is in form. And you look at the way they've been rotating, you look at the way they've been positioning themselves, it seems like after the first day, after so many questions were asked, even the BGMI gods are in their favor. The circle has been popping in front of them every single time. But that win on Miramar was so brilliant. Why? Because in spite of losing out on that numbers advantage, Hunters kept on surviving and surviving and surviving. And you've got to give it credit. When the circle is on top of them, they dominate. When the circle is against them or situation goes against them, they still figure out a way to make sure they've got points under their kitty.
The crazy part is their survival game is insanely good. Even if things are not working out for them off the rip, they still know how to survive till the late game and at least squeeze a few points away. As you mentioned, if the zone's not going to be forming on top of the players of Soul, they know how to play that survival game and at least get the bare minimum.
Yeah. Talking about the bare minimum, I don't think this game is going to be about bare minimum. We have been talking a lot about them. Currently, they are on the lands of La Cabrera, quite away from the circle, and this is going to be one of those difficult circles to actually fight against, because usually we have seen them, they take their rotation in from water treatment, find that injection point. We'll talk about that a little later, because it seems like Jonathan right now is being marked, is being cornered, and is being engulfed. Team 8-Bit have an advantage in this fight.
A major blow to Hero Extreme Godlike, and once again the same problem occurring. As I mentioned, Hero Extreme Godlike, they had a major disconnect between the players, and now the cavalry does arrive, but it's a little too late. Hero Extreme Godlike completely cornered towards the one side of the truck stop. And now recovering from this fight seems even more tougher as Sim gets domed down by that Mini 14. And Punk moving up close and personal with the UMP-45. Is he going to be able to strike down another player? 8-Bit with all the players on the board, constantly looking at water away Hero Extreme Godlike as Punk finds another strike and Mafia gets knocked out. Now Waste in the back, and he's going to be the one to stop Punk.
DBS sings the songs of death as of now. 8-Bit still stopping the retaliation coming in from Godlike. 3 finishes on them already, and it seems like their last surviving player, Mino, needs to play a survival game. No, wait, he actually doesn't. He charges in against 8-Bit as of now. Looking to create that angle, looking to create that flank for the fight. And I believe he's waiting for that opportunity. He knows a couple of their players have fallen and they will go for the revive. But the timing is just off. As of yet, 8-Bit, great advantage in this fight. But I don't believe they've got a lot of chance or a lot of time to celebrate, because if I have a look at the map feed, there are multiple teams right around them. You have 4 aggressive men right next to them. You've also got 4 miracles right around them as well. And of course, with Admino still surviving, 8-Bit always have to be wary of that lingering presence. Usually it's been their survival game that has taken them up far. We've always talked about when they played in from the banner of Newman Esports. They were the team who excelled in balancing out position points and finish points.
Indeed.
But now, it seems like Mafia always, they're also pulling in the triggers and they're actually doing it pretty well.
Everyone's doing decent. For 8-Bit, their plus side has always been that passive and the defensive nature.
Yes, sir.
And once again, that's what they're relying on. But considering the new zone settings really do not let you play that passive nature, that's why 8-Bit is also struggling in a few games. They're still trying to find that middle ground, still trying to find the best possible way to play this entire new zone settings. And looking at the next zone shift too. 8-Bit, they're going to find themselves a little bit on the lucky side of the spectrum. Even for Miracles, they're quite in the smack center. Things are looking good for these two teams, but so many teams on the outskirts, and now you see a huge wave of vehicle moving in the circle.
The migration on the western side of the circle is massive, and there are some crazy rivalries which can actually grow up. Likita Esports, of course, will be starting on Hellfire against Metal Esports. A headshot did connect coming in from Goblin, and we know this man is in form. The map on Sanhok going ahead with 7 eliminations. This lad is feeling himself, especially today, and now he has found Metal Esports absolutely cornered. But he also is aware of K9's positioning. We just saw them switch focus, and I believe that their backs are also covered. But K9 might have that edge, especially when it comes to the third parties. Talk about Metal Esports, so they are not having any edge whatsoever. They are trying to run, but their run is being cut short every single time. But wait, look at that. I called it. K9 Esports, they have an opportunity, and they have the opening as well.
Not looking too smooth. K9 Esports opening up the fray. Look at the Esports. Goblins down. And Slug is making that pounce to confirm the elimination point, but still a few foes lie across in the open field. K9 Esports does not really have that freedom of movement. And finally spots out the knocked player. Now he's going to try to get that death blow, and that's what he does. There we go. Finish point confirmed. Look at the Esports in a big world of trouble, considering now they do not really have the major man number to play this game.
Yeah.
Now they need to play the sneaky ways.
With their talisman falling, I believe it's going to be, the call is going to be to fall back from Likita Esports. Metal Esports also trying to charge in. The distraction that was coming in from K9 Esports actually helped Metal Esports recover their situation over there, and now they're back on their strength. They're back in 4 numbers, and Likita Esports, they do know it very well that the only option is to try and disengage. Hector, of course, is trying to go in for the flank, but will he find a good positioning is going to be the question. A mad dash inside the circle, but right next to Metal Esports, this fight is not ending whatsoever. Look at Hector. Information has been passed. He knows he will get peppered, and now damage has been dished as well. Barely surviving over there.
Metal Esports, at least all the players are on the board for them, so that's a good thing.
Yeah.
For a moment, I thought that Metal Esports is going to be facing a lot of that Bright Thunder. The man caught too much damage upon himself, and look at the Esports from the far fray. They had a clear line of sight. Thunder at least is going to make it out alive from that spot. Once again, will need to patch himself up and then get back in the vehicle. Metal Esports, they found themselves in some of the most trickiest spots possible. But looking at the next zone, now this is going to be a bit of that curveball shift, at least favoring the teams that are coming in from the blue.
I mean, look at this, right? For Seoul, it's been a brilliant rotation to find themselves at position on that northern part. They will actually have the advantage of gatekeeping against Versatile. That grants them so many points. But one thing is very shocking for me, and that is 4 Miracles, and they 2-2 split. Look at that, Poco, WNL, as well as his comrade. And then, of course, you've got Reaper towards Team Tamilas. This is a massive split, and I don't think they've got any trade potential going on in between them. And I am skeptical about this team's survival. Seoul, with the way they've been charging against teams, with the way they have been absolutely demolishing the competition, it seems like for two players, it will be a little hard for them to hold on to that fortress. And talking about fortress, Team Seoul, they themselves have actually found the high ground and waiting for Versatile. The vehicle sounds are there, and I believe the information has been passed on as well. And Team Seoul, they're waiting to welcome them with open arms.
Team Seoul catching a bit of that herd on that direction. And that's who it's going to be by the players of K9 Esports. Both these teams, always, they've got their own agreements and disagreements. But they like to stay each other's rivals.
Yeah.
K9 Esports, after instilling that fear in the hearts of Seoul, now they also want to get rid of the players of Phoenix Esports. They've got their own little turf to play with. And if anyone tries to breach in this area, K9 Esports is not going to let that slide.
And talking about position, I believe that there is someone else who's breached in as well. Phoenix Esports come into the mix, and so does Orangutan. Just absolutely knocking on the doors of Team Tamilas. Nades have been flushed out. Team Tamilas, their defenses are set. Now the ball is in the court of Orangutan. How do you open things up? AKOP will be the frontline assaulter, of course. A couple of nades being dished out, but no contact has been found as of yet. And it's usually hard because these warehouses have so many angles and so many height advantage positions for Team Tamilas that they can hold. I don't believe Orangutan will be able to go in without any sort of advantage in this fight. A 4v4 will definitely be a massive disadvantage.
Interesting. AKOP tossed out an 8 in that trailer, making sure that no one's going to be hiding in that trailer itself. And now for OG, at least they know the sidelines are cleared up of this warehouse. Every single player is inside. And that's what they're going to try to focus on, but a big blunder. And Mr. Eichel, what an off angle that was. Beautiful stuff. Able to squeeze in one elimination point from that window. And now instantly OG, the firepower's cut down by a big margin. The remaining 3 players with a lot of pressure to try and make something happen. In the outskirts, there's a few teams with their eyes pinned towards this compound. And OG looking to inflict a bit of that pain and hurt against the players of Team Tamilas, but this seems really tough. Another man in the outskirts spotted. Rico's taking the shots. No confirmation yet for the man. Team Tamilas, even they know the pressure's currently on top of them. For OG, losing out on such a big man. Aru himself, the IGL not in the game anymore. Even that's got to sting.
That definitely is going to sting, but I believe Orangutan, they do not have the information. The numbers are actually balanced. It's a 3v3 battle inside of this warehouse because one of their players, Maxi OP, is quite in the distance. But look at that flank from Mr. IGL. Wiz got completely out in the open. Finally, I believe, Mr. IGL was spotted, if I'm not mistaken. Information has been passed. Wiz got still out in the open, still risking his life, but at least now he knows that Team Tamilas, they're doing something fishy. The invasion is there. They have actually moved in inside. But Orangutan will not be able to contest this position until and unless they found a knock. Mr. IGL once again find the knock on towards Wizgod. Their talisman falls yet again. And Team Tamilas had a massive advantage in this fight. 2 players surviving for Orangutan. And AKOP needs to pull out his magic once again.
2 players in the outskirts putting in a lot of work, including Maxi on the hilltop. And even Maxi is able to deal a lot of damage. That's why OG, they do not really have a lot of wiggle room in the first place. Wall of Death going to move up, and now the zone's going to be chipping out a lot of that chunk of HP. Team Tamilas, they need to make it inside of the safety line. The same thing can be said for OG, but for OG to make it out alive seems even more tougher. Do they have any sort of vehicles? The answer is going to be absolutely no. Or maybe they do. They do have one vehicle to work with. So OG can't sit in there and make it out alive from that spot, but still you've got Maxi on the hilltop, and he's constantly taking shots against them. So for OG, the survival seems dicey.
Absolutely. And you ate words from my mouth, right? I believe that the split might have been a disadvantage for Team Tamilas, but right now, with the way Mr. IGL has shifted focus, I believe Maxi OP will be able to get so much damage done. Versatile talking about them. Troy completely pinning down the likes of Shub. This time around, a substitution happening for Reckoning Esports. But this time, not really a good spot to actually hide. You've got 8-bit coming in from the back lines. Versatile locking out your front lines as well. Reckoning Esports, it seems like they are absolutely stuck in the middle of nowhere. And I don't see an exit strategy right now, Necro. The only thing that you can do is to try and lay down the smokes, possibly close down the distance against Versatile and take the fight to them. And the only man who will be capable of doing that is possibly Gravity, because his position has been left unmarked out of every single player.
Salty, it's stage 4, and still 15 teams alive. Just one squad wipe so far, that too by the name of Revenant Spark. Hold on, 8-bit. They're taking a fight against Reckoning Esports, and Reckoning Esports not really having enough man number to defend the spot. With just a 2-man squad, they need to make a Herculean task happen. And 8-bit on the opposite spectrum, they've got the line of sight. Metal Esports, they move up against the players of 4 aggressive men. And 4 aggressive men, they've got a clear-cut advantage.
You know, out of the entire fight against Versatile and Reckoning, one surprising element was Admino is still surviving. He does not have any space whatsoever, but that man is still very sly and still very cunning. But talk about a fight, and it seems like Phoenix Esports are going to take it to K9. Beast is going to fall. Slug is going to fall as well. The partnership between Altu and Fury that we always have talked about, it seems like it's coming to fruition yet again. Phoenix Esports have broken the backs of K9, and Ninja Boy is going to be the only one who is standing. Not a lot of options for this lad as they come swarming in. The nade is equipped, the damage needs to be dealt. Phoenix Esports, but from the backlines, they're taking a lot of hurt, and I'm not sure it's coming from whom. And this lays the opportunity for Ninja Boy. He closes in. The only man who can stand in front of him is going to be Fury. Ninja Boy with the UMP trying to jump spot him. Fury comes in, swings around, and finds the connection. Phoenix, they survive a scare, but will they be allowed to celebrate is going to be my question.
Phoenix Esports, after wiping out 2 squads, they might be feeling at the top of the world. One was Revenant Spark, and now it's K9 Esports. They've devoured the 2 strongest forces in the game. And Phoenix Esports, after that, they've got to feel at the top of the world. 3 more players remaining for Phoenix Esports, looking to devour the competition even more. 7 finishes on the board for them. But now Phoenix Esports, they need to leave this sweet spot and make it inside of the circle. And that's where, for aggressive men, they're going to create a bit more of that drama.
And if they want to go in for a longer rotation, I believe Soul's position has already been marked. So they know that that exit is already covered. Phoenix Esports is now in a world of trouble. Can the Phoenix rise from the ashes will actually be a question. But currently their wings are under flames. And I'm not sure if they will be able to escape it. Team Versatile, though, on the other side, this standoff has been going on for a while, and this is what I was talking about. Look at the radar. Admino has still kept himself hidden, and he can actually be the game changer for Versatile. From the backlines, he can inflict hurt, not only upon Soul, but also upon Versatile. And nobody, absolutely nobody has his position marked.
Admino, he does have the striking advantage on paper, but hold on.
What?
You blink it and you miss it. Phoenix Esports, they sent it. But they also got eliminated from the game itself. Too aggressive for their own liking. And Phoenix Esports not in the game anymore, but at least they've got the bare minimum, right? 7 points from this game, that's going to be the average achieved. And now for Reckoning Esports, things are looking way too dicey. On the opposite end, we've got 8-Bit right next to him. It's VXT.
And there's one man, Raiden, who's already gone in for the flank. I believe the encapsulation is going to come through extremely quick. Raiden, he knows exactly the position. Gravity's position has been marked. The nade flies in. If it's time to perfection, maybe Gravity. He did get that damage inflicted, the splash damage, of course. But this one is going to find him the knock. And, of course, Reckoning Esports, no response to that. Do they have their players alive? Yes. Viper is still lying around there in the corner, but I don't believe he will be able to save his fallen IGL. Will have to go in for the position points, but even that seems dicey. Look at the mini-map. My word, the microwave setup that we talked about. 8-Bit from one side, Versatile from the other. His best bet, Necro, is to try and stay as low as possibly can. Let 8-Bit and Versatile fight amongst themselves and potentially find himself a couple of finishes.
The way the circle's forming out, it's forming out in the no man's land. There's still 4 miracles on the edge, which seem pretty dominant. But you never know. One single man slipping down and instantly the entire team, they can just fall prey to that dominant effect. Hero Extreme Godlike Admino went for the shots. He's exposing himself a bit too much. And now it's taken down to barely any sort of HP. Toy's going to toss out that Molotov as well, right on top of him. And Admino, he does not even have any sort of meds to patch himself up. He's just using the bandages. It's going to take him ages to patch himself up. And here's the funny part. Now he needs to move out in the open, considering the Wall of Death is moving up as well. Hero Extreme Godlike, I don't see any possible way for this man to make it out alive.
True that. But the same can be said for Versatile as well. Yes, they have confirmed. Look at that, Admino actually suiciding himself inside of the blue zone. I believe that was the best bet that he could possibly can. Talk about TWOB. They sent in Mr. IGL, the only man, of course, Superman, as well as Anonymous. They are in position, but Mr. IGL still stands strong. The DBS, of course, in arms, needs to find himself cover, but that will be denied. TWOB, extremely successful, but they need to move inside the circle.
TWOB, we're definitely seeing that fire of hope reignited. And at least after wiping out another big foe, They might be feeling great. Anonymous was the casualty, but the man's going to be back up on his feet, so it's okay. Soul now looking to take a fight against VXT. And Equinox, the nade blasts right on his face as he gets knocked out. Soul, the opener they were looking for, is already being found, and you can instantly see the Fecals as well making their way against VXT. Now the man disadvantage in the court of VXT. Not a lot they can do to try and defend these two players. They need to go massive.
Absolutely. Hunter's in position in the flank already. Raiden, of course, does find the connection. The headshot was there. Is going to delay the push, the ambush coming in from Hunters. But the rest of the players, look at the swarm of vehicles. These players are being so unsettled. Mania in the backlines already, but the shotgun is going to scream. Raiden is going to fall because Knuckle is in position, but the eye shield has been lost. But it's all good in the hood because Soul, they survived with 3 plays and found a lovely position inside of the circle.
Overwhelmed by the presence of the opponent, and Soul, they strike down the foes without any problem. But still, Mania was the one who got eliminated from the game. Still, Soul with 3 players can make a lot happen. Maybe looking to pull off a back-to-back, considering they've got the northern side to themselves completely. This can be their game. 4 aggressive men, 2 on the screen. 8 finishes so far racked up, and now that's going to be the 9th on the board. Likitha Esports, Hector's the only man surviving, and this team has always been trying to achieve that bare minimum. They've managed to squeeze in a chicken dinner before. Likitha Esports, the team that's doing great in the overall standings, and now a well-placed nade is also going to find the knock against 4 aggressive men, and Hector, he's looking to make that pounce.
Absolutely, no more throwables left. The only option he's got to try and scramble for those finishes. DBS in arm needs to patch himself up. One of the players from 4AM, he actually closes in right next to this shack. The nade was being cooked, finds the opening, gets a knock, but from the back lines, it's another lad from 4AM. It's K47 who's going to find the finish. 4AM, they do not have time to celebrate because this lonesome survivor is going to face the wrath of so many teams right now. Look at the damage being inflicted. There is 4 miracles from the back lines. Dragon OP has spotted him, and of course the M4, I believe, is going to be the cause of his death right now.
Oh no, 4 aggressive men. Heads on the swivel and can't be cut off any time. K47 going for the revival onto Pro. Man will be up. Pro with 6 finishes so far. 4 aggressive men really looking to deliver an aggressive game this time around. But considering there's so many teams inside of the circle, 4 aggressive men, there's not a lot they can do. Even TWOB is facing the brunt. 8 finishes so far in the hands of TWOB as well. And that's as I speak of 4 aggressive men. Pro, the man who was able to rack up so many finishes, gets eliminated from the game too. Soul taking shots against the foes as well. Now Soul with the high ground once again. But Mafia is the one to prevail. But Soma is still there to save the day for his teammate.
You talked about teams inside of the circle. I feel like it is going to be another game for Team Soul. Yet again, numbers disadvantage, but look at the map control. 4 miracles absolutely have nothing. Meanwhile, Knuckle and this duo, Some as well as Hunters coming in from either side. I believe they can have 4 miracles cornered. And I'm not sure if the information is passed. I'm not sure if 4 miracles have the idea. Knuckle, of course, is being chased down, is being pressured. A lot of numbers against him. The DBS, of course, in arms. He finds a connection, Necro. He finds a finish. He goes in for the second one, but ultimately gets extinguished.
Yeah, that disconnect between the players not working out that well. And Soul now dropping down numbers. 4 Miracle Esports with the man advantage. It's a 2-on-3. Still the fight can be converted. But Soul needs to go for a heroic play. One man needs to go huge. Sama is closing on up, and now he's directly looking to make that pounce. That catapults against the player, and Soma gets struck down. Beard Baba, beautiful stuff, is still holding the ground well, as even the last man from Soul gets snuffed out. And just like that, 4 Miracle Esports, a game in their hands, and that's going to be a statement in the overall standings.
Statement for sure. Even, I believe, the earlier Erangel, not the Erangel, in fact, the Miramar was a good performance coming in for 4 Miracles. And time again, we've seen, at least today, on the overall standings, every team in the bottom 8, they've had a statement so far. They've had a good game and they're making sure that they're making their presence felt. They're not letting the teams at the top run away with the competition. And this is what makes all the drama and creates so much entertainment, I believe, for the audience as well.
I know, right? But Seoul is so consistent.
Absolutely.
Another game on the second spot with so many elimination points. You cannot take it away even from the side of TWOB, though. Even that was quite a magnificent game. You've also got 4 aggressive men.
Yes, sir.
10 finishes on the board and a few placement points, so even 4 aggressive men were doing great.
Absolutely. 4 aggressive men. They were reeling on the bottom of the overall standings, right on the 16th position. They were struggling for finishes, but this Miramar, they come in hot. And I believe they kind of have a storyline similar to Vasista Esports, possibly, because the entirety of the first week and the first 2 days, they struggled. But today, all of a sudden, it seems like this team absolutely have no fear. They're going in for the finishes. Now, when you have got finishes in your bag, I believe the confidence is going to be there. 1 or 2 big chicken dinners, and they will come back in the competition flying high.
We've seen a lot of these teams on the latter half of the board doing great, right? I mean, you've got 4 aggressive men doing great, then you've also got 4 Miracle Esports doing pretty good. Even Reckoning Esports on the game of Sanhok, they found themselves in the top 3. Even TWOB, as you mentioned, off the rip, they were able to perform so well. So yeah, one thing is for sure, we're definitely seeing the signs of life, even from the latter half of the board, which is a great thing.
But teams at the top, Team Seoul, of course, they are not letting anyone survive at this point. Of course, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have a look at the highlights. And Team Tamilas, they kind of did fairly well against a couple of teams, especially against Orangutan. But the way they were being absolutely chased down, I believe, I'm not exactly sure which was the team. I believe it was Likita Esports who kind of eliminated them. But yeah, it was a good fight against Orangutan nonetheless.
It indeed was. Then Seoul also made the push against VXT. We saw VXT, considering they did not really have enough man number to defend themselves. Even they got taken down in the end. For aggressive men, Pro was the man who was putting in a lot of work, but unfortunately even Pro got taken down. So a lot of these teams were pretty much just outside of the circle. They could not really do a lot. And of course, Seoul, positioning has been on point every single time. The prediction of the circle has been on point from Manya.
I believe we've got a new duo in the making, Necro, and it is between Some and Hunters. They play really well together. Hunters had his duo with Viper when he was playing in for Reckoning Esports, but he's found a true brother in the form of Some.
But I kind of miss Ronnie too.
Yeah.
In the playing 4, even Ronnie has had his glorious moments. I do understand recently Seoul had a little bit of that debacle in the performance. That's why Ronnie was subbed out, and now that sub is working perfectly well. But still, maybe another chance to Ronnie to prove himself can be good.
You know what? We have to talk about the MVP, of course. We'll come back to that conversation. Pro with 6 elimination, 582 points of damage. Kanha from TWOB, 5 finishes on this lad. And TWOB constantly managing those high finished numbers. I believe they will also come back on the overall standings. 8-bits always coming up hot. Mr. IGL, of course, being ever so consistent. And then you've got Some with 3 finishes and 468 points of damage. We will have a look at the point standings, but something which is very interesting, Spiro said that teams like Seoul, teams like Godlike, teams like Revenant X-Park should not really have a 5th player because they've already got such amazing players inside of their playing 4. It's such a big headache for the management whom to play and whom to sub out.
I know, right? There's just so much talent. There's just so much potential in that lineup. It's really tough to bench anyone. It's such a tough call to make. And honestly, even for the IGL, he's probably going to think for days, who do I keep and who do I not keep? Because everyone's got their own stance, everyone's got their own play style, and they do a perfect job in playing that. We've got the point standings on the screen for Miracle Esports, 17 points. That's a great way to pull off that comeback for aggressive men too. 15 points on the board. Another great way to present yourself. And looking at the latter half of the board now, here's the concerning names. K9 Esports, they have been failing throughout the entire day pretty much. Cincinnati Kids, once again, the consistency dropping down. Now that's going to hurt in the overall standings. Reckoning Esports just getting 1 point. I think so Reckoning Esports is going to be at the bottom in the overall standings.
Might be actually, but I'm actually very hurt with K9 Esports and their performance so far because they were my prediction today to actually make a comeback, but today they've been entirely shut down. Look at that, of course, at the top. This is a battle and a half. Seoul, Likita, Versatile. Think of the storylines, and then of course tied up by Godlike as well in the top 3. Revenant X-Park, 109 points. Cincinnati Kids, the consistent kids, of course, 108 points. Phoenix Esports battling across their way, and somehow, along with them, Orangutan, barely any position points, but still almost 100 points acquired. This is amazing stuff.
Man, Phoenix Esports and OG missing a chicken dinner. I would love to see a bit of that chicken symbol in front of their names too. It would add on a great thing to the overall standings. Team Tumulus on the 9th spot with 89 points in total. K9 Esports is currently at the bottom. We never saw this coming. K9 Esports, one of the strongest foes in the entire lobby, one of the strongest competitors, is currently at the bottom.
I mean, well, I've got to work on my predictions, Negro. I do not know. I believe I've got to have a look.
The funny part is Hindi Desk went with K9 Esports as their prediction, and now look at K9 Esports at the bottom.
See, at least I'm happy that we're going to get a treat at the end of the day. You're going to find themselves with a good dinner. But personally speaking, I'm not sure what's going wrong with me. But at least for K9 Esports, they've got to figure their stuff out, because every single fight that they take, none is going their way.
I don't think so there's anything wrong with you. You are in the wrong in general, my friend, because when you were back in OG was struggling, and now you in Revna X-Park, even Revna X-Park is struggling a bit. I mean, in the previous tournament they were. You know what? The conversations will keep on going on, but for now it's time for us to toss to a short break. You guys don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
We've got that temperatures high, but it make way. We came here to slay, slay. Let's go.
Let's go! P3 Pro takes mobile gaming to the next level. So first was the AI motion control. आपके मूवमेंट्स को गेम के साथ सिंक कर देता है. AI अल्ट्रा टच कंट्रोल आपके फिंगर मूवमेंट्स को ट्रैक करके टच कंट्रोल को लाइटनिंग फास्ट और लैग फ्री बना देता है. मतलब बटरी स्मूथ गेम प्ले जो हर गेमर का ड्रीम होता है यार. तो P3 Pro इज द चॉइस.
To survive, it's a state of mind. Legendary drive, eyes on the prize. I feel the gears turn, never hesitate. No stopping King Kong, beast is awake. I'm knocking down the walls, pounding at the gates. My hustle don't sleep, let me demonstrate. Got iron in the fire and I want more. I intend to win the battles, yes, in the war. I'm the champ, I'm the champion, I'm the champ, I'm the champion. Boss beast, Taiwan Master. I'm the champ, I'm the champion.
Welcome back after the break, ladies and gentlemen, to the realme BGIS 2025 The Grind. It is the penultimate day for Group A. We are about to head into the last map of Erangel. Super Johnny joined by Icy Baby 1-2 alongside with me. And Icy, it has been a very interesting day. Everyone expected K9 Esports to recover. Well, they have just gone in the wrong direction completely.
Well, sometimes in life, you know, if you are so high up there, you gotta fall down, and sometimes when you're so down, there's no point of return. There's the only way back up is pretty much up.
Yes.
So in this case, there is gonna be ups and downs in life, and all things considered, unfortunately for K9 Esports, it is gonna be downhill from here on, unless they pull a miracle in this final map. In this case, Miracle was able to get the chicken dinner in the previous game.
Yeah, and talk about miracles. One is there with us on our desk, ladies and gentlemen. I'm talking about the Realme P3 Pro 5G. It is an amazing device. That is available on Flipkart right now, starting at 21,999. And of course, if you go onto Flipkart and search for the Realme P3 Pro 5G, you could stand a chance of winning one of these devices for yourselves. Crafton India Esports is running their own contest on the side. That can also get you an amazing thing for yourself. And of course, we talk about the features, we talk about the AI movement control that's been added, the The Ultra AI touch control that's been added, everything given to you guys to boost your performance in game. And talking about the performance, segment's best performing phone, ladies and gentlemen. So do make sure you're checking out the Realme P3 Pro 5G. In the meanwhile, I say I'm going to check in with you. As you said, sometimes when you're very high up, you tumble down. But when you're at rock bottom, you bounce back. And it seems like TWOB, Metal Esports, these teams are making a bounce back. They've gotten themselves into a fighting position, but it is going to take that extra oomph coming in to push them in a safer spot inside of the top 8.
For sure, right? Like, especially now being the final match as well, you need to gather enough points for you. In this case, stock up your arsenals in order to go for the final push, because the final push is going to be tomorrow's final 6 games, right? As of yet, teams in the top 5 at least, they're pretty okay, but based on how we've seen from Group D, C, and B, the biggest cutoff falls under Group B. But for Group A, everyone's points is so spread out to a point that I don't think there is going to be a big 140, 150 cutoff point here, but we are going to be expecting it to be very, very close down towards the final 3 teams.
Of course, and this is going to be interesting to see how things turn out, because at the end of the day, I think we will have a clearer picture of who we can expect to be in a fighting position realistically for tomorrow. But again, I mean, one thing is for certain. Something has happened to Team Seoul, and they seem to be conquering all the maps of Miramar for themselves.
Yeah, almost every... Actually, now that you mention it, Seoul is pretty much the most confident and most dominating team in the map of Miramar out of all the groups thus far we've seen on screen. But I'm curious to see, is it going to be the same trend all the way when they break through towards round 1, 2, 3? Obviously, now they're going to be playing round 1. But after seeing those results, and if those teams queue up with Seoul later on, when towards the quarterfinals or maybe round 4 in general, will there be any team that's going to be able to beat them?
I mean, fair enough. Because I'm pretty sure from where they are, quarterfinals is what everyone is hoping to see them in. And of course, they themselves are pretty sure that they are going to be heading towards the quarterfinals, way too high up in the overall leaderboard. And a fall that massive for a team like Seoul is just going to be, well, it's going to be something, right?
Yeah.
But while Miramars are safe and secure, Erangel is where they face the most trouble, all thanks to the boys that play under the banner of Orangutan. Their monkey business is giving them a lot of profit these days, especially in those early fights, always winning those 4v4s early. And on Erangel, we noticed this at the start of the day as well. They went after Seoul.
Yeah, Orangutan is a very unique team, in my opinion, after seeing them for this past 4 games, right? There are moments where they're so consistent, so on point, but there are just moments where they just make the most blatant, idiotic mistakes ever. Like, it's so random, and I feel like this might be a mental thing, it might be just people making mistakes. It's understandable. But after seeing so many matches here, I feel like Group A is the most toxic to people making mistakes. One small little tiny mistakes will be the result in your death. Because we've seen a lot of insane moments by some of these players as well, especially coming from Seoul in particular.
Yeah.
They catch you off guard just by a small pixel, they're taking you down.
I mean, we saw that happen in the first Miramar, and we saw that happen multiple times in different matches to different teams, of course. But it is going to be interesting to see how this game begins for them. I am looking forward to that Seoul versus OG fight. Another fight that I'm hoping to see this time around is going to be in Yasnaya Poliana. Revenant X-Park versus Phoenix Esports. It was denied to us earlier on in the first angle of the day. I was surprised Revenant going for the Nova Hypnoid drop. Necro liked it though. Necro was like, alright, not really getting that many points. That fight has been a big reason for that. So Revenant X-Park avoiding that early conflict might just help them break into the top 8. But we know this is Revenant X-Park. They should not be afraid of fighting anyone.
It's weird to see this, right? Like, if you were to compare Group B as well as Group A, Group B's rivalry would be Team Jelly versus God's Raid.
Yeah.
This one, it feels like it's Phoenix versus Revenant X-Park. Especially coming to this group. So I wouldn't be surprised to see it continuing. But as of now, Phoenix is barely in the borderline. They are going to be okay, but eventually they have to fight to remain there in the top 8.
Agreed, 100% agree with that. I think the fight is going to be there, and ladies and gentlemen, it's going to happen on Erangel this time. The last game of the day. Here we go. Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, and this is the map of Erangel we have in front of us right now. The flight path starting from the southern side of Milta Power, and it's going to head towards that northwestern quadrant between Zarki and Shooting Range. And as we were talking about it, I think this one does allow Revenant X-Park and Phoenix to collide against each other, but it also allows the safer option for Revenant X-Park. That is going to be Nova Rapnoy, and I think they have taken the Nova Rapnoy exit. Is that true? Yes, it is.
Yeah, I think that's going to be the case as well. Revenant X-Park has opted to actually go for Novo sometimes, and oftentimes they do take Milta from time to time. Obviously, Hero Action got like they're going to be taking military base for the longest time. Nothing super crazy out about that. So I don't think we are going to be seeing a clash for that. But I'm more curious if are we going to see a little bit of third parties, because For Miracle has been known to third parties, especially in terms of Erangel. Like maybe a little bit stat check here and there, but considering that now they are so low in the pack, I don't think they should be doing stuff like that, especially them. And also, I believe that's going to be K9 as well, which is also right in the bottom.
Yeah. And K9, I think, since they have been struggling, could be an easy target for a lot of these teams to pick off. But that's a very shooting range split that K9 Esports usually begin with, has been granting them a lot of safety. And we have a Northern Circle as well, centered between Rozhok and Saverny. So this game, as you said, K9 Esports, I think can be conquered by them.
You know what's a little bit interesting this time?
Yeah.
We do see Cincinnati Kids actually dropping to his military base, and guess what? Godlike is nowhere to be found. It seems like we were expecting company into his military base, but seeing the circle is going to be in Saverny. K9's got the best position as of yet. They've got the most amount of information and the most amount of space to work with, and also the most amount of time to work with. So I'm curious to see how they're going to be playing this. But seeing this compound in general, especially towards the northern section of Saverny, most places looks like there are good places to hold down for pit stops, but a majority of them are just terrible to work with. Like, let me give you a couple of examples. The compounds far north of Yasnaya, like those hunker bunkers, is pretty not bad. The gas station down towards the bridge is not bad. But aside from those few places, there's not a lot of places that are very, very good to hold out and try to secure those vehicles right from the get-go.
Well, let's see how it goes out, though. On the other side of things, we wanted to see, or at least I wanted to see, OG versus Soul, the first fight of the game. That is not going to happen. Another switch of drop coming in. Soul this time dropping a little bit further away. And OG just completely committing towards that Rozhok position. So the clash of the Titans of the Giants denied in the early stages on our screens right now. Team Tamilas. Today we expected to see them take a big leap in the overall rankings, but not big leaps, but small steps. At least there's movement in the positive direction.
Well, speaking of movements here, guess what? Audu finds a little bit of stray dog coming in. That's going to be For Miracle losing one member. Reaper getting taken out right from the get-go. Audu waiting for the right moment, sees the right moment, and he pounces, gets one. But guess what? The rest of Phoenix Esports, they're not too happy about this. They want to continue this fight, but for some reason, they're able to get another knock. And so Wopoko, he was going to go fall. And in one fell swoop, the aggression from Phoenix Esports comes up on top. They find three very, very easy targets. And the last man standing from the side of For Miracle, nowhere to be found. Oh boy, that was quick.
That was a quick one, but Phoenix Esports, I think everyone roaming around Yasna Poliana should be aware about this team, man. They get very aggressive very early in the game. And this time as well, dropping for those smaller compounds, getting some early loot in. Discharge upon the players of For Miracle, not really caring about their own safety, getting 3 picks off of that. One last survivor for For Miracle, just running for his life, has made it towards the shoreline south of Kameshki.
Well, there's not a lot of place he can go for as of yet. Like, yeah, Kameshki is pretty much clear. Starboard is all the way clear. The only things he can pretty much do is just, hope and pray the circle favors him, because as of yet, nothing is going to look good for him from this point on, unless fortune favors the bold. In this case, Baba, does he have this boldness to actually take fights later on? In this case, that bonus will not be seen at least 4 to 5 stages, maybe even 6th stage.
Yeah, maybe in the 6th stage or till the 6th stage, but let's see how things are going to turn out. War now. Revenant X-Park. Drop towards Nova Rapnoy and swinging along the southern highways of Military Island.
That's interesting. Huh. For them to actually swing this early, this far apart as well, looks like they are going to be going for the western approach. Not going to be expecting some sort of roadblock, but seems like they do anticipate God's Reign to potentially stop the East rotation. So I guess that's going to be the idea that they're going for as well, hoping that maybe trailing behind the circle will give them some sort of information. But little did they know, CK is going to be in the vicinity. So interesting enough. I'm curious if CK and Revenant X1 is going to be running head-to-head, but based on this trajectory and momentum that they're driving past here, they might actually run into Juicy later on. Sarang having a little bit of hiccup with the vehicles, but he's going to be okay. Cincinnati Kids still looting inside military base. No one's outside yet, but the only one is not here is pretty much Juicy, who's already ahead to scout. But if Juicy gets scouted out, we might be seeing a major fight about to happen as well, down towards the bridge on the west side.
Yeah, and in that one, as you mentioned, if Juicy gets scouted out, he will have to buy his teammates enough time to push forward towards that western village. And if he fails to do so, then it is just going to be a collapse upon the remainder of Cincinnati Kids. So they need to be extremely cautious with how they move in this game further. But look at this. Soul. It seems like if they avoid OG, Medal Esports are going to chime in. The first knock secured by Medal, and Manya knocked out into the open. The wall of smokes should be able to protect him, or at least I thought so, just like the players of Soul. But Medal still confirms their frag.
Yeah, they are okay for now, but seeing that they do have a little bit more information, they know for a fact there is still one team lurking around behind them, and they know for a fact that right now it's not a good time to actually settle down for this fight, especially it's only stage 1, stage 2. Circle is still uncertain as well. Is it going to be Asnaya? But yep, I was right as well. Guess what? They are able to back off. Reckoning East was looking to third party this fight to try and gain control of this forest pit stop. It's one of the great spots to hold if the circle favors here. But for now, all they can do is just wait things out. Stage 1 is still relatively early. It's not good to actually start a fight right now, especially when everything is still in the unknown right now.
As you mentioned, a lot of factors remain unknown. Early stages of the game. Reckoning Esports, decent movement on the overall leaderboard today in terms of points. And I like the fact, look at that. 8th position you have OG, 90 points. And then Reckoning Esports all the way on the 15th with 72. So opportunity to take that lead and fight for the 8th position still there. A spot available inside of the top 8 in this last game itself. But Reckoning are going to need a big game to make it happen. And versatile. This is the luxury you have when you are sitting in the top 3 with 114 points.
I don't know what you're talking about luxury, because it seems like Raiden has had a little bit of an oopsie right now.
Yeah, that car. Oh!
I don't think that is gonna work, man.
Yeah.
He can try.
Second attempt. Let's go, boys.
Okay, he's given up. He's given up. Let's find a new one, because right now shots are being fired. Orangutan gonna be third-partying this as well. They saw the hiccup and they are trying to capitalize on this. Unfortunately to say, that's gonna be Hero Extreme Godlike losing one vehicle. Hopefully they will be able to find another one, but for now, they are safe. But they are not that safe as well, because it is gonna be far away from the next fatal zone, and the zone seems to be capping right out of Severny as well. South side of Severny, southeast of shooting range. We are gonna be seeing a lot of open battles. And the compound right in the middle of it all has one of the greatest places to hold down with, but it's also the most exposed compound, where every single direction is going to be able to shoot through that compound.
Oh, but I love the position that 8-Bit had taken towards the northern shorelines. But look at this Cincinnati Kids. We spoke about this. Revenant Xbox catching them off guard. 2 players knocked and confirmed. This is the fight happening in stage 2 blue.
Nothing major yet, but Revenant and Xbox, they will be the victors for now. The rest of the teams coming from Cincinnati Kids has pretty much bailed out of this fight. Flock all by himself rotating from the east side. And we also have Aditya also dipped out of this fight as well. Both of them have to rotate from the east side, the furthest point from this next entry, especially in stage 2. And look at this, they don't have a lot of first aid, it's kids as well. Flock is fully boosted, but he's running on fumes for sure. This is not looking good for Cincinnati Kids.
Yeah, it's really not looking good. They had to evade, just completely switch up, move towards the No-Repnoi bridge, and that is just increases their rotation time by quite a lot, almost by 20 to 30 seconds. But
I like how Hero Extreme Godlike is trailing the zone right now. Just to cover off any kind of outside campers or edges.
Yeah.
It gives them a little bit more room and time to gather information. And because of this small little rotation, they were able to scout here a couple of movements coming from Phoenix, who's in Yasnaya. But it also clears out a lot of the northeast quadrant here, especially outside of Stauber, before they actually penetrate in. But speaking of penetration, K9, Beast, losing one member from the side of K9, and 4 AM is going to try and take this spot away from them. But it is going to be very difficult considering the fact that Ninja Boy's got one guy pinned outside, and ENG getting knocked in, and that's going to be Slug getting the knock on towards 4 AM.
And 4 AM, well, the name says aggressive man, but that aggression always puts them in a very tricky position this time, though. 3 players still left alive. Omega spotted out in the open. And K47, an attempt made to secure the opening, to get the edge, get the advantage against the players of K9 Esports, although shot connection not found. Now nades being lobbed towards him.
Well, the nades are coming in. Beast is giving those information. Even though he's knocked on top, he can hear every single footstep from below as well. And because of this, K9 opting to try and pin this out. Great taps coming in from Ninja Boy. He almost gets the connection. Sees him right in the corner. He's going to go for a couple of pre-fires as well. The nades response from 47. Does he survive this? It seems like he's going to be in a little bit of awkward situation as well. The nades do pop up, but doesn't seem to connect as well. Ninja Boy's got him pinned all the way down below, but the third parties are coming in. They have to rush this, and that's going to be K9 that wipes the floor with 4 aggressive men.
4 AM, that was a quick wipe, but I believe a third party is in order. 8-bit, they show up, rotating from northern side on the finish feed as well. We noticed them in a conflict against the players of Godlike a few seconds ago. Although just one frag off of that conflict, and then Godlike heading to the reset. TWOB. First game of the day, an incredible start. A little bit of a fall off in momentum, but they've maintained their position. If they win this one and put big numbers on the board, they can take that leap. 9 points shy of OG, 9 points shy from being 8th on the leaderboard.
Well, it is going to be a tough one here as well. Seeing that everybody's playing so safe, we've got at least 4 teams still outside the zone. 5 just now, just made it. And considering that inside the zone as well, look at this, so much open views, open to the ball.
Yeah.
Going to be hunkering down to his shooting range. Forces got like right at the edge of those walls, maybe even potentially heading down to a shooting range, and seeing that it is going to be open seasons for every single team outside of shooting range, it is going to be very difficult to hold on. 8-bit is got like pinned down in the middle, and look at the spread. They really want to wipe off Hero Extreme Godlike, who's inside shooting range right now.
Oh, for sure. It's not going to be easy position to play from. That is also going to be there. Shooting range conflicts end up lasting a while, but if the end game is towards shooting range, then it's going to be a very quick collapse of all of the players that are outside the main shooting range compound. Godlike on the other side, Punk out of the picture. It's just Jonathan Simp and Admino still standing, and while 8-bit has taken that northern position towards the east, Reckoning Esports is waiting for them. So they need to be careful on these exits as well.
This is so aggressive for Omega, but him being here applies so much pressure, right? Like,
yeah.
At the same time, he needs to put his full trust on his teammates, on the back, to make sure that he somehow stays alive. Because if he gets knocked off, Hero Extreme Godlike will get all the amount of pressure relief from this aggression. Meanwhile, Reckoning Esports, they will hunker down towards the bunkers on shooting range. This is a great spot to hold on, but one wrong move, and you get some guy blocks the entire exit, means your entire team gets stuck inside that shelter.
Oh yeah, but let's see, Cincinnati Kids, they bait the players of Orangutan. Aditya with that first frag, 3 versus 2, still a manageable position to fight from, and the vehicle flips. The momentum slowed down, the nade exchange will happen, and this one might just take down Flock, and it does. Atanki with the shotgun looks to find the frag, fails to do so, but the trade comes through, and OG barely survives. Cincinnati Kids on the other side, eliminated on the 15th position.
That is so lucky, but Tenki was able to blow up the vehicle just before he got knocked and gotten 2 finishes just like that. That was so unlucky for the side of well, in this case, the Cincinnati kids, because they just got completely schooled by both Revenant and Xbox as well as them. But meanwhile, right now, Revenant and Xbox, they are in a little bit of trouble. They are in stage 4 outside the zone. I'm really surprised Shadow is actually opting to try and save Sarang, who's going to bleed out to the zone, and eventually he himself might lose his life as well right at the last pixel. Mistakes were made. Spray God narrowly survives this, but he is so darn low. He needs to heal himself up, and guess what? Here is Orangutan. They're lurking. Oh! Oh, it's not even Orangutan. It's gotta be the Phoenix that shoots him down.
Out of everyone, it is Phoenix Esports that get Revenant X-Pac eliminated. Think about this. Think about fate and destiny, right? You meet someone, right? You are out in the world, you meet someone, you go your separate ways, and then after a couple years, you run into them again, man. That is Revenant X-Pac and Phoenix Esports.
Well,
you knew, I knew, Spray God knew he was going out. We were just waiting for it to happen.
Well, it seems like Destiny has met its end in this match for them.
Yeah.
That's going to be Revenant and X-Pac journey in Day 3 completely done and dusted. Meanwhile, the journey continues for K9 Esports, who is in the bottom. And guess what? They're in for a fight. Metal Esports getting sprayed out pretty hard. Ninja Boy getting knocked off as well. Beast is still lurking his way through. He wants to push up forward. Metal Esports hunkered down in towards that small shack. They're cooking up nades. Can they find the opening? Beast still deciding if you want to overcommit to this fight. Slug props the small toss, but he's going to be having his head popped out as well. He's looking for the finishers, but guess what? Here comes the run over. Slug will fall as Metal will also drop like flies. Beast finally reconnects with the rest of his team, but he's only last man standing. And guess what? They actually come over top. Metal is gone. K9, they still survive.
K9 is still alive, but not for long, I believe. Phoenix Esports out of nowhere. The third party comes through, and it is the buggy through the smoke out of all things that ends up getting those frags. Oh no, it wasn't even the buggy. It was the shotgun spam and the spam from the M4. Phoenix, I mean, they are setting this map of Erangel on fire, man. I see 9 finishes just 17 minutes in.
That's got to be the easiest drive-by for Phoenix Esports. They picked they pick off Revenant X-Pac, they picked off the guys who's chilling and going for major clashes, denying hopes from K9 Esports. That's just got to be brutal, man.
Yeah.
But, of course, the journey continues for some of these teams. Phoenix Esports, will they be able to hold down the title of having the highest amount of finishes thus far? Because right now, the run-in is going to be with 8-Bit as well. As 8-Bit looking to try and stop them in his track. You can see the chase is continuing, but they're just circling around and around like sharks they are. But with the circle moving in, look at this. Oh boy, 8-Bit not exactly in the greatest position to fight this as well.
Oh man, look at the circle. It's going to be so brutal, but for everyone except Lithica Esports, because Lithica Esports smack center, decent cover position as well. But as you were talking about Phoenix and their shenanigans, I believe the fight against 8-Bit has started with them having an advantage. 8-Bit is already down to 3 players, but Phoenix just keep moving forward. They prioritize their own safety, although if they keep heading south, they might have a run-in with the players of OG eventually. But all of that chaos worked out quite well for Hero Extreme Godlike. Their 3 players who kept their heads down, just stayed hidden, have also just stayed alive.
This is by far one of the worst possible situations you can be in, right? Like they've somehow got away, but because of this, they've lose vehicles. And guess what? EXT finds an opening on Admin. Sim needs to find an opening pick, but he gets scouted out by Raider. He needs to get the knock, and he does get it. But his health is so low, he needs going for the reset right at the edge as well. But a well-planned nade! Oh boy!
No.
Oh, it was a smoke. It was a smoke. It wasn't even a nade. He panicked and he exposed himself.
Exactly. It was a smoke, and he thought just like you, I see it was a nade, and just exposed himself, moved to the right, got knocked out. Jonathan still there, but the third party is also there from the players of 8-Bit and Versatile. It will be difficult for them to survive, but not impossible as Troy shows up at the right nick of time, toying with his opponent, but another third party, the most opportunistic team of them all. Phoenix Esports, now it's their turn. Raiden, the last player alive from the side of Versatile, fighting for his life and allowing the players of Godlike opportunity to secure this finishes. Jonathan, the nade spam comes through. How many finishes will he be able to steal from this? That is going to be a big question. Phoenix, though, Fury, he's still there. He's hiding in the shack, and Jonathan in the back lines has made sure that All right, it's just one finish.
Oh boy, Hero Extreme Godlike, they have to thank Phoenix for this. Because of this, Jonathan is able to sneak by and push through, but at the same time, the damage has been done. Everyone in the north, they're hurting so badly. Phoenix, they need to go in for the reset, and guess what? The zone is coming in. They don't have much time, and little did they know, right on top of them is also the TWOB, but Jonathan says, no, you're not getting out of there! As Jonathan finds Auto, Fury, he's gonna try and make a dip for it, and he's gonna be able to get out. And Jonathan hears all these gunshots. He's made so much noise. He needs to push up as well.
Yeah.
And TWOB, they're under fire for now. But eventually TWOB will be looking down at them as well. Fury finds a way to sneak by his way through. He's going to snake his way slowly but surely. But right in front of them is TWOB and also Soul, who's been laying low for the longest of time. They've had that small little skirmish between Soul and TWOB. And it has been a stalemate for the longest of time.
Yeah, I mean, Seoul playing for survival, just making sure that their numbers this time stay intact. Likita Esports, though, I see you have to agree with me. The biggest recovery of the day was Likita Esports taking a leap from the 9th position all the way inside of the top 2. So they are at the podium. If they can close out this match with a chicken dinner, they're going to be sitting at the first position in the overall leaderboard. But as they move towards cover, they spot out the players of OG and will try to keep them at bay. Look at how beautiful this position inside of the zone is. They can gatekeep basically everyone. And anyone entering from the northeastern side, well, they're going to just end up eliminating each other. Jonathan, his feet are visible, I believe.
I know, right? But at the same time, Jonathan, he found a little bit of edge as well. But TWOB, they found him. They checked as well. Oh, no red plays for you, Mr. Jonathan. And look at this, TWOB. They made sure it's all clear, and now, because of Jonathan's movement, we'll find a little bit of a recovery room, but time is of the essence. 4 seconds left is about to shift, and guess what? TWOB, they are right at the edge. They scout out Team Tamilan, but right now, they have to run, because as of yet, they don't know what's going to be creeping up them as well. Fury still somewhat survives this, and is also creeping up right behind them. Oh. One well-placed nade might be the end for TWOB in this right play, and Fury, he's gonna lob the first one.
Well, the first one goes out, and the knock is gonna be secured. 3 players still left standing. Position compromise, maybe not, but finally he pulls the trigger. Another knock is gonna be there for him. He just needs to dodge the vehicle, and he does successfully. There's a player in the back, a player up front, and Fury, he's quite furious with this one. Almost finds the 3rd, but no, says TWOB Anonymous. Phoenix finally eliminated from the game, finally shut down. TWOB, Team Tamilas, Likita Esports and Seoul, the top 4 teams in this game. There's one more squad, I believe that's OG, and they are picking the fight against Likita Esports. They've gained the edge, but can they grab the frags?
Oh boy, just one guy just completely blew it for TWOB in the name of Fury. Just completely shutting down their dreams of taking the chicken, and Seoul is here to reap the rewards. And guess what? Final 4 teams: Orangutan, Seoul, Likita Esports, and Team Tamilan Esports. And as of yet, the best percentage in the hands of Orangutan because they have 4-man. And Seoul going to be holding down from the east side, and Likita Esports right in the middle with the only ones in the compound, unless Goblin gets picked off because he's outside. He's going on the hunt. In this case, Wizgod heard a little bit of gunshots, but does not want to commit to this fight yet.
They're trying to keep the players of Orangutan from climbing this hill, looking towards the only concrete cover that's available inside of the zone right now. On the other side, we see it from this POV. Soul charging towards the players of Team Tamilas, and shots coming in by the shots fired towards them by the players of OG as well. So a little bit of an awkward third-party situation, but Wizgod and Atanki in particular, just pedal to the metal, rushes up into the front line. Is going to be spotted out by the players of Likita Esports, and well, a little bit of a drift over there. I think a very spontaneous decision to stop and fight, but OG, they need to be careful.
Oh, mind games coming from Orangutan as well as Likita Esports. They're baiting with those buggies. Guess what? Orangutan, they'll take the first move. They are going to be dropping smokes to try and hunker down for cover. But as of yet, Goblin is also going to be putting the pressure with nades as well. He's got 3 nades. He's used one to buy time, but the rest of the teams are going to be pushing into the zone. Seoul, they have to push past the barricade as well. And Likita Esports, they're calling the cavalry to regroup inside the compound to try and hold down everyone outside his zone.
Yeah, this northern side, 3v3, it's going to be very difficult to survive. But Hunters, he stayed hidden for a long time. He knows where Maxi is. Nade goes out. Oh, Maxi almost walked into that one. So lucky. Just a few pixels away, but the second one might do the job. More damage dished out. The HP bar slowly and steadily getting chipped away. The third one as well does a little bit more. And slowly and steadily, Team Seoul, they are taking down the players of Team Tamilas. One man knocked out of the picture. Maxi, he's there along with Fox. They make a run for their lives and leave Rico to die.
Oh, damage has been done by Hunters, and right at the timing for the zone as well. They have to run as well. As you can see, Team Tamilas, they're panicking. They're out in open, and they got completely shredded by Seoul and Likita Esports. Both the two Titans who's currently inside the zone. And in this case, Orangutan also going to be holding down the fort. Seoul is the only one who's outside. Nakor going to be the first to fall. Atenki was able to find him as well. And you can see the gunshots being shot as well. Goblin, he finds a pixel, but no, he was just a pixel off and he gets picked off.
That's the game-changing frag right there. OG, they will have the man advantage. They've already picked off Neo a few moments ago. Not a few moments ago, a long time ago. And now with Goblin falling as well, Likita Esports, they'll be forced to go for a reset. This would be the opportunity for Orangutan to strike. And they choose to clear the flanks first. Moving towards the players of Seoul, dishing out damage with those nades. And these three vehicles straight up front. It is going to be AKOP with the mowdown. The first knock comes through, the second as well in the hands of Aru, the last man from the side of Seoul. He walks into the cluster, the trap of death, and is going to be finished off. 7 finishes for Orangutan, and now it is just them and Likita Esports, and no other option for Likita Esports than to run out and take this fight head on.
Oh my goodness, Orangutan was able to hold down the fort with no one down, and Seoul, they walked into it without a single knock. Likita Esports cannot act upon those information, and the only thing they can do is just hold down the fort. 3 versus 4, and guess what? Atenki has got a big flank on the side as well. One wrong pick, and they will get shot by Atenki. And look at the space control by Orangutan. And the only way Likita Esports comes out with this is that they find that opening pick on Atenki, but guess what? I don't think they realize that he's there. Goblin, he's got the highest point, but he doesn't have angle on Atenki. He's all the way far west. Look at this. This is so hard for Likita Esports. But, of course, with patience comes great responsibility in this case. If Goblin is able to wait things out and find an opening pick against Orangutan, it is going to be huge, and Atenki still finding an angle from all the way to the sides, but it seems like he just can't find Viper through the cracks on the windows at all.
Yeah, there's no line of fire available, but maybe now there will be. OG, they've played it smart till now, waited out. Stage 8, they're waiting for Stage 9. The blue zone collapsed. When it happens, the compounds that Likita Esports have are a little bit closer to the edge of the blue, so they will start taking the blue damage first. And OG are just going to wait for Likita Esports to step into the circle of death right there in the center. So much patience from both these two sides. Neither of them willing to make the first move. But I agree with you. I see OG, they have a better setup, all thanks to that flank shot coming in. And this should be a giveaway. I think Goblin just failed the connection, maybe.
Exactly. He's definitely given away as well. And considering that how close he is to the cover, he needs to overexpose way bigger before he can actually shoot. And because of this, he needs to be very careful about this. But see how the zone is about to move in 4 seconds as well. Orangutan, they're going to try and crash into one of the compounds. And guess what? The closest one is going to be right in front of them as well. Likita are also repositioning to try and play inside the house. And all they need to do is just place one good nade into that small little house, and Likita Esports will be wiped. Let's get see Wizgod. He does not know that Goblin has left the building, and here comes the push.
Well, here comes the push, and OG, they make the move. Hector dropping out of the back lines. The nade from AK, if that connects, it is going to be the end on Aru. He's gotten too close for comfort. The nade goes out. Hector, half his HP bar just gone in a blink. And Aru, he is behind enemy lines. I see that's a risky move, the blue zone. In fact, it's going to be the nade from... It is the Molotov from Goblin that takes down Aru, but AK's nade finds the opening. Goblin is going to be the last man alive. He finds the frag, but that's not going to be enough. Numbers advantage from OG. helps them secure a big win in this game of Pre-Erangel. An incredible performance coming in. But from the Ape Army, we expected nothing less.
Oh, what a game coming from Orangutan and also Likita Esports. It's just a little unfortunate that Goblin was the reason why they lost that as well. The nade setup was great. The Molotov unfortunately caught his teammate and the enemy at the same time, which resulted in just Orangutan saying, hey guys, they've got 3 guys, 2 are knock, let's rush this. I don't care no more.
They almost messed it up. I think Aru overextended over then. That could have changed everything. If after Aru, AK fell as well, that would have just swung the advantage in the favor of Likita Esports. And that would have been brutal, man. But still, who cares? OG won the game, so good for them. Likita Esports, as we were talking about them, the biggest leap of the day. And I believe after this, they would have taken the first position.
Yeah, you can see my face. It's slowly smiling later on. As I'll tell you a little bit over here.
Yeah.
For these guys wondering why I'm smiling, you will know in about 2 to 3 minutes. But for now, well done to Likita Esports, well done to Orangutan as well. They are trying to solidify their source into the top 8. But like you said as well, Likita Esports is guaranteed in the top 8 for sure. Are they topping it? I think they're going to be on top of Seoul.
Yeah, and OG, by the way, OG was on that 8th position. So their spot was the spot up for grabs. They really needed this chicken dinner, man, and thankfully they do end up securing this. So this will give them a little bit of safety cushion to work with tomorrow.
It is going to be close as well, as the points are getting lesser and lesser to actually be grabs as well. We spoke about the cutoff being the lowest cutoff was 130 from based on Group A's, Group D's performances, and now. Even yesterday the cutoff was like 150, 140?
144.
Yeah, 144, which is the highest cutoff thus far. And for them to actually try and overtake that is going to be a very, very huge obstacle. So for most of the teams, if they get about 140 points, they're safe regardless of whatever happens.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with that. 140 is what you are aiming for tomorrow. But I think Phoenix Esports, man, this team is built different.
Oh, yeah.
They do whatever they please. And somehow, it just works out.
I know, right? They were I would say, if I were to give them a title, they're the closest thing to what Rush, if possible, Mizo should be.
Yeah.
If that makes sense for Phoenix Esports. Because right now, every single fight they've taken, they will rush in and they will somehow get away with so many finishes. Which, in this case, I feel like Phoenix Esports has done a big number. But unfortunately, it's safe for Seoul. Their last hoorah attempt for this one was just a very, very unfortunate. Because if they have gotten 2 or 3 knocks onto the Orangutan, Likita Esports would have rushed out and went for those finishes.
That got a little confusing for me as well. I thought it was AK's nade that took his own teammate out along with the opposing player, but no, it was Goblin's Molotov. And then towards the end, Goblin could not really do a lot. His position was compromised for 2 different directions. The first man he successfully did take down, but the second man did not allow him to reset, did not allow him to go for a reload. Incredibly done from Orangutan. But now only a few things remain to be seen. And most important of that is going to be the overall leaderboard.
Agreed. Overall leaderboard is going to be something that we are going to be eyeing for to see who is going to be the top 8 and who's going to be the bottom 8. But at the same time, Goblin is just playing out of his mind. Today is a Goblin day for Likita Esports, to be honest.
I mean, he has played very well. And I think this team, just because they have stuck together with each other for a long, long time, the synergy is just on a whole different level. You do not see them make those flashy plays. We do not see them in those big chicken dinner positions. But they are consistent, the most consistent team overall. And it is the most exciting thing to witness because consistency is the most difficult thing to develop within a team, and especially in a duration of 24 matches.
Exactly, and of course, when it comes to redefining the gaming performance of mobile gaming thus far, realme P3 Pro 5G is officially out at the price of $21,999 and Flipkart. All you need to do is just search on Flipkart for realme P3 Pro 5G to find out for those specs and also potentially get yourself a brand new phone. And of course, this is the phone that's here to redefine gaming performances. And of course, it does have the glow in the dark feature. Ooh.
Yeah.
You want to flex to your friends at night? Ka-ching!
Of course, I mean, that is amazing. First thing, as soon as you take it out, that is when they notice it. And it is going to be impressive. I have to check out the AI motion control and the
really good.
AI touch control, the Ultra AI touch control as well on this device. You have played? You've tried it?
I tried it a little bit here.
What?
Did you know there was 3 phones given to us and 1 is missing?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. It was always shown on here too.
Oh man,
the other one's
I did not know the heist has begun.
It's already begun.
It's already on.
But speaking of the heist here, let's talk about the heist, the winner, or in this case, the MVP, the one that takes the cake of being the star player for the match here. It's got to be AKOB coming in from Orangutan, who 4 finishes in total.
Yeah, and AKOP, it's lovely seeing him back in this form again. All of the fans have been waiting for a long time, and finally he's here. The happiest because of this performance is going to be Wizgod. He's like, now I don't have to be the pressure bearer for this team. Since Atankiel's also doing very well, we have the list of top 5 players in front of us. Aimbot and Altu from Phoenix Esports follow up, the boys from OG, and then we have Yashu from TWB. TWB also have had a pretty good day for themselves today.
Yeah, agreed. TWB is also able to bounce back as well. And what really surprised me, I like that you actually brought up Wizgod as well. Wizgod at the start of the day, in terms of overall finishes, he's the overall highest player finishes out of every single player in this lobby. And for him to not be in this top 5 just shows you like, guys, thank you. I don't need to start carrying anymore, but anyways, coming into this match, let's see. Orangutan with the chicken dinner, they get himself 20 total points, followed by Phoenix Esports, who's not in the top 2, but they have 11 finishes.
Yeah, that was something else we got to see from Phoenix Esports just now. Solo on the 3rd with 10, you have Likita Esports, 9 points on the board. TWB with 7, K9 6. Team Tamilas was there on the 7th position. Moving on to the next page of the leaderboard. I think Reckoning Esports today, yeah, not a great day. We expected them, again, as I said, to make a big leap, but unfortunately, that really wasn't the case. Metal Esports started off on a nice note, but now that advantage is gone. But look at this, the overall rankings in front of us, an OG 110. So they do move inside the top 8, just become 7th from the 8th.
Yeah, it is going to be a very, very close one, especially for teams all the way from 5th all the way to 8th. Phoenix Esports narrowly still somehow makes it to top 5 here. But as of yet, the safety cushion is for Seoul as well as Likita Esports, who's ahead of everyone in the pack right now.
Exactly. That is a massive difference between the 2nd and the 3rd position team itself. Versatile 119, Hero Extreme Godlike 119, Phoenix with 112, Revenant X-Park 111, Orangutan 110, and Cincinnati Kids 108 points. Just 11 points between 3rd and the 8th. Now I want to see what the team on the 9th position is going to have. 94, so there's a difference. A safety cushion for Cincinnati Kids. Man, tomorrow is going to be intense. These 9 teams, they need to hit it out of the park in game 1 itself. Otherwise, it is going to be very difficult to break inside of the top 8.
Yeah, right now, as of yet, the ones that still stand a chance is Team Damilas, 8-Bit, TWOV, Metal Esports, 4 Miracle, maybe K9 Esports if you were to push it. But it is going to be very, very difficult. Like, the only way K9 Esports tries to make a comeback tomorrow is that they need to have 2 back-to-back chicken dinners with high finish volumes in order to stand a chance to make it to top 8. But for now, these are like the 5 teams that may or may not actually qualify to top 8.
Yeah, I mean,
especially in this bottom half.
Let's see how tomorrow is going to turn out. I mean, it's going to be intense nonetheless, man. But predictions for the day.
Hey.
Why you play? Oh, you picked Likita Esports. Wow.
I'm the only one that picked Likita Esports, and guess what? They're on top 2.
I mean, hey, it's not fair, man. You took a break to do your research.
Yeah, but they were
studied
9th
up
place.
and came.
Nobody realized and
you one of
picked Likita Esports.
Alright, I mean, but what do we say to Salty and Sparrow now?
Well, nice knowing you, brother.
I mean, they're going to be hoping that their team makes a comeback today. I went with OG because I believe in monkey business. All my investments are going to be there.
Still top 8. Oh, they're pretty good. Hero actually got like safe pick, sure. Great. Still in top 8. VXC still in top 8. 8-Bit. Well, still possible for tomorrow.
Yeah.
Still possible for tomorrow, but not today.
Opportunity is still there for 8-Bit. Versatile from Ravan. Versatile weren't really present today, but I mean, they were present. They were very consistent, so they do manage to hold on to their position within the top 5, and that is, I think, something that Versatile, that's going to be their default.
Yeah, I think it's just like you said it, right? Like, it all comes down to a marathon. It's all about having those safety cushions, and VXC is currently in an okay position. Right now, the 2 teams that are pretty much guaranteed okay, it's Seoul and also Likita Esports, which in this case, feeling good. But aside from Likita Esports, of course, there is also the factor that if they don't get a single point starting from tomorrow and everybody else at the bottom gets like high finish volumes, then that's the only way they get kicked out.
I would say still being over 140, they can
pretty safe.
They can skip like 3-4 matches tomorrow and still be safe.
Yeah, just get 1.2 points. Yeah,
2-3 points in the entire day, and they're good. And I think the most amazing thing is going to be Seoul still maintaining that first position, because remember the time they were on the 13th position?
I know, right? They have the biggest comeback so far, from like all the way to last place and then all the way to number 1, and now still holding the number 1 point, which is insane. And so far, Miramar has been their map thus far in all the 3 days, and tomorrow is going to be the last day.
That is true. I mean, you call Miramar their map because it turns out every time someone else shows up, they just want to collect the toll in terms of those finish points. But while it has been an incredible day today for Group A, one more day remains to see the conclusion to this story, to see which 8 teams qualify for the quarterfinals and which 8 teams move to the quarters and which 8 teams get left behind in round 4 and are going to be joining the teams from Group B, ladies and gentlemen. But on that note, this is Super Johnny with Icy Baby alongside with me. We're going to call it a night. See you guys tomorrow. Good night.